professor of the Ninja Academy. By teaching, I can become stronger. This video is purely for entertainment and does not infringe on copyrights or laws. The rights to the novel and image belong to the original author. We do not claim ownership. Don't like waiting and want to listen to this fanfic in full now? Subscribe to our Patreon, where you'll find the best fanfics. Chapter 551 Test. Yahiko showed great interest in Jiraiya's proposal, because he had the idea of telling their experiences. After you left, Jiraiya, we wanted to use our own strength to contribute to the peace of the Rain Country. At first, we helped some villages repel the attacking ninjas. Yahiko put down his chopsticks and picked up the teacup, and began to tell their story. At first, Yahiko had no idea of creating a ninja organization. After all, he was just a fledgling kid at the time. Whether it was strength, knowledge or other aspects, it was not enough to support him to have this idea. At that time, the overall environment of the Rain Country was very chaotic, but even in the chaotic Rain Country, there were ninjas who yearned for peace. In one action after another, Yahiko and his team gradually had other partners. When the number of people reached a certain level, the Akatsuki organization was established. However, Yahiko did not stay in the Akatsuki organization for too long. He quickly talked about his first encounter with Sosuke. It was not that Yahiko felt that the Akatsuki organization was not good during that period, but that there was nothing to say. Compared to the influence of the ninja clan on the Land of Rain, the Akatsuki organization can only be said to be a small-scale one. Although the slogans are loud, the influence is really small. Yahiko drank water to moisten his throat and continued. As a teenager, what you have done is enough to make you proud of yourself, Jiraiya encouraged. Yahiko is an orphan who has not received an orthodox education, but he can have such an ambition and put it into action. Jiraiya feels that he has surpassed countless people. Jiraiya's words made Yahiko smile, and he told the story of them and Sosuke while laughing. At that time, Mr. Sosuke may have heard about the deeds of the Akatsuki organization from other places and was interested in our philosophy. Unfortunately, I disappointed him. He almost didn't know anything. Yahiko looked regretful. When they first met, Yahiko determined that Sosuke was an important person who could promote peace in the Land of Rain. Unfortunately for Yahiko, his performance was too poor. He couldn't answer Sosuke's questions well, which may have disappointed Sosuke at that time. He sounds like a serious and rigorous person, Jiraiya thought while touching his chin after listening to Yahiko's words. Yahiko's words reminded Jiraiya of the second-generation Hokage, Senju Bairama. As if to make up for his elder brother's rough nerves, Senju Bairama was serious and rigorous in every aspect. Jiraiya doesn't dislike serious and rigorous people, or rather, there should be very few people who dislike people who are serious and rigorous in their work ideals. Of course, if every little thing in life is serious and rigorous, Jiraiya thinks it's not good, it's too tiring. Teacher Sosuke is very serious about all kinds of major things, but he is very easygoing when he teaches. Yahiko explained, the development of the ninja clan is inseparable from Sosuke and his lectures. The birth of the ninja clan began when Sosuke traveled around the Rain Country to give lectures. Yahiko also listened to the lectures all the time before finally deciding to join the ninja clan, and even directly disbanded the Akatsuki organization in the end, and all members merged into the ninja clan. It's a terrible thing when a person with insufficient ability makes decisions. Speaking of the development of the ninja clan, we have to mention the crisis that almost destroyed the ninja clan. Yahiko did not hesitate to put most of the blame on himself, because that crisis was inseparable from his naivety. At that time, the number of ninja clan members was not large, and Yahiko was the leader of the Akatsuki organization, with the support of a group of Akatsuki ninjas. And his words did move some ninja clan ninjas, which eventually led to the voting results leaning towards cooperation. So you were there that time. Jiraiya was a little surprised. As a battle that made the ninja master Sosuke famous in the ninja world, even Jiraiya, who didn't pay special attention, had heard some news. However, people like Jiraiya who didn't pay attention basically only knew one piece of information, that is, Sosuke's fire escape was invincible, and he could defeat Hanzo, who was good at water escape, by relying on the reverse attribute of fire escape. Jiraiya didn't know about the role of Yahiko Nagato, who was just a soy sauce. As Yahiko continued to tell the story, the image of Sosuke in Jiraiya's mind gradually became fuller and more solid. He has a dream of world peace and will realize it with a rigorous and serious attitude. He has a strong teaching ability and a teaching attitude of teaching without discrimination. He has a big picture view and can put aside the hatred of the Rain Village for the peace of the Rain country. I've been too busy in recent years. I didn't even notice such an interesting person in the ninja world. Jiraiya sighed and prepared to travel after the war. It must be said that Sosuke in Yahiko's words is quite perfect. There are some things that Jiraiya thinks he can't do, like Sosuke. Yahiko Nagato, it's not easy for you to get here. You have experienced so many things. I will help you cook dinner tonight. Jiraiya smiled. When pursuing dreams, they met like-minded companions and established a ninja organization. Then they met super seniors with similar dreams in the struggle. In the end, they experienced various ups and downs together and continued to struggle. During the time when Jiraiya was away, Nagato's experience was indeed enough to be adapted into a novel. Great, Yahiko cheered. Although it is a happy thing to get a free dinner, what is more worthy of happiness is that Jiraiya will stay until the evening. After lunch, Jiraiya took the initiative to propose to fulfill his teacher's responsibility to guide the training of Nagato and the other two. Of course, the three of them were very happy about this, so they went to the training ground outside the city together. It has been too long since they met, and Jiraiya's understanding of Nagato's strength is limited to some information he has collected. In order to better guide, plus a little curiosity, Jiraiya and Nagato conducted combat training. However, for the sake of effect, Jiraiya asked Nagato and the others to go up one by one, instead of three people going up together. After all, there is a big gap in the strength of the three people. If the three people go up together, it may become Nagato's personal show. How about I go first? Yahiko said first. Seeing that Konan and Nagato had no objection, Yahiko walked to the opposite side of Jiraiya. Use everything you have as much as possible. No need to hold back. Let me see all of you, Jiraiya said proudly. As a well-known strong man in the current ninja world, Jiraiya has this confidence. Teacher Jiraiya, I'm sorry. Since Jiraiya said so himself, Yahiko didn't hesitate and rushed forward with all his strength. At the moment of charging, Yahiko concentrated his breathing and strengthened his body strength. The breathing method that Yahiko practiced was a branch breathing method developed by Muyu based on the breathing of rock, called the ninja calling method. Strictly speaking, the ninja calling method is two breathing methods. One is to increase strength, with a physical technique similar to storm kick as a supporting move, and the other is to increase defense, with a supporting move similar to the defensive ninjutsu of iron blocks. The two breathing methods can be practiced at the same time, but they cannot be used at the same time. It is impossible to have strong power and high defense like the breathing of rock, but the difficulty of practice has been greatly reduced. Under Muyu's teaching, even the most ordinary ninja of the Shinobi sect can gradually learn one of them. Yahiko's talent is not bad, so he learned the complete ninja calling method. Swish! Exclamation mark! Yahiko first threw out two kunai. Clang! Exclamation mark! Jiraiya casually pulled out a kunai from his ninja bag and blocked the kunai thrown by Yahiko. Swish! Yahiko seized the opportunity when Jiraiya was swinging the kunai, and used the power gathered in his legs to suddenly kick Jiraiya with a crescent-shaped chakra slash. But Jiraiya was so experienced in combat that he had already noticed Yahiko's movements through observation, and he dodged Yahiko's kick by simply turning sideways. Bang! The crescent-shaped chakra slash chopped the tree, leaving a deep slash mark on it, and almost cut the tree off. The power is okay, but the speed is slow, Jiraiya commented. If such an attack hits a ninja, it can cause considerable damage. Water style, water spear. Yahiko was not affected by Jiraiya's words, and devoted himself to the battle. He gathered chakra in front of him to create 3 water spears and shot them towards Jiraiya. Earth style, earth flow wall. Jiraiya quickly formed seals with his hands, and a thick earth wall rose in front of him. Yahiko's water spear only left holes on the earth flow wall, and failed to successfully break through the defense of the earth flow wall. The ninjutsu failed, and Yahiko once again mobilized his breathing power to attack Jiraiya, preparing to fight with physical skills. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Bang bang. With Jiraiya letting him go, the two sides fought back and forth. After figuring out Yahiko's physical skills, Jiraiya began to make it difficult for Yahiko, and a feint made Yahiko reveal a flaw. Earth style, rock and iron technique. Yahiko calmly used the ninja world version of the iron block. The power of the breathing method was poured into the body to enhance the defense, and the hardening of the nature of the earth attribute chakra made this move possible to resist ninjutsu. In the ninja sect, this ninjutsu is also known as the tortoise shell technique because it is really hard. Bang! Jiraiya punched Yahiko, but Yahiko remained motionless. Instead, Jiraiya's fist turned slightly red due to the reaction force. Yahiko couldn't help but smile triumphantly. Jiraiya raised his eyebrows. How could he float? Then Jiraiya's palm exploded with chakra power, and he quickly attacked again, punching Yahiko away. It's true that using defensive ninjutsu when you can't avoid it, but you must immediately distance yourself or counterattack afterwards. Jiraiya reminded, the ninjutsu you just used should be Earth Escape. Try not to use it when you encounter a lightning escape ninja, otherwise you will get hurt, Jiraiya said. Jiraiya fought with Iwagakure a lot during the Second Ninja World War. Iwagakure's hardening technique was indeed troublesome for a ninja like him who didn't master the nature change of lightning chakra, but once he encountered a lightning escape ninja, this method was almost useless, because the hardening technique is a ninjutsu that blesses the body. Once it is cracked, the best result is injury. Hehe, thank you for your reminder, Jiraiya teacher. Yahiko smiled and thanked. In fact, Miyu had already reminded him when he was teaching. After all, this kind of defensive ninjutsu always gives people a mysterious confidence that their defense is invincible. If they don't remind him, it's easy to get arrogant. 10 minutes later, Jiraiya looked at Nagato and Konan, who wants to go first. Nagato took a step back. It's not that Nagato is shy. If he fights Jiraiya, then when it comes to instructing Konan, Jiraiya may have to rest for a while. Although he doesn't think he can beat Jiraiya, Jiraiya can't easily defeat Nagato with just the two abilities of Heaven's Way and Hungry Ghost Way. One absorbs all ninjutsu, and the other deflects all attacks. The combination of the two can deal with too many situations. Then I'll do it. Seeing this, Konan stepped forward. Paper shuriken. Konan took out a piece of paper from her body, injected chakra into it, and hardened it and threw it out. In fact, there are kunai and shuriken in her ninja tool bag, but Konan is more frugal and uses secret techniques to replace them if possible. Whoosh! After throwing out the shuriken, Konan mobilized her breathing power and quickly dodged towards Jiraiya. Unlike Yahiko, although Konan also quickly learned the power-type ninjutsu, she did not learn the defensive ninjutsu like Yahiko, because the paper secret technique that Konan was practicing had a good defensive method. As long as she practiced the paper secret technique to a sufficient level of proficiency, Konan could turn her body into paper to avoid attacks, without having to resist. The physical skills are not bad, and the offensive is stronger than Yahiko, Jiraiya praised. Of course, Jiraiya did not treat Konan specially because she was a girl, and he still attacked her when he should. After being abused in physical skills, Konan threw 3 shuriken at Jiraiya. This time, Jiraiya did not take out a kunai to block, but used fire escape to shoot down the attacking shuriken in advance. Boom! Exclamation mark. The shuriken hit by the fire bomb exploded. One of the 3 shuriken was a fake shuriken that Konan disguised as a detonating talisman using the paper secret technique. Konan's fake shuriken looks the same as the real shuriken, but there are some differences between them. In the eyes of an experienced ninja like Jiraiya, the shuriken revealed a flaw after it was shot out of his hand. After more than 10 minutes, Konan retreated after being instructed, and Jiraiya looked at Nagato. At this time, Nagato also happened to look at Jiraiya, and the two looked at each other. Jiraiya once again saw the pair of reincarnation eyes that once shocked him. It was those unique eyes that made Jiraiya think that Nagato was very likely the son of prophecy. Teacher Jiraiya, please be careful next time. Nagato walked forward with a respectful face and said, "The ability of the reincarnation. I can easily kill the opponent at first sight when there is no information. Haha, let me see how you have grown over the years." Jiraiya didn't think Nagato was bragging. With the title of the first genius in the ninja world and the eyes of the Six Paths Sage, in addition to the uncertainty in ninja battles, if Nagato is Jiraiya's enemy, Jiraiya will definitely summon Bunta to help directly. Those are the eyes of the legendary Six Paths Sage. Who knows what terrifying abilities they might have. P.S. I was so sleepy yesterday that I only watched 4K today. Chapter 552. Meeting between the three ninjas and the ninja master. Fire style, flame bullet. Unlike the previous two times, this time Jiraiya did not wait for Nagato to make a move before responding, but directly formed a seal to condense chakra and used ninjutsu to attack. Unlike ordinary fire style, the flame bullet first converts chakra into oil and holds it in the mouth. Then, the moment the oil is spit out, the condensed chakra is transformed into fire attribute chakra, and the sprayed oil is ignited to form a high-temperature fireball. Shadow clone technique. Nagato split into two shadow clones, and then the main body walked in the front, opening the samsara eye to absorb the shield. The high-temperature flames did not touch Nagato, but were instantly absorbed after touching the shield in front of Nagato, as if they had never existed. The ability to eliminate ninjutsu in the intelligence. I can't tell what the method is. It should be related to the samsara eye, Jiraiya judged in his heart. If someone else performed this mysterious method, Jiraiya would also guess it was a secret technique, but Nagato had the samsara eye. Such a powerful and mysterious ability is in line with Jiraiya's imagination of the samsara eye. Lightning style, pseudo-darkness. One of Nagato's shadow clones formed a seal and spit out a sharp lightning spear at Jiraiya. Whoosh! Jiraiya had been staring at Nagato's shadow clones, and dodged in an instant. Tenxiang Tanian. Nagato used his excellent perception and samsara eye to successfully capture Jiraiya's figure after he dodged, and stretched out his hand to exert a huge gravitational force on Jiraiya. At the same time, another shadow clone that Nagato had just separated completed the seal and prepared to attack Jiraiya, who was about to be sucked in, but to Nagato's surprise, he did not succeed in sucking Jiraiya in. Jiraiya made his hair grow long and hard, and deeply penetrated into the ground, resisting Nagato's suction. Water style, water spear. Seeing this, the shadow clone immediately shot 3 water spears at Jiraiya. Tenxiang Tanian ended, and Jiraiya's long hair quickly pulled out from the ground to wrap Jiraiya's body, blocking the attacking water spears. Ninjutsu? Needle Jizo. Whoosh whoosh whoosh! Exclamation mark. Under Jiraiya's control, his hard hair shot towards Nagato and his 2 shadow clones like steel needles. Because the speed was too fast and there was no time to dodge, Nagato activated the power of the samsara eye again. Shinro Tensei. A powerful repulsive force burst out, and all the hairs like steel needles were bounced away. No wonder he had such a great reputation because of a game. Jiraiya was secretly shocked. Nagato's various abilities are almost invincible for ordinary ninjas. Shinro Tensei can bounce off attacks that cannot be absorbed by the hungry ghost path, and Wangxian Tanian can force the opponent to have a flaw. Coupled with the powerful ninjutsu that Nagato himself has mastered, he is really good at both offense and defense. Let's pause the battle. Nagato, I may not be able to give you an opinion for the time being. Jiraiya called a halt to the battle. Nagato's strength is too strong. If the fight continues, the battle may be difficult to deal with. He came to the Rain Country this time mainly to visit Nagato and the other 2, not to beat them all 3. Jiraiya is confident that he can win against Nagato, but there is no need. What's the point of defeating his own disciple? If one day Nagato really grows to the point where he can't win even if he tries his best, Jiraiya will be proud of him. Nagato nodded and cancelled the shadow clone technique. Teacher Jiraiya, you didn't expect that Nagato is now so strong that you can't easily defeat him. Yahiko joked in a boastful tone. He was mainly afraid that Jiraiya would feel embarrassed, so he wanted to use a joke to ease the atmosphere. After all, they met again after a long time. But Yahiko was wrong this time. Nagato was the ninja who was most likely to be the child of prophecy in Jiraiya's mind. Jiraiya believed that he might bear the same fate as the Six Paths sage. The better Nagato was, the more it proved that his guess was correct, and Jiraiya himself was the kind of person who was difficult to feel embarrassed about himself. This shows that my teaching was not in vain. Jiraiya laughed. Then the few people began to practice, and Jiraiya watched from the side. After watching Nagato practice for an hour, Jiraiya finally discovered Nagato's shortcomings. Of course, this shortcoming is relative. Nagato's physical skills are very good compared to his peers, but compared to his ninjutsu, his ability of the Rinnegan is very insufficient. So, Jiraiya began to instruct Nagato's physical skills. From the perspective of comprehensive ability, Jiraiya is actually a hexagonal warrior. He is very good at ninjutsu, physical skills, secret skills, and fairy skills. The only thing Jiraiya is not good at is illusion. However, because of this shortcoming, Jiraiya worked hard to practice the ability to remove illusions. In this way, although he can't use illusions on the enemy's illusions will not work on him. At dinner in the evening, Jiraiya asked, "Is Sosuke busy? If not, I want to meet him." Although Yahiko and others said very well about Sosuke, Jiraiya believed that hearing is false and seeing is true. If he didn't see Sosuke in person and communicate with him, Jiraiya was not very relieved, because Yahiko and Nagato showed their extreme respect for Sosuke. In this state, Jiraiya guessed that Sosuke had sold them out, and Yahiko and the others would have to happily help Sosuke count the money, for the safety and future of his disciples. Even if he didn't have much time, he had to go and see what kind of person Sosuke was. As for Sensei Sosuke, it seems that he has been doing well recently. If you want to see him, we can go and ask him. Yahiko thought for a moment and replied. Yahiko did not say that he would definitely bring Jiraiya to see Sosuke, because Jiraiya was brought to them by the Shinobi clan at the beginning, which means that Sosuke knew that Jiraiya was coming. Since Sosuke did not meet Jiraiya directly, maybe it was because Sosuke had no interest in Jiraiya. In that incident, was it Konoha who was secretly pushing it? Yahiko thought of the mystery that the Shinobi clan had not been able to reach a consensus on until now. At that time, Iwagakure promoted the peace talks between the Ninja clan and the Rain Village. The reason given by the Rain Village and Iwagakure was that Hanzo was deceived by Shimura Danzo of Konoha, so he attacked the Ninja clan. At that time, because the evidence presented by Iwagakure and the Rain Village was sufficient, many Ninja clan ninjas hated Konoha and were very dissatisfied with Konoha. However, after the subsequent investigation by the Ninja clan, they failed to find more evidence related to Konoha. In addition to some analysis by Kakazu, some people in the Ninja clan also held different opinions. Of course, there was no consensus among the group. Some people thought that this was a way for the Rain Village to whitewash themselves and had nothing to do with Konoha, while others thought that Konoha was indeed involved, but Hanzo was not a White Lotus. Some people even thought that all the Iwagakure, Konoha and Rain Village ninjas had a share. Yahiko was also one of the people who hated Konoha at the beginning, but after careful consideration, Yahiko could not determine what the truth was now. Sosuke did not publicly support any statement. When he held the meeting, he only stated the necessity of cooperating with the Rain Village. So Yahiko didn't know what Sosuke thought of Konoha. If Sosuke thought Konoha was one of the people behind the incident, it was reasonable for him to dislike Jiraiya, and Yahiko could understand it. After all, that incident almost led to the destruction of the Ninja clan. I hope not. It would be really bad news to be on the opposite side of Jiraiya. Yahiko sighed in his heart. Facing Jiraiya, the enlightenment teacher who led him to the road of ninja, Yahiko had a special feeling in his heart. But if the two sides really went to the opposite side and went to the battlefield, Yahiko would greet Jiraiya enthusiastically before the battle, and then ask Nagato not to hold back when fighting. After his death, he would have plenty of time to apologize to Jiraiya. When he was alive, even if the teacher who taught him wanted to destroy the peace created by the Ninja clan and block the road to peace, Yahiko would never allow it. Yahiko asked the Ninja clan ninja to report it, and after getting permission, several people went to the Ninja clan's residence together. At this time, The sun had completely set and night fell. Walking into the Shinobi clan's residence and heading towards the reception room, Jiraiya suddenly felt a chill for some unknown reason. This weather shouldn't be right. Jiraiya felt that the temperature was a little unusual. The next moment, Jiraiya felt a gaze behind him. Jiraiya turned his head quickly and saw that he and Nagato were walking side by side, and there were no Shinobi clan ninjas nearby. He. Ghastly stared at Jiraiya with big eyes, and kept making strange laughs. What the hell is this? Jiraiya subconsciously protected Nagato and others behind him, and quickly formed seals with his hands. It's not a ghost, it's Nagato's summoned beast, Yahiko explained. Ghastly's body structure is quite peculiar. If it is in an open area, even a naturally formed strong wind can blow Ghastly's body away or even disperse it. Although it can be reassembled in the end, it is still a bit troublesome. Therefore, Ghastly usually stays in or near the building, and does not follow Nagato out when he is practicing outside. Nagato, your summoned beast looks a bit strange, Jiraiya said tactfully. He had seen many strange things in his travels, but it was the first time for Jiraiya to see such a summoning beast as Ghastly. Ghastly floated behind Nagato and gave Jiraiya a cry of recognition. Yes, it was the most peculiar Ghastly in the world. You might feel this way when you first see it. Nagato nodded. It's just like that after getting used to it. Now no ninja in the ninja clan would be scared by Ghastly's appearance. When Jiraiya walked into the reception room, he found that Sosuke was already sitting in the reception room waiting. Teacher Sosuke, Yahiko, Nagato and the other two greeted Miyu with respect. Miyu smiled and nodded in response, then looked at Jiraiya who was looking at him. It's better to meet in person than to hear about it. You are indeed a ninja master recognized by many ninjas. You are indeed extraordinary, Jiraiya said with a smile. Miyu has a face similar to Aizen, and with a white long coat and accumulated teaching temperament. Jiraiya feels like a good teacher who is good at reasoning. Same here. The name of the three ninjas is well known, and today I finally see the real person, Miyu said with a gentle smile. Jiraiya's arrival was expected by Miyu. Nagato is not only Jiraiya's disciple, but also the child of prophecy recognized by Jiraiya. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. Suddenly, the title of the first genius in the ninja world was spread, and it was normal for Jiraiya to come and see curiously. I heard that the ambition of the ninja clan is peace in the ninja world. How do you think the chaotic ninja world will develop now, and can peace be restored? Jiraiya asked. While speaking, Jiraiya paid attention to the expression on Miyu's face. Whether it was the information that Jiraiya heard from hearsay, or the experiences that Yahiko and others told him, Sosuke was a person who pursued peace. Therefore, Jiraiya felt that if Sosuke did not create a special persona for himself to fool people, he should have some ideas about the current situation in the ninja world, even if those ideas were not necessarily correct. It has to be said that Jiraiya's topic selection is good. Even Yahiko and Nagato are curious about how Miyu will answer. That depends on your definition of peace. Is it complete peace or relative peace? Is it eternal peace or peace for a certain period of time? Miyu replied, if a strong man like the god of ninja appears in any major force, the war may end soon, and then there will be a period of peace for the duration of the strong man's life. If not, the war should also end in about 3 years and enter a relatively peaceful time. There will be local wars in the next 10 years or so, but there will not be a war that affects the entire ninja world. As the war progresses, the major ninja villages have gradually passed the trial stage and found out the intelligence of the target ninja village. The intensity of the next war will only continue to rise until it reaches its peak. At that time, the collision of ninja troops of thousands of people will become normalized, and the collision of ninja troops of thousands of people can be called a war. It is not impossible that the total number of troops on both sides exceeds 5 digits. Although 10,000 is not a large number for the era in which Miyu lived in her previous life, but 10,000 ninjas and 10,000 ordinary people are not the same concept. Once a ninja reaches the level of Chunin, he is almost a different species from an ordinary person. Not to mention ninjutsu, the speed and strength under the blessing of chakra alone are exaggerated. And at that time, the high-level strongmen of each village and even the cage may be dispatched. So when the ninja world war reaches its peak, even Muyu needs to be more cautious. After all, there are still people in the dark watching him, or rather, watching his disciples. Isn't that the same as before? Yahiko asked doubtfully. Fight a big war, then rest for 10 years, and have to fight some small wars during the rest time. It has been like this since the ninja village era. Jiraiya sighed. Although Muyu's words seemed to be an analysis of the ninja world war in history and then moved over, Jiraiya had to admit that Muyu was too right, and the next development was likely to be like this. Jiraiya had a better impression of Muyu's vest in his heart. It is also a skill to gain real experience from history. Even if there's a strong man like the god of ninja, he can only bring about a short-term peace. So how can we make the whole ninja world peaceful for a long time? Does it require the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage? Yahiko asked Muyu in confusion. Although the great goal of the ninja clan is peace in the ninja world, under the leadership of Muyu, the ninja clan is practical and rarely discusses peace in the ninja world. At present, it is still stuck on how to make the Rain country long-term and peaceful. Even the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage won't work, Muyu corrected. The peace in the Six Paths Sage era is actually similar to the peace in the Senju Hashirama era, but the Six Paths Sage is stronger. After the death of Senju Hashirama, the First Ninja World War broke out. After the death of the Six Paths Sage, the ninja clan was divided and wars broke out. In fact, the development is not much different. It's just that the Six Paths Sage was too old, and now the Six Paths Sage has been completely deified, which makes many people think that the Six Paths Sage can bring real peace. In fact, for the current ninja world, the effect of resurrecting Hashirama Senju and Tobirama Senju together is not much different from the resurrection of the Six Paths Sage. Jiraiya looked at Muyu in surprise. As a ninja force with the same name as the ancient ninja sect, in the eyes of non-ninja sect ninjas, the Six Paths Sage is the belief of the ninja sect. Otherwise why would even the base be called Six Paths Castle? But Jiraiya didn't think Muyu believed in the Six Paths Sage. At this time, Nagato looked at Jiraiya. At the beginning, Jiraiya gave an example that Nagato might be the reincarnation of the Six Paths Sage, who could create a world of mutual understanding and peace like the Six Paths Sage. Jiraiya scratched his head when he noticed Nagato's sight. This was not his fault. Most of his knowledge of the Six Paths Sage actually came from myths and legends, and he didn't know as much as Muyu. No wonder they dare to call it the ninja sect directly. The so-called ninja sect inheritance must be true, Jiraiya thought to himself. Jiraiya thought that Muyu might have encountered the ruins of the ninja sect or something, which recorded various deeds of the ninja sect. I don't know how to make the ninja world peaceful for a long time, but aren't we trying to find the answer? This is the meaning of training the next generation. Even if we don't find it, we can let the younger generation continue to find the answer. Muyu continued to answer. Even in the world before Muyu traveled through time, peace didn't last too long, and there were still local wars in the world. So if you ask him how to achieve long-term peace, Muyu can't give a definite answer. In fact, Muyu is not completely without a way to achieve long-term peace, but it sounds a bit second year, and it is essentially an enhanced version of Senju Hashirama's plan. That is, a sufficiently excellent and wise person becomes a god, becomes an Otsutsuki, or even surpasses the Otsutsuki. Without the influence of external forces, peace can definitely be maintained for quite a long time. Listening to Muyu's words, Jiraiya was deeply touched, and looking at Muyu again, he felt a little different from me. He traveled around the ninja world to recruit disciples with similar ideas. At this point, Jiraiya felt that he had some understanding of the ninja named Sosuke, and felt relieved. It was not a bad thing for Nagato and others to follow Sosuke, but a good thing that required luck to encounter. Konoha, South Forest. Obito arrived at his usual training location early, and then looked around and waited for Muyu to arrive. For Obito, today is a special day, because today is the day that Muyu said she would teach him and Shisui the super powerful fire style. What kind of fire style would it be? Would it ignite the space so that the opponent could not escape? Obito couldn't help but imagine in his mind. If it is really such a fire style, Then fire style would not be for the inferior, but for the superior. All the Wuxian sword and golden skyline should be put aside. Are you still asleep? Kakashi asked Obito, who was standing there in a daze and grinning. You are not awake. Obito subconsciously triggered the rebound move. Haha. Kakashi smiled and ignored Obito, and began to practice with Lycanroc. Lycanroc is now an important fighting force for Kakashi, and running in with Lycanroc can effectively improve Kakashi's overall strength. Just wait and see. When I learn the new fire style, I will definitely beat you in front of Zeolin. Obito did not continue to argue with Kakashi. He had already won a place in the martial arts competition. If he could learn the fire style and defeat Kakashi in the Civil War, it would be a great victory. In front of the absolute record, Kakashi's words would become pale and powerless. What a youthful day. Everyone started training so early. Might Guy, who came for rehabilitation training, greeted all the disciples enthusiastically. Ryolu, it's a pity that I can't train with you until we are exhausted, but I will cheer for you. Might Guy encouraged Ryolu beside him. When Might Guy was training, Might Guy was beside him to encourage him. Leo, feeling Might Guy's feelings, Ryolu waved his claws with great fighting spirit. Although Kai is stronger than Kakashi, his summoned beasts have not evolved yet. When I master the new fire style, he will definitely not be a match for me and Charizard. Obito was calculating the combat power of each disciple in his mind, and suddenly realized that the time of the Civil War was changed at a really bad time. Now the Civil War is twice a year, and the martial arts tournament serves as a civil war, so the next Civil War will be in half a year. But in half a year, Shisui and Might Guy's Pokemon will definitely have evolved, and Charizard's evolutionary advantage will be gone, unless Charizard evolves again during this period. Obito looked regretful. If the Civil War was in the past 2 months, he might really have won the title of the strongest disciple, because Shisui's Pokemon, who learned fire style with him, did not evolve, and Might Guy's Pokemon, who had the strongest hard power, did not evolve either. Although Nohara Rin's Melodica can fight and heal, Nohara Rin herself is Melodic's flaw. Only Kakashi, like Obito, not only has the advantage of Pokemon evolution, but also has good strength. When he saw Mew, Obito couldn't wait to step forward and say hello, and the other disciples also walked closer to greet Mew. Well, good morning to you too. Mew smiled and responded to everyone. Obito and Shisui, come here. Mew called Obito and Shisui to come to him, and also split a shadow clone to guide the others to practice. The blue flame is extremely difficult to learn, and the teaching and enlightenment must be used to improve the teaching efficiency. The fire escape I will teach you next is called Blue Flame, which can also be called Azure Flame, Mew explained simply. Obito listened carefully to every word Mew said. He swore that he had never been so serious before. It was indeed because he had been suppressed by the golden skyline for too long. In addition, Kakashi also mastered the Sword of Wuxian, and Obito was eager to master the same level of attack. P.S. Today is 6K. I will try my best to maintain it in the future, and I will update more if conditions permit. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 553, Teaching Blue Flame. Ryolu evolves. After a brief explanation, Mew began to demonstrate. A large amount of chakra condensed on Mew's palm, and then a blue flame appeared above Mew's palm. When the blue flame on Mew's palm reached the size of a fist, Shisui and Obito could clearly feel the heat emitted by the flame. This flame is so hot. Shisui reached out and wiped the sweat from his forehead and said in his heart. The blue flame released by Mew looked only the size of a fist, but the energy contained in it was amazing. What a handsome flame. The more Obito looked at the flame on Mew's hand, the more he liked it. Ordinary fire escapes are red, and Obito knew that this fire escape was not simple just by looking at the color of the blue flame. Then Mew threw the blue flame onto a rock. In the surprised eyes of Obito and Shisui, the rock melted rapidly into lava, and the blue flame was still burning. and the fire had a tendency to spread to the surrounding area. The compressed blue flame has an extremely high temperature, which can easily melt metal and rock, Muyu said and called Yamato over. Yamato, use your water escape technique with all your strength to see if you can put out the blue flame. Yamato nodded and began to make hand seals to condense chakra. Obito was a little excited. Could it be that this flame is not afraid of water escape technique? Teacher Muyu no longer has to worry about me being restrained. Obito felt that he had wrongly blamed fire escape technique before. It was not that the fire escape technique was not good, but that he had not yet learned the truly powerful fire escape technique. Fire escape technique, you are the best escape technique. Obito silently repented in his heart. Water escape technique, great waterfall technique. Since he wanted to put out the fire, Yamato used a large-scale water escape technique with enough water. A huge water ball was spit out by Yamato and hit the blue flame burning on the ground. Hiss! A large amount of water was evaporated, and white mist spread and quickly dissipated. Teacher Muyu, is this flame inextinguishable? Looking at the blue flame that was still burning fiercely, Obito asked excitedly. If it is a fire escape technique that cannot be extinguished, it is a sure kill move. As long as it hits, the opponent will either be burned to death or the hit part will be immediately removed. It's not really indestructible, but most of the water-style ninjas in the ninja world don't have the ability to extinguish it. As he said that, Muyu used the water-style ninjutsu to extinguish the blue flame. Is that so? Obito was a little disappointed. He thought that this was a flame that was not afraid of water at all. Does Hanzo have the ability to extinguish the blue flame? Obito thought for a while and asked. Although he had never interacted with Hanzo, Hanzo was someone Obito wanted to challenge. There were two main reasons. The first was that after defeating Hanzo, he could show off in front of Jiraiya, because the young Jiraiya lost to Hanzo, and he lost with his teammates. The second was that after defeating Hanzo, he might get a handsome title. Probably not, Muyu replied. Obito's eyes lit up. At least when dealing with Hanzo, the blue flame was considered an indestructible flame. Teacher Muyu is really modest. Hanzo can't use water-style ninjutsu to extinguish the blue flame. There won't be more than 3 people in the ninja world who can use water-style ninjutsu to extinguish the blue flame. Shisui thought to himself. Shisui felt that even if Muyu, who had just shown off his water-style ninjutsu, was included, 3 might be a bit too many. Because Hanzo is already a well-known top-level water-style ninja in the ninja world, since Hanzo can't do it, Shisui estimated that only the 3rd-generation Mizukage has some hope. The reason for estimating 3 is that there may be hidden water-style masters. In addition to this method of compressing the flame to increase the temperature and burning power, the blue flame can also be released like ordinary fire style. After saying that, Muyu condensed chakra in his throat and spit out a blue flame column. Everything that the flame swept through was burned. If you have a certain degree of control over the blue flame, you can even do more operations. Fire style middle dot blue flame middle dot great fireball. Muyu formed a tiger seal in his hand and spit out a large piece of blue flame to form a fireball. Boom! Exclamation mark. The blue fireball fell to the ground, erupting with a terrifying power far beyond the ordinary great fireball. When the explosion smoke dissipated, Obito and Shisui looked over and saw that a big pit had appeared on the flat ground just now, and everything around it turned into black ash. It seems that the control is very free. If the level is high enough, it can be strengthened in the form change. Shisui thought to himself. The principle of the ninjutsu that Muyu just performed was not to fuse the ninjutsu together, but to use the blue flame as the base and use the method of the great fireball to release the blue flame. This is equivalent to upgrading all the fire escapes that I learned before. Obito became even more excited. Learning the blue flame fire escape is equivalent to pulling up other fire escapes from the bottom. Because of the loud noise this time, it attracted the attention of other disciples and Pokemon who were practicing. Blue flame. Kakashi immediately noticed the unique feature of the blue flame. Ouch! Charizard made a worried cry. If Obito learned such a strong fire escape, it would beat Obito. Oh no, it would be dangerous to help Obito train. Thinking of this, Charizard trained more seriously. It must have a stronger strength than Obito, otherwise the good situation that was hard to achieve might become Obito to suffer it again. Then, It can also be like this. Muyu changed his breathing, switched his breathing to the breath of fire, and then concentrated his breathing into the breath of fire chakra mode. Fire style, blue flame, flame fist. Muyu gathered a large amount of chakra on her palm, compressed it, and finally changed its nature, and swung out a fist covered in blue flames. Boom! Exclamation mark. A dark pit appeared on the ground where Muyu's fist hit. Fire style, blue flame, blazing flame. The next moment, Muyu gathered all her chakra, and the blue flames rose rapidly from her body, making Muyu look like a man of fire. Obito's eyes widened. This was much cooler than the ordinary blazing flame. Muyu's demonstration made Obito's motivation to learn blue flame reach a new peak. It's strong and handsome, and you must learn it. It's no better than the Entei. First of all, I have to make it clear that with your current ability to change the nature of fire-attributed chakra, you are not enough to learn to use blue flame, Muyu reminded. As a first-level god-exclusive skill, the localized blue flame has extraordinary power and also has very high requirements. Obito didn't say anything, and listened to Muyu continue to speak silently. After all, Muyu had just completed a series of demonstrations, and it was impossible for her to stop teaching suddenly. There must be a twist. But fortunately, you have mastered the flame-breathing chakra mode. The flame-breathing chakra mode can enhance your ability to change nature, allowing you to barely meet the requirements. Muyu continued. That is to say, in the future, you may often have to use the flame-breathing chakra mode. This will be very hard, and you need to be prepared. You can just listen to the lectures to learn the theory, but ninjutsu is not only theoretical, but also requires long-term practice. The breathing chakra mode is the trump card of the current disciples. It consumes a lot of chakra and physical strength when used. It is not an exaggeration to describe the breathing chakra mode as a normal practice. Teacher Muyu, I can bear this hardship. If there are other equally powerful fire escapes, I can even bear a little more hardship, Obito said with a smile. Obito has always held an idea that no matter how hard and tiring the practice is, as long as he can defeat Kakashi and make no Harlin show an expression of admiration and joy, it's okay. Bang! Wait until you can use the blue flame skillfully. Muyu put his index finger and middle finger together and hit Obito's head accurately. He didn't even have a fire escape technique as strong as the blue flame. The key to the blue flame is the concentration of the changes in the nature of the fire attribute chakra. Muyu officially began teaching the blue flame. The moment he started teaching, Muyu enlightened Shisui and Obito. The cooling time of enlightenment is 1 week and the duration is 2 days, so Muyu usually gives enlightenment buffs to his disciples depending on the situation. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar published this novel for the first time. If there is new content or skills to teach, use it immediately. If not, wait until the last 2 days to use it. Try to make the enlightenment buff play a greater role. Don't keep your doubts in your heart, just ask directly, Muyu said during the break. He also has a skill to solve doubts. If Obito and others have doubts in their hearts and ask for advice, then the 3 skills of teaching, enlightenment and solving doubts are superimposed. However, even with the triple superposition, it was not easy for Obito and Shisui to learn blue flame because of its difficulty. It was not until the end of the afternoon training that Obito's blue flame proficiency reached 1 point. Shisui reached 1 point at the beginning of the afternoon training, but it was still 1 point at the end of the afternoon, and he did not break through to 2 points. Obviously, learning a powerful skill like blue flame is not a simple matter. It is a protracted battle. It's so difficult. It deserves to be the strongest fire escape. The difficulty of blue flame did not make Obito less interested, but more looking forward to the improvement of his strength after learning it successfully. After seeing the power of blue flame, Obito unilaterally announced that blue flame was the strongest fire escape, and fire dragon dance was at most second. Taking a long breath, Obito looked at the other disciples. Kakashi was still running with Guru to practice joint attacks. Yamato was working hard to practice breathing techniques. Nohara Rin and Melodic were practicing water escape together, and Might Guy was wiping the sweat off Ryolu who was panting. It's been another fulfilling day. When my injury is completely healed, We can do high-intensity exercise together, Might Guy encouraged. Because his injury has not fully recovered, Might Guy doesn't train much now, but Might Guy didn't just stand there and watch. He would wipe Ryolu's sweat and give him water, and then use words to encourage him to continue exercising. Leo, Ryolu relaxed his body and showed a happy smile. Although most of his daily life with Might Guy is various exercises, Ryolu is very happy. The next moment, a dazzling white light bloomed on Ryolu. The sudden appearance of the white light attracted the attention of everyone present and Pokemon. Akai's summoning beast has also evolved. Obito stared at the white light with curious eyes, curious about what Ryolu would look like after evolution. Is it the transformation of Melodic that is almost like a cocoon turning into a butterfly, or the rapid development of the Gorgon that can vaguely see some characteristics of the Gorgon? At the same time, Obito felt a little pity that his idea of learning Blue Flame and defeating Might Guy together with Charizard could not be realized after all. I wonder what abilities Ryolu will master after evolving. Kakashi was also very concerned about Ryolu's evolution, although he didn't know the reason. It was certain that every Pokemon could master some ninjutsu and physical skills after evolving. Among them, Melodica had the most, from a ninjutsu that he didn't know to mastering many water escape techniques and medical ninjutsu. Although Charizard and Lycanroc didn't improve as much as Melodica, it was also very obvious. Thinking of this, Kakashi glanced at Zoroark next to Shisui. In fact, Kakashi was looking forward to Zoroark's evolution, because Zoroark's illusion ability is really special. If the strength is enough, it can definitely play a big role in the battle. But for some reason, Shisui's Zoroark was hatched not too late, but it has not evolved yet. There was originally a Ryolu accompanying Zoroark, and now Ryolu has also evolved, and now only Zoroark has not evolved. Noticing Kakashi's gaze, Zoroark stared back with wide eyes. What are you looking at? Kakashi silently turned his eyes away and continued to look at the evolving Ryolu. Zoroark proudly raised his chest and head. It won. Pa. Shisui tapped the part of Zoroark's head with protruding hair with his finger. Why is he still so proud? When the white light dissipated, the majestic Lucario appeared in everyone's sight. Compared with the cute Ryolu, Lucario has a touch of cold handsomeness. The round block on the back of the claws during the Ryolu period has become a sharp bone spur, and a slightly smaller bone spur has also grown on the chest. In addition, the changes in Lucario are more about growth, and many shadows of Ryolu can be seen. It doesn't look like a big change, Obito commented. Compared with the evolution of other Pokemon, Lucario and Ryolu have not changed much, giving people the feeling that Ryolu has grown up. Kakashi nodded. Obito was indeed right. Golgotha evolved into Golgotha. Although it did not grow wings like Charizard, the hair on its body has changed a lot, and Ryolu and Lucario are still the same color. You've become stronger all of a sudden. Might Guy gave Lucario a thumbs up with a happy face, and was happy for Lucario. If his injury hadn't healed yet, Might Guy would have wanted to test Lucario's strength with a battle. With the examples of Melodic, Charizard, and Lycanthrope, all the disciples knew that Pokemon's strength would be greatly improved after evolution. Whoa! Lucario also used his claws to imitate Might Guy and gave Might Guy a thumbs up. Now, it feels very strong. After evolution, it not only learned a lot of skills, but also its wave power increased a lot. Do you want to test your strength and have a battle with Lycanthrope? Kakashi looked at Might Guy and Lucario. P.S. Awkward. I just said yesterday to keep updating, and today I have to write 4K again. I'm a little stuck. The detailed outline I wrote some time ago has been used up, and I haven't had time to add a new one. Chapter 554, The Power of Waves. Might Guy looked at Lucario. With Might Guy's personality, of course he agreed, and he would become stronger by getting familiar with the new power in the battle. But they were in a contractual relationship, and Might Guy respected Lucario's choice. Whoa! Lucario looked at Lycanthrope with a fighting look. It was very unwilling to lose in the Ryolu period, and this time it evolved to be stronger, and it wanted to avenge its previous defeat and bring victory to Might Guy. Although Kakashi and others could not understand the language of Pokemon, They also understood that Lucario agreed to Kakashi's request for a battle. "Come on, your body that you exercise day and night will respond to you," Might Guy encouraged Lucario. Might Guy was too satisfied with Lucario, and the momentum of trying hard to not admit defeat made him see his own shadow. "Lulu, you should not have forgotten how to fight against an enemy you don't know the information about." Kakashi touched Lycanthrope's head for the final reminder. Although summoned beasts usually fight with their contractors, Kakashi taught Guru a lot of combat knowledge in consideration of possible special situations. "Awoo!" Guru let out a confident howl. It had defeated Riolu before, and it could defeat Lucario this time as well. It was impossible for it to lose after being carefully taught by Kakashi. After communicating with their respective contractors for a while, Guru and Lucario walked to an open space on the side and waited for the battle to begin. "Shisui, who do you think will win?" Obito asked Shisui casually. "It's hard to say. Although we know Guru's strength, Kai's summon beast has just evolved." Shisui shook his head and replied, "Evolution is a huge uncertainty factor. Before the appearance of Melodic, they would never have thought that the powerless Uchiha would have the strength of an elite Jonin after evolving into Melodic, and that kind of elite Jonin that was difficult to deal with. So even if the Rock Dog had defeated Riolu, and Guru evolved earlier, Shisui was not sure that Lucario would lose to Guru. God knows what kind of improvement and new abilities Lucario has gained after evolution. I think it should be Guru who loses," Obito whispered. "Because it used to headbutt you?" Shisui asked. Obito's speculation was obviously mixed with a lot of personal emotions. Obito stared at Shisui with wide eyes. They were from the same clan. Shouldn't they fight against the evil white-haired forces together? Why did he expose his shortcomings? "Shisui, you have changed." Obito glared at Zoroark. It must be this hateful fox who made trouble and led his taciturn 9-year-old brother astray. Zoroark glared back without any hesitation. Just Obito. The man and the fox had an extremely fierce eye exchange, and it was difficult to tell who was better for a while. Judging from past performances, Guru does have a good chance of losing. Shisui thought for a while and said, although Guru defeated Riolu during the Rock Dog period, the victory was very reluctant. It was obvious that Rock Dog was no match for Riolu in a head-on collision, and won by strategy and perseverance. Now that Lucario has more experience, if Guru still can't beat Lucario head-on, then the battle will be very difficult. Yes, it's also based on past performances. Seeing Shisui's analysis, Obito gave up the eye contact with Zoroark and agreed. The battle begins. Seeing that both sides were almost ready, Kakashi, who was acting as a referee, shouted. Seeing the battle begin, the other disciples also turned their attention to the battle that had already begun. As soon as Kakashi finished speaking, Guru immediately stretched his claws into the ground and activated the Earth Attribute Chakra property change. Throwing sand, a large amount of soil turned into gravel, and under Guru's waving claws, it flew towards Lucario in pieces. Although this move has no lethality, it is really useful. After all, no matter how strong the body is, the eyes are fragile. Lucario was prepared, and after Kakashi shouted, he quickly gathered a large amount of chakra on his fist. Vacuum wave. Under Lucario's blow, a wave of impact quickly rose in front of it, and it almost scattered the gravel at the moment that the scorpion threw it up, and rushed towards the scorpion at a high speed without losing momentum. Lucario had suffered enough from the sand last time, and this time it was very defensive. The scorpion did not expect Lucario's response to be so fast and effective. It was hit by the vacuum wave that hit it and flew backwards and hit the tree. The scorpion did find out the information, but it was not in the way it imagined. Lightning flash. The scorpion endured the pain and used chakra to strengthen its body and ran fast, avoiding the flying fist. Bang! The tree hit by Lucario's fist instantly shattered and exploded. What a strong physical ability. Kakashi sighed in his heart when he saw Lucario's strength. Kakashi was not too surprised that the scorpion fell into a disadvantage, because this was a failed confrontation due to lack of intelligence. If Guru knew that Lucario had a move like vacuum wave, he would not have used sand throwing at the beginning. Rockfall. Guru quickly gathered chakra and gathered 3 large rocks beside him. If the opponent was not Lucario, Guru would use Shadow Clone to confuse the opponent and look for opportunities. But Lucario has a perception ability that Guru does not know, so it has to compete with Lucario in hard power. Rock Smash. Lucario continued to rush towards Guru with an unchanged expression, and whenever a rock fell on his head, he would swing his fist at high speed to smash the rock. Rockfall. After Lucario smashed several rocks in a row, Guru spent a lot of chakra to create a huge rock that was larger than all the previous rocks combined and pressed towards Lucario. It had not used the stronger rockfall before, just wanting to use ordinary falling rocks to gradually reduce Lucario's vigilance. The huge rock was about to fall, but Lucario remained calm. It poured all its strength into its right arm, and then suddenly punched upward. Boom! Exclamation mark when Lucario's fist touched the huge rock. Cracks appeared on the huge rock and quickly spread to the entire rock. The next moment, the huge rock shattered, and Lucario stood calmly in the middle of the rubble. Awesome, No Harlan said in surprise. There is no doubt that Lucario's response strategy just now was really cool, perfectly showing its powerful strength and calmness in the face of a collapse. So youthful. Might Guy gave Lucario a thumbs up. In the eyes of the disciples watching, Lucario was very handsome, but it was not so beautiful for its opponent, the Wolfmane. Pressure. Wolfmane felt a huge pressure. Can't lose. The opponent is a newly evolved one, Wolfmane thought in his heart. Although it was at a disadvantage, Wolfmane didn't think it couldn't win, because in the previous battle, it found a place where Lucario was inferior to it. Speed. Lucario's speed was much slower than its speed. This meant that Wolfmane had many opportunities. Even if it made a mistake, it could still dodge Lucario's attack with its faster speed. Rockfall. Wolfmane once again gathered its power to create rocks. Although the power of rockfall was not even in the top 5 of its many offensive methods, it was better because it consumed less and did not need to get too close. Lucario smashed the rocks casually, then gathered the power of Wave Guide, and a blue ball of light appeared between Lucario's claws. Wolfmane felt something was wrong and continued to use rockfall to interfere with Lucario, but was dodged by the opponent. Wave Guide Missile. When the Wave Guide power was gathered, Lucario used Wave Guide to lock Wolfmane in through the Wave Guide Missile. Earth Escape. Earth Flow Wall. Wolfmane slapped the ground with his claws to create an earth wall. Bang! The earth wall was hit by the wave missile, which made a hole and continued to hit the Wolfmane. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 book bar published this novel for the first time. The Wolfmane calmly used chakra to strengthen his body. A flash of lightning. The speed of the Wolfmane suddenly increased, and he quickly dodged on the earth wall. This is its combat strategy: long-range consumption, coupled with earth escape defense and speed advantage dodge. But just as the Wolfmane was preparing for the next attack, it suddenly felt a sense of crisis. The Wolfmane looked back and saw that the wave missile that should have hit the ground was actually turning and hitting it. The Wolfmane wanted to dodge, but when he found it, the wave missile was approaching, and Lucario was also running towards him. Boom! The wave missile hit the Wolfmane accurately. The huge force directly made the Wolfmane faint, and his eyes turned into circles. Lucario wins. Seeing that the Wolfmane had completely lost his ability to fight, Kakashi announced the winner. Kakashi was surprised but also felt that this result was reasonable. The reason why he was surprised was that before the battle began, he did not expect Guru to lose the battle with such a big disadvantage. Guru almost failed to cause any injuries to Lucario. He felt that it was reasonable because Kakashi watched the whole game. The two nodes that caused Guru to lose the battle were the vacuum wave and the wave missile. Both were misjudged due to lack of intelligence, which ultimately led to the defeat. Being able to achieve such a big change of direction means that it can only be blocked by defensive ninjutsu or offset by offensive ninjutsu. Kakashi fell into thought. The wave missile that Lucario used to kill Guru was not simple. It was flexible and powerful. "Look, I said it would not work." Obito suppressed his surprise and said with a look of having seen through it, "In fact, Obito really did not expect the result to be like this, because Guru was the first Pokemon born and had defeated Charmeleon before without evolving. Obito actually thought Guru was very strong, but he had said it before, and it happened to be right. It would be unjust if he didn't pretend. If he is so strong, then Kyo will be even harder to defeat. Obito was worried. When will it be his turn to sit on the throne of the strongest disciple? Before they graduated, Shisui was always recognized as the strongest disciple. Later, Obito and his friends made rapid progress due to various opponents and crises, and Shisui's era was over. During this period, Might Guy was not as strong as he is now, and Kakashi also had a short period of being the strongest. When Might Guy understood the rock-breathing chakra mode, he successfully left the other disciples far behind and monopolized the throne of the strongest disciple with absolute power. Might Guy's 8 gates plus rock-breathing chakra mode is really powerful. Even if he learned the blue flame, Obito was scared. Because he has the blue flame, Might Guy also has the golden skyline. Thinking carefully, Obito only felt that the strongest disciple was a long way off and still needed a lot of struggle. Whoa! Lucario pointed at Charizard, indicating that he still wanted to continue fighting. It felt Obito's inner desire to defeat Might Guy. Since Might Guy is injured and can't fight now, let him defeat the opponent's summoned beast. Anyway, the previous battle didn't waste too much of his energy. Ouch! Charizard scratched his neck and looked at Obito. It was called out for a challenge so suddenly. Obito, do you have any idea? Charizard didn't really want to fight Lucario, because Lucario's performance just now was really fierce. Charizard didn't want to lose to a newly evolved Pokemon in front of Milotic, which would make it look incompetent. Old Charizard, just agree, treat the opponent as Obito. You will definitely win. Zoroark said, you are the only one who has evolved twice, what are you afraid of? At this point, Charizard straightened his chest and showed a proud expression. Its evolution times are indeed far ahead. Ouch! Charizard responded to Lucario's challenge. It felt that Zoroark made sense. It had evolved twice, and it was afraid that Lucario, a Pokemon that had only evolved once and had just evolved, would lose face. In response, Charizard turned his head and glanced at Milotic, found that Milotic's eyes were full of curiosity. Charizard's fighting spirit instantly ignited. If he performed well, Milotic might look at him with new eyes. Obito. Now he was in a very complicated mood. He wanted Lucario to beat up the rebellious Charizard, but he didn't want Charizard to really lose. After all, Charizard was his summoned beast, and he had hatched and nurtured it until now. Losing would be a loss of face for him. Since Lucario had just fought a battle, Kakashi let Lucario rest for a while for fairness. I don't know if Charizard can do it. The reason why Guru lost so badly should also be due to the fact that his chakra was restrained, but Charizard was not restrained. Kakashi thought to himself, Mew once told them about the restrained relationship between their Pokemon. When the rest time came, Lucario opened his eyes and walked towards the battlefield with a calm face, and Charizard also moved forward with the encouragement of the Pokemon. Good job. This is the encouragement from the awakened Guru. Be more energetic and don't lose face. This is the encouragement from Charizard's best friend Zoroark. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little later. I recommend you to read it tomorrow. Chapter 555, Speculations about Zoroa's failure to evolve. Listening to his friend's words, Charizard blew out 2 streams of white air from its nostrils, and strode towards the battlefield with its head held high. The battle begins. As Kakashi shouted, Charizard and Lucario quickly gathered chakra and used their own moves. Smoke screen. Charizard quickly flapped its wings and flew up, gathering chakra in its mouth and spitting out black and gray smoke. It also watched the battle just now. Most of Lucario's fighting methods are close-range physical skills, and its flying advantage can largely make the opponent's physical skills ineffective. In addition, the smoke screen that can cover the line of sight, Lucario has no way to know its position and use long-range attacks. Lightning flash. Lucario gathered all his strength and rushed out quickly, but he didn't have time to hit Charizard before it took off. At this time, the black and gray smoke that Charizard continued to spew out covered the open space. making it difficult to see the specific situation. It seems that Obito and Charizard don't know that it has the ability to perceive. Kakashi shook his head when he saw this. It's not that there are no ninjutsu that can hinder perception-type abilities. The mist-hidden jutsu of the Kirigakure can, but Charizard's smoke screen obviously doesn't belong to that type of ninjutsu. But Kakashi can understand this. Charizard has never fought with Lucario before, and Lucario's usual training is similar to Might Guy's, all kinds of physical training, so it's really hard to see that he has perception abilities. If Kakashi didn't have enough knowledge of the shadow clone of the main rock guru, and if he didn't observe the previous battle carefully, it would probably be difficult to discover this information. Wave Missile. With his eyes losing vision, Lucario simply closed his eyes and felt the power of the wave. Lucario gathered the wave missile on his claws while feeling Charizard's wave. Feeling Charizard's attack intention, Lucario closed his eyes and dodged the incoming fire column, and released the wave missile into the sky. Boom! The wave missile hit Charizard, making Charizard's flight shaky. Since Charizard did not continue to use the smoke screen, the gray fog also dispersed at this time, revealing Charizard's somewhat embarrassed figure. Ouch! Charizard was a little surprised, not only because it was hit, but also because of the power of the wave missile. It saw that the wolf man was knocked unconscious by a wave missile and thought that this thing was very strong, but it was just average pain. It seems that I am really strong. Charizard became more confident. It felt that it would not fall down even if it was hit by 2 more wave missiles. Rounding it up, it means that it can hit 3 Wolfman. The confident Charizard regrouped and quickly flapped its wings to fly around Lucario, looking for an attack opportunity. Wave Missile. Lucario continued to gather the power of the wave without changing his expression. If 1 wave missile can't beat Charizard, then 2, 3, or 4. Anyway, Charizard has absolutely no way to avoid the wave missile by flying. Spray flames. Seeing Lucario launch a wave missile at it again, Charizard opened its mouth and spit flames at the incoming wave missile. Although it won't cause serious injuries, it will still hurt to be hit by the wind missile. Boom! A thick and deep fire column submerged the blue energy bullet, and an explosion sounded. The wind missile disappeared, and the fire column also dissipated in the air. Ah! Charizard raised his head and roared. The wind missile that defeated the Wolfmane was just like this. Attack is the best defense. Air Blade. Charizard concentrated a large amount of chakra on its claws and threw several wind blades at Lucario in one breath. Swish! The wind blades were extremely fast, and Charizard released them while flying around Lucario, blocking Lucario's dodging space from multiple angles. Lucario still maintained his previous indifferent expression. It stretched out its claws at a very fast speed, and then a metallic luster appeared on its claws. Metal claws. Lucario waved his claws covered with metallic luster and slapped the incoming wind blades away. Whoosh! Charizard's attack did not end there, and another stream of heat accompanied by flames attacked Lucario. Heat Wind. This time, Lucario failed to dodge perfectly, and the hair on his chest was charred. Although it had sensed the coming attack, the range of the heat wind was much larger than the previous move, so it was unable to dodge completely. Jet Flame. Charizard took advantage of the situation and immediately blew a thick column of fire at Lucario. Lucario knew that he could not defeat him, so he immediately used all his strength to dodge. The expression on Charizard's face became arrogant. It is known that Lycanroc was beaten by Lucario, and now Lucario was suppressed by it, so it is larger than Lucario and Lycanroc. Now Charizard just wants to say, Lucario, you are just a challenger. Even if Charizard is at a disadvantage in intelligence, even if there is more Obito to drag it down, it is impossible to be defeated. When Charizard found that it had the upper hand, it wanted to end the battle in one go, just like how Lucario defeated Lycanthrope. Charizard could already imagine the admiring expression of Melodic at that time. After all, it must be very handsome at that time. In order to make it easier for its attack to hit Lucario, Charizard lowered its flying altitude. The high flying altitude not only made Charizard not worry about Lucario's physical attack, but also made it more difficult for Charizard's attack to hit. A large amount of chakra was condensed in Charizard's throat, and a thicker column of fire than before was sprayed out. But Lucario, who noticed this scene, was instead bright-eyed. Bone sticks. Lucario grasped the air, and the earth attribute chakra condensed in his hand to form two bone-shaped chakra sticks. At this time, the hot column of fire sprayed by Charizard attacked. However, Lucario had already planned everything in his mind. It suddenly jumped back to the tree behind. The flames maintained by Charizard continued to sweep towards the trees behind. Crash! Lucario used all his strength to leap up with the help of the tree. Charizard was a little panicked when he noticed Lucario's move, but at this time he certainly couldn't rise to a distance that Lucario couldn't attack, so Charizard could only dodge sideways. However, what Charizard didn't expect was that Lucario was just faking a move, and didn't jump towards it, but jumped to another tree. Bang! Lucario, who successfully tricked Charizard, jumped up again, waving the bone stick and hitting Charizard hard. Charizard's eyes widened, and the huge force from the hit instantly made it know why the Wolfman was knocked down in 2 hits. Charizard, who was hit, couldn't keep flying anymore and fell to the ground hard. At this moment, the flames on Charizard's tail burned fiercely. Spray flames. Charizard, who fell to the ground, didn't have time to think too much and immediately sprayed a lot of flames to stop Lucario from continuing to attack him. If Lucario was impatient, perhaps Charizard's merits would have a miraculous effect. But Lucario did not rush ahead. After using the power of the Wave Guide to detect Charizard's intention, it chose to condense the Wave Missile on the spot. At the moment when the flames stopped and Charizard took off, the blue energy ball hit Charizard again. Boom! Charizard fell to the ground again, and this time it turned into a circlide and fainted on the ground. Lucario breathed a sigh of relief. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar first published this novel. It is much more difficult to defeat Charizard than to defeat Wolfman. If Charizard had not given the opportunity to actively lower its flight altitude, it would have been difficult for Lucario to inflict heavy damage on Charizard in one breath. Because its most effective move against Charizard at present is to hit it with a bone stick, but if Charizard flies high enough, it can't hit it at all. Lucario wins. Seeing that Charizard was unable to fight again, Kakashi announced the result of the battle. The process of this battle once again verified some of Kakashi's previous assumptions. The chakra system between Pokémon has a great influence on victory or defeat. According to Kakashi's understanding of Charizard and Guru, the two are almost the same in terms of hard power. In the actual battle, Guru was suppressed by Lucario, and Charizard could suppress Lucario in turn, so he lost the battle due to carelessness. It has tried its best. Although it lost, it also caused a lot of damage to the opponent. Obito said with a look of regret. Guru, ? You say yours. Why do you keep looking at it? And Kakashi, seeing Guru's unhappy face, Obito felt happy. Although it was a bit uncomfortable to praise his own dragon against his conscience, as long as it can fight against the evil white-haired forces, it is worth it. Another victory. I'm right. The body that is exercised day and night will respond to you. Might Guy laughed and was happy for his Pokémon. At present, Lucario has fought 3 battles with other Pokémon, 1 loss and 2 wins, which means that the winning rate is 66%, which is a very high winning rate. In the first 2 years after Might Guy entered the ninja school, his winning rate was pitifully low, almost in the single digit, which means that he could only win once every dozen or dozens of times. In the battle with a genius like Kakashi, his winning rate was even lower, 0%. Whoa! Lucario recalled Might Guy with a smile, and then looked at Milotic. It had the urge to challenge Milotic, because Might Guy was the strongest disciple among all the disciples. Then as a Pokémon that signed a contract with Might Guy, it would naturally become the strongest Pokémon. But Lucario suppressed the desire to challenge Milotic. The battle with Charizard consumed a lot of its mind and physical strength, and even injured it. If it wants to recover to its peak state, it will take a lot of time to rest and recover. It is now dusk after the training, and Lucario does not want to waste too much time of others because of himself. Finally, Lucario moved his eyes away from Milotic and began to condense chakra. Although it seems that there is nothing wrong, let's also treat it. No, Harlan split into shadow clones, preparing to treat Charizard with the main body and Lucario with the shadow clone. Milotic also came to know Harlan's side and condensed chakra to help know Harlan with the treatment. Lucario shook his head and quickly changed the nature of the condensed chakra. Life drop. Apostrophe. A blue-green water ball was generated above Lucario. Then the water ball quickly exploded in the air, and drops of blue-green water fell on Lucario and Charizard. When the water drops containing healing power fell on him, Lucario's injuries, which were not serious to begin with, recovered rapidly. Milotic looked at Lucario in surprise. He didn't expect that Lucario, who looked like a ruthless warrior, also had the same healing skills as it. No, Harlan's treatment combined with Lucario's life drops quickly woke up Charizard. Feeling the coolness and comfort brought to his body, Charizard looked at the Milotic next to him and cried out with emotion. Goddess, your healing ninjutsu is so powerful. I feel that my body and mind are completely healed in an instant. This is what it said. Zoroya translated accurately. At this moment, the scene fell into silence. How did I hatch it? It really doesn't look like me at all. Obito covered his mouth and worried that he would laugh out loud. If it weren't his summoned beast, Obito would have laughed madly. After all, it was his summoned beast, so he had to save some face. After a long silence, Milotic explained. The life drop just now was cast by Lucario. This is what it said. Zoroya couldn't help laughing after translating. It is a professional and usually doesn't laugh unless it can't help it. Charizard was stunned, looked at Milotic, and then looked at Lucario. Bang! Charizard fell down again, as if the previous battle had left it with serious injuries, causing it to only stay awake for a moment. No one tried to wake up Charizard, and they all assumed that Charizard was unconscious at the moment. After all, the damage caused by the incident just now might be greater than the bone stick that Lucario hit it with. It turns out that Lucario has mastered medical ninjutsu. In this way, even if Akai does not team up with us in the future, he does not have to worry about the problem of treatment. Kakashi felt that all the Pokemon eggs sent by Mew were the result of careful selection. Due to the special nature of the 8 gates, Kakashi has always been worried about Might Guy. The 8 gates are strong, but once the number of gates increases, even if the body is very strong, it only reduces damage, not immunity to damage, so injuries are commonplace. If there is no good medical ninja, it is easy to leave sequelae due to untimely treatment. Kakashi has personally experienced the effect of the life drop, which is considered advanced among medical ninjutsu, and is definitely sufficient in most cases. After returning home, Zoroark hummed a little song and looked very happy. Looking at Zoroark who looked so happy, thinking about the other disciples' Pokemon that had already evolved, and thinking about Zoroark's previous complaints about evolution, Shisui had a guess in his mind. But he was not sure whether his guess was correct or not. After all, Pokemon were very different from ordinary summoned beasts in the ninja world. Let it be. Shisui smiled helplessly. Even if he guessed right, it would be useless. Would he force Zoroark? P.S. The 2 chapters together are 8K, which should be okay in terms of quantity. In addition, it's the end of the month, so I'd like to ask for votes. Chapter 556, Backup Hidden Chakra completed. At night, Tsunade's house. Mew and Tsunade were in the study room doing the final check on the development data of the Yang Seal. With the assistance of Tsunade, the first medical ninja in the ninja world, and the hard work of learning and practicing the seal technique, Mew was finally about to complete his power bank plan. At this moment, Mew was only one step away from the Yang Seal he envisioned, which was to modify and improve the Yang Seal already in his body. The specific theory was already very complete. I'm so tired. It's finally over. Tsunade slumped in the chair without any image. But it's worth it, isn't it? Not only has my Yang Seal been perfected, you have also completed the development of the 100 Healings technique. Mew smiled and took a sip of the teacup. Tsunade helped Mew perfect the Yang Seal, and Mew also helped Tsunade complete the development of the Yin Seal supporting ninjutsu. Without the 100 Healings technique, the Yin Seal is almost useless. Tsunade rolled her eyes and said unhappily, "It's as if we are developing and benefiting each other. I'm not that eager to perfect the Yin Seal." Tsunade studied the Yin Seal 100 Healings technique purely to kill time, not to improve her combat effectiveness like Miyu, because Tsunade was not going to go to the battlefield, nor did she want to fight as a ninja as before. She had no need to improve her strength. If it weren't for the other wonderful uses of the 100 healings technique, Tsunade would not bother to study it. You must make this midnight snack richer, at least 10 times richer than the usual dinner, Tsunade reminded with a serious face. In a sense, this may be a farewell dinner, and Tsunade must eat a lot. It's not that Tsunade is ready to leave Konoha, but now Konoha is still in the vortex of war, and Tsunade can't leave. It's that she feels that she will have less social interaction with Miyu in the future. At least it will be difficult for her to come to her house to help cook, because the reason why Miyu met Tsunade was to learn knowledge from Tsunade and then develop the Yang Seal. Later, their relationship improved, and Miyu gave some benefits, so Tsunade helped to develop it. Now that the ninjutsu has been developed, Miyu no longer needs her so much. Tsunade was not confident that Miyu would come to her house to cook unless she had to ask for help. After all, she was a Sannin, and Miyu was also the famous Liang Miyu, not an ordinary ninja. Okay, I'll prepare a midnight snack after I finish the last step. It will definitely satisfy you. Miyu nodded. Developing the Yang Seal is not an easy task. If it weren't for Tsunade's help, he might have to spend a few years to succeed. So let alone making a sumptuous midnight snack. Even if Tsunade wanted to eat a full-course meal, Miyu would satisfy her. The Yang Seal is too important to him, even more important than a perfect skill. You said it. Don't blame me for asking again if you are not satisfied. Tsunade's eyes lit up. Yes, I said it. Then hurry up and do the last step, Tsunade urged. She couldn't wait to enjoy Miyu's midnight snack that would definitely satisfy her. Miyu is a person who doesn't brag. If you say you can satisfy her, then you must show your real skills to make a feast. In fact, even if Tsunade didn't urge him, Miyu would have been ready to start. This is a ninjutsu that he started planning not long after he crossed over. Now that it has finally been developed, Miyu's heart is not as calm as it seems. Although the Yang Seal cannot increase his upper limit, it can increase his endurance, which is of great significance to Miyu. Miyu closed his eyes and adjusted his breathing, concentrating his breathing to the extreme and entering the state of the transparent world. His next operation requires very high precision, otherwise it is easy to get injured, and it is an internal injury. In severe cases, it may even hurt the chakra meridian system. This is why Miyu has to do it next to Tsunade. Even if there is an accident, Tsunade, the first nurse in the ninja world, will treat him. The Yang Seal before perfection is the same as the Yin Seal without the 100 healings technique. It cannot be said that it is completely useless. It can only be said that it may be useful, but it is generally unlikely to have this possibility. Of course, that is for ordinary ninjas, but it actually has a significant effect on Miyu, because before it was completely perfected, Miyu also had a small breakthrough, which could act on the shadow clone, and then release a trace amount of chakra at all times to maintain the shadow clone, solving the problem of the existence time of the shadow clone and making Miyu's multi-line operation easier. The perfection of the Yang Seal is actually similar to the Yin Seal's 100 healing technique in essence. The only difference is that the Yin Seal automatically heals and enhances strength, while the Yang Seal is bound to the breathing method chakra mode by Miyu. As long as the version of the Yang Seal in the body is replaced, Miyu will have an extra chakra pool in the future, but this pool can only be used to use a certain breathing method chakra mode. Flame breathing, fire release is still the strongest at present. Miyu chose flame breathing. There are significant differences between different breathing methods, so the current Yang Seal only supports a single breathing method chakra mode and is not compatible with all breathing method chakra modes. However, it does not have much impact on Miyu. If you encounter an enemy that you must switch breathing methods to deal with, just turn off the Yang Seal. After all, this is not the 8 gates of Dunjia Death Gate, and it cannot be closed once it is opened. When Miyu finished everything, she began to extract chakra and inject it into the Yang Seal. When the chakra accumulated to a certain amount, Miyu stopped refining chakra and opened her eyes. A mark shaped like a flame slowly appeared on her forehead. Success, Tsunade asked, looking at Miyu with a peaceful breath. She did not have the ability of the Byakugan nor the transparent world, and could only rely on experience to judge whether Muyu succeeded or failed. It should be successful. Muyu felt the yang seal and then replied. Originally, the yang seal in Muyu's body could also store and release chakra. Storage is fine, as long as it does not exceed a certain amount. There is no problem, but releasing chakra is a big problem. A little more will easily cause chakra confusion. Now it is different. Just now, Muyu tried to use the chakra inside the yang seal, and the chakra inside the yang seal did not move at all. This is the difference of the yang seal after perfection. The yang seal middle release is actually equivalent to entering the breathing method chakra mode. In the non-breathing method chakra mode, the chakra inside the yang seal can only enter but not exit. Let me check it out. Tsunade stood up and walked to Muyu's side, directly reaching out her hand to touch several important chakra points related to the yang seal. Perfect, Tsunade commented. Even if Tsunade did it herself, she didn't have the confidence to do it like Muyu, because this was an operation inside the human body. When you have enough chakra, enter the flame-breathing chakra mode to test it. If there is no problem, teach it to Kakashi. Muyu thought to himself. Muyu certainly wanted to teach his disciples such a good ninjutsu of the yang seal. Each of his disciples is a big chakra consumer, and their performance is limited by age and physical condition, except for Might Guy who has the 8 gates. The rest of the disciples who can learn the yang seal can have a significant improvement. However, Muyu is only going to teach Kakashi at present, because after the revision, the yang seal has a pre-learning condition, which is extremely high internal chakra control accuracy. If this condition cannot be met, learning the yang seal is equivalent to self-harm. That's why Tsunade and Jiraiya both advised Muyu not to waste time on the yang seal. Muyu's intention to develop the yang seal is not something that a human can practice. Only Kakashi, who has also mastered the transparent world, can successfully practice Muyu's yang seal. As for the remaining disciples, Muyu has no choice but to wait for them to master the transparent world, or for Muyu to make further breakthroughs in the yang seal and reduce the difficulty. Since it's done, prepare the midnight snack. Tsunade patted Muyu's shoulder and urged. She wanted to hurry up to the midnight snack time. If you're hungry, I'll ask the shadow clone to go back and get some pastries to fill your stomach. The preparation time for the midnight snack will be long, Muyu reminded. Although she has the skills of a chef, it doesn't mean that all of Muyu's dishes are of the same level. The more carefully Muyu does it, the better the taste of the dishes will be. Tsunade helped Muyu a lot, so Muyu naturally wouldn't be stingy with time and would try her best to make the best dishes. Tsunade wanted to agree, but after thinking about it, if she ate the pastries, she would have to eat less for the midnight snack. Although Muyu's pastries were delicious, it was obvious that the big meal attracted Tsunade more. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Go get it. Tsunade agreed, because she could save it for tomorrow, or give it to Jinyan, so that Jinyan would eat less for the midnight snack. Muyu made a seal to separate the shadow clone, and the main body began to prepare the midnight snack, and the shadow clone returned to the main city. Muyu had already prepared the ingredients needed, and walked into the kitchen very skillfully and began to process the ingredients quickly. The noise of Muyu cooking was heard by Jinyan, who was reading a book. Teacher Muyu, let me help. Jinyan walked out of the room and walked to the kitchen and took the initiative to say. Jinyan is not a person who likes to eat white rice. No, just leave it to me, Muyu declined. Jinyan hesitated for a while, and seeing that Muyu was firm, she finally nodded and returned to the living room. Seeing Tsunade lying on the sofa, Shizune was angry and helpless. This home is neither hers nor Muyu's, but Tsunade's. As a result, Muyu was cooking in the kitchen, and Tsunade didn't help but lay dead in the living room. Tsunade-sama, you are really a fool. Why do you want Teacher Muyu to make supper so late at night? Shizune couldn't help but complain. Shizune felt that it must be Tsunade who took the initiative to ask for supper, and then Muyu agreed reluctantly. Seeing such a good teacher Muyu being exploited by Tsunade, Shizune felt very sorry. Although Tsunade was very kind to Shizune, Muyu also served as Shizune's teacher for a long time, so this time Shizune stood on Muyu's side. If you want to eat, I can cook it. Tsunade sat up and grabbed Shizune's white and tender face with both hands and rubbed it. It's all your fault. Shizune. If Shizune's cooking could be as delicious as Miyu's, would I still need to ask him to cook? Tsunade said righteously. Shizune was speechless. It was really a pity that the cooking was not as delicious as that of teacher Miyu. If Tsunade used other people as examples, Shizune would reflect on herself, but Miyu's cooking skills were like a mountain that Shizune could not reach the top of, and she was really powerless. But it's okay, I'm a magnanimous person, so I'll forgive you, Tsunade said generously. Shizune was about to say thank you, but then she thought that she was not wrong. So she took out the medical books in the room and sat next to Tsunade to read. She didn't have the talent of Tsunade, so she needed more effort to understand Tsunade's teachings. In terms of perseverance and willpower, Shizune can surpass many ninjas in Konoha. After all, she followed Tsunade, who was in a bad state from the beginning. But Shizune not only did not follow Tsunade to be bad, but also worked hard to improve herself, which shows her mentality. Not long after, the shadow clone brought the pastries over. Tsunade handed the cake to Shizune with a smile and said, "Don't eat all of Miyu's secret cake, your favorite, at least leave half for me." Shizune looked at Tsunade in surprise. In the past, Tsunade would eat a lot before she could remember her. What happened today? Shizune reached out and touched Tsunade's forehead with some concern, revealing a puzzled expression. "It's not hot." Tsunade looked at Shizune with a frown on her face. What kind of image did she have in Shizune's heart? Humphrey, so Shizune, you think of me like this? Tsunade crossed her arms and looked unhappy. Shizune put down the book with an embarrassed expression. There is no harm without comparison. Compared with a perfect teacher like Miyu, who often stays drunk and loses all her money in the casino, Tsunade, who needs a child like her to take care of her, is really unreliable. Sir Tsunade, I'm sorry. Shizune apologized sincerely, but Tsunade's expression remained unchanged. Shizune got up and walked behind the sofa to massage Tsunade's shoulders and back, and Tsunade's expression eased. I've wronged Lady Tsunade, although I'm not as perfect as teacher Miyu. Lady Tsunade also takes good care of me. After serving Tsunade, Shizune ate Miyu's pastries with a happy expression. Because of her apology to Tsunade, Shizune didn't eat half of it, but only ate 1/3. And prepared to leave the rest to Tsunade. All the dishes are ready. After a long wait, Miyu brought out the dishes one by one. There were many excellent dishes with both good looks and tasting Miyu's previous life, as well as some local dishes of Naruto, and the main feature was richness and variety. Looking at the plates of dishes that were almost full on the table, Tsunade gave Miyu a thumbs up, then quickly washed her hands and started eating. Even Shizune couldn't keep her image in front of Miyu, and began to eat aggressively. When Shizune really couldn't eat anymore, she put down her chopsticks with a look of regret, and then Shizune remembered something and looked at Tsunade with a face full of resentment. Lady Tsunade, you are really despicable. This is the world of adults. Tsunade sighed in her heart, and then continued to eat. After finishing this meal, I don't know when I will eat Miyu's food next time, or take the initiative to eat. P.S. Staying up late has backfired. There may be a lot of typos. Everyone can leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct it if I see it. Chapter 557, The Yang Seal is passed down, and Zoroark evolves. Early in the morning, Miyu made himself a simple breakfast and went to the South Forest to teach his disciples. In fact, Miyu has passed the stage of teaching his disciples every day. The later the ninja's training, many things are not just taught to use. The disciples have to study hard to absorb them, but if there are important new skills, Miyu will still maintain a relatively concentrated course so that the disciples can master them as soon as possible. In the morning, Miyu basically taught Shisui and Obito Kinyon with his main body, and the shadow clone watched the other disciples practice. Because the Yang Seal was completed last night, Miyu's main body would refine chakra and save it in the Yang Seal whenever he had free time. In order to prepare a hearty supper for Tsunade last night, it took a bit of time. In order to ensure energy for tomorrow, Miyu went to bed shortly after returning from supper, and failed to save too much chakra in the Yang Seal. During the lunch break, Miyu's main body was alone in the depths of the South Forest. He wanted to test the effect of the Yang Seal. Although it was successful in theory, Miyu would not teach a ninjutsu that he had never used to his disciples. He must actually put it into use to test the problem. After reaching a distance that would not affect the disciples' rest, Muyu stopped, concentrated her breathing to the extreme, and opened the Yang seal at the same time. Yang seal middle. Release. When the chakra stored in the Yang seal was released, the flame mark on Muyu's forehead emitted a red light, and then some fiery red lines spread around it, like a burning flame. Yang seal middle. Flame breathing. As the mark changed, Muyu's body's momentum was also rising rapidly. Entering the flame-breathing chakra mode, Muyu condensed a large fireball and threw it to the side, instantly exploding a large pit with a width of more than 7 meters. No problem, and because of the extra chakra, I can even use it more recklessly and maximize the power of flame breathing. Muyu nodded. Usually using the breathing chakra mode, Muyu rarely exerts its power to the limit, because compared with the extra chakra consumed, the increase in strength is not very large, and the cost-effectiveness is not high. It is better to save some chakra to prevent accidents. But if it is an extra blue bar, there is no such worry. After all, the extra blue bar is used to maintain the breathing chakra mode and cannot be used elsewhere. After a test, Muyu was very satisfied with the improved Yang seal, which basically met his previous idea. After confirming that there was no problem with the Yang seal, Muyu called Kakashi to his side before the afternoon training began. Muyu handed the organized scroll to Kakashi and said, "This is an S-level sealing technique called Yang seal. It is a sealing technique I developed specifically to solve the excessive consumption of the breathing chakra mode. It can store extra chakra and then use it in battle." After listening to Muyu's introduction to the Yang seal, Kakashi's face was instantly happy. He really needs this sealing technique. Although Kakashi was often teased for lack of blue in Muyu's previous life, Kakashi without the Sharingan was actually one of the most outstanding chakras. But he couldn't stand the supermodel skills of Kakashi now. The thunder-breathing chakra mode and the unthinking sword, which are really strong and consume a lot of energy, with extra chakra to maintain the lightning-breathing chakra mode. I shouldn't be exhausted after just one swing. Kakashi thought to himself. Chakra is too important to him. With enough chakra, he may not lose to Might Guy. It's too frustrating to have all the skills without chakra to use. He is proficient in lightning and earth release, and his proficiency in armament hockey is only slightly inferior to Shisui. His lightning release sword technique is even more sharp. But in battle, he often can't use all the means he has mastered due to the limitation of chakra, and can only use them selectively. If Kakashi also has chakra that can release pseudo-dark purple lightning at will, he is really not inferior to Might Guy in the 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock-breathing chakra mode. Might Guy has the 8 gates of ninjutsu plus rock-breathing chakra mode, and Kakashi also has his own advantages. He is the only disciple who has mastered the transparent world. Take a look at the contents of the scroll first. If you don't understand, you can ask me. Learn the theory first and don't rush to practice. Yang seal is a very dangerous ninjutsu. I will explain it to you in detail in 2 days. Muyu reminded. Muyu's current sealing skills are at least on par with Kushina. In terms of medical knowledge, he not only used the proficiency scroll to improve his medical ninjutsu skills, but also went to Tsunade to learn medical knowledge. Even so, Muyu only set up the perfect Yang seal in his body under Tsunade's protection. For safety reasons, Muyu planned to let Kakashi master all the theories first, and then practice the Yang seal under his protection. Well, thank you, Mr. Muyu. Kakashi nodded and replied. Muyu said so. Kakashi would never practice rashly. After all, Muyu is more reserved. If he said it was dangerous, it basically meant that he would die if something went wrong. After the afternoon training began, Muyu asked Obito and Shisui to practice Kinyin by themselves, while he began to teach Charizard Sunny Day. Sunny Day in the day is not as dazzling as at night, but it quickly attracted the attention of the disciples next to him. Although the light ball caused by the day is not so conspicuous, the range of Sunny Day will be abnormally hot, and the temperature will soar at an unscientific rate. Fortunately, the soaring temperature came and went quickly. After a few minutes, the sunny day disappeared and quickly returned to normal temperature. Even I have to concentrate on learning for a long time before I can learn it. Can Charizard learn the fiery sun technique? Obito maintained a negative attitude towards whether Charizard could successfully learn the sunny day. Using the sunny day at night is like using a great magical power to force a bright night, and it can also weaken the water jutsu and strengthen the fire jutsu. Obito naturally wanted to learn such a handsome and powerful ninjutsu, but was rejected by Miyu because the time spent was not proportional to the benefits. Obito did not believe that Charizard's talent for fire jutsu was better than his. At first, Obito's speed of practicing fire jutsu was very average compared to Shisui, but with the blood limit opening and stimulating potential, the flame breathing was improved and enhanced, and his speed of learning fire jutsu became much faster. Charizard had a hard time learning a great fireball, and it didn't look very smart. As if sensing Obito's thoughts, Charizard glared at Obito. Today, Obito looked down on it, but when it learns the sunny day in the future, you have to beg it to use it. Not only must we learn, but we must also learn it well. Charizard thought secretly in his heart. It had already thought of how to deal with Obito. After Obito fell asleep, it would hang a small sunny day on his head to warm him up. In order not to affect Obito's grandmother's sleep, it must strictly control the scope within Obito's room. So, Charizard worked hard and tried to learn the big sunny day from Miyu. Miyu looked at the disciples and their Pokémon who were working hard to practice and nodded with satisfaction. Today's South Forest was another day full of a harmonious atmosphere. After the afternoon practice, Shisui returned home and prepared dinner first. After taking Zoroark out for a walk as usual, Shisui returned to the small courtyard at home and began to practice. It was not until 11 o'clock in the evening that Shisui stopped completely and prepared to take a bath and rest. Shisui, I feel that you have been working harder than usual recently, except for eating and sleeping. You practice almost all day. Zoroark, who had been lying next to him, stretched his body and said, Actually, there's no need to work so hard. Didn't your teacher also say that training can be a combination of work and rest? Seeing Shisui working so hard, Zoroark was worried that Shisui's body would not be able to bear it. After all, the human body is not as fragile as their Pokémon. With Teacher Miyu's secret medicine, there's no need to worry about the body, and to realize my ideas, strength is indispensable. Shisui wiped the sweat from his head and touched Zoroark's head. Thank you for your concern. After the police department affairs are over, I will resume my previous training rhythm. The clan meeting is coming soon, and Shisui is ready to make a big effort at the clan meeting, so he has to improve his strength as much as possible. If everything goes well, Shisui doesn't need to show his strength. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. If things don't go well, there are Uchiha who are paranoid or deliberately making trouble. Shisui will let them know that the times have changed. He and Obito are not just geniuses now. In other words, Shisui, you are eager to become stronger? Zoroark stood up. Well, I will try to become stronger during this period. I really can't help you. Zoroark looked at Shisui helplessly. Shisui tapped Zoroark's head with his fingers. How come Zoroark still looked like he was taking care of him and pampering him? It was the opposite of Tiangang, right? Shisui didn't use much force, and the force he used was basically the same as tickling, so Zoroark still had that smiling expression. Shisui, look at me carefully, and remember my cute appearance in your heart. Zoroark smiled and jumped from the corridor outside the house to the yard and said to Shisui. After that, Zoroark stood still and looked at Shisui. After a minute, Zoroark no longer suppressed the power of evolution in his body, and a dazzling white light enveloped his body. It just loves to play pranks, not lazy, and it has completed all the training it should have. Zoroark even fought in the quarterfinals of the martial arts tournament to help Shisui defeat his opponent. On the first day back to Konoha, Zoroark was actually able to evolve, but it forcibly suppressed the power of evolution because it didn't want to evolve. Because once it evolves, it may become a big guy like Charizard Melodic. How can Shisui hold it when the time comes? It can't stand on Shisui's shoulders. Its transformation is actually an illusion in nature, and it can't change the real shape and weight of the body. If it still relies on Shisui to evolve, I'm afraid it will tire Shisui to death. But Zoroark knows the importance of Shisui. Shisui needs strength, and the evolved Zoroark can better protect Shisui. Is that really the case? Shisui's expression was complicated. He had guessed before that Zoroark might not have evolved because he didn't want to evolve. After all, Zoroark is not worse than other Pokémon, and was born not too late, so there is no reason for it to lag behind other Pokémon so much. The white light dissipated, and Zoroark, who was much taller than Shisui, appeared in front of Shisui. Compared with the Zoroark period, the evolved Zoroark has undergone tremendous changes, and it is not as simple as the body becoming bigger. Zoroark no longer walks on all fours, but walks upright like humans. The red mane on Zoroark's head covered his back, and the hair was so lush that people were worried about whether it would affect his activities. In addition, Zoroark has sharp red claws on both legs and arms, which looks sharper. I just realized that you are so small, Shisui. Should I call you little Shisui? Zoroark tapped Shisui's head gently with his paws, with a playful look on his face. Shisui is only 9 years old now, and Zoroark is now 1.7 meters tall. Zoroark looks at Shisui, just like an adult looks at a child. After evolving, Zoroark found that it was not bad. Although it couldn't let Shisui hold it, it could now lift Shisui up high, which was something it could never do before. Don't make trouble. Shisui looked at Zoroark with a black line on his head, who stretched out his hands to him with a sly look on his face. Maybe it's because his body has become bigger, or maybe it's because his appearance has become more mature. Now Zoroark's smile before doing bad things is not as cute as before, even if he can crush Shisui in height after evolution. Facing Shisui, who hatched it and took care of it all the way to now, Zoroark quickly became upright after Shisui became serious. No longer the carefree look just now. Try to use an illusion on me. Shisui thought for a while and said, illusion is Zoroark's innate ability, which he has mastered since birth, and evolution will make Pokémon all-round strengthened. Logically, Zoroark's illusion should be very strong now. Actually Shisui, you have been under an illusion. I am still Zoroark, and I have not evolved at all. I just used an illusion to trick you. Zoroark laughed arrogantly. At this time, Shisui looked at Zoroark again, and he turned back to Zoroark walking on all fours. I can't feel the feeling of being under an illusion at all. Shisui was surprised. Even without using the Sharingan, Shisui is a master of illusion, whether it is casting an illusion or removing an illusion. But just now he didn't realize that he was under Zoroark's illusion. Try again. Shisui opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan and said, the Sharingan has the ability to amplify illusions. In the state of the Sharingan, Shisui's ability to resist illusions will be greatly enhanced. Little Shisui, just watch and see how great Lord Zoroark is. Zoroark's proud voice rang in Shisui's heart. In the blink of an eye, Shisui found that the Zoroark in front of him grew rapidly, becoming a giant Zoroark that was even bigger than the house, as if it would become even bigger and crush the house in the next moment. Just this illusion is strong enough. Shisui found that he would still be immediately affected by Zoroark's illusion even with 3 Magatama, but it could be removed with careful inspection. This strength was enough, because among the Uchiha, except for Uchiha Fugaku, the other Uchiha's illusions were not as good as Shisui's. Chapter 558 Battlefield Changes. Western part of the Land of Grass. In a forest near the Land of Earth, 4 Iwagakure ninjas were carefully patrolling the surroundings. Although the Iwagakure ninja troops were not damaged in the battle with the Konoha ninja troops, the order given to them by the Iwagakure high-level officials was to shrink the troops and try to attract the Konoha ninjas to the Land of Earth. So now the Iwagakure ninja troops have basically withdrawn to the west bordering the Land of Earth, with the preservation of strength as the main strategic action. I really don't know what the higher-ups are thinking. Our Iwagakure is strong and powerful. Why do we have to retreat again and again when facing Konoha? An Iwagakure Chunin saw that the surroundings were calm and spit out a sentence. He was very dissatisfied with the current war decision of the Iwagakure village. Since the war began, Iwagakure has basically only used 1/10 of its strength to fight the war, and has always hidden its true strength. In his opinion, let alone sending out 10,000 troops, it would be enough to take Konoha in the chaos by directly sending out 5,000 ninja troops when Konoha was invaded by the Mist Village. However, The high-level officials have been indifferent and allowed the Cloud Village and Konoha to oppress. Maybe they want to lure the enemy into the Land of Earth, and then use the advantages of the Land of Earth to destroy the enemy more easily. A fatter Iwagakure next to him said, too cautious. Now that the countries are fighting each other, it should be the best time for our Iwagakure to become the strongest ninja village. Obviously, he also has a lot of complaints about Iwagakure's war decision now. After all, it is really aggrieved that they have been giving in even though they have the strength to counterattack or even defeat the opponent. Say less. The top leaders have their own considerations, and we just need to follow their orders well. Tsumashi persuaded. Unlike the two Iwagakure who complained about the top leaders, Tsumashi also felt aggrieved, but he believed in the top leaders. It is a very simple truth that if Iwagakure village makes a profit, the top leaders of Iwagakure village can get far more than ordinary Iwagakure ninjas. Then the top leaders of Iwagakure must want to win more urgently than them. After Tsumashi spoke, the atmosphere in the team suddenly became quiet. Although they are all old friends with a good relationship, Tsumashi is different from the other three. He is a special jonin and the captain of the team. Normally, it's okay for everyone to joke with each other, but when performing tasks on the battlefield, there must be a distinction between superiors and subordinates. Swoosh! Suddenly, there was a sound of kunai breaking through the air, and kunai suddenly shot towards them from all directions. The Iwagakure people only then realized that several Konoha ninjas had appeared around them at some point. Tsumashi was extremely surprised. He had just patrolled very carefully, so there shouldn't be anyone around. Could it be that they had used some advanced hiding ninjutsu to hide nearby from the beginning? Without time to think too much, Tsumashi quickly used chakra to strengthen his body to dodge. The attack came too suddenly, and he had no time to use ninjutsu to resist it. Puff. Although the three Iwagakure chunins also tried their best to dodge, there were too many kunai and they came too fast. Soon, they were pierced with kunai all over their bodies and fell to the ground. We can only retreat. The pain from the wound made Tsumashi frown slightly, and he quickly formed a seal to condense chakra. He also didn't completely dodge the sneak attack of the Konoha ninja just now, and he was injured. Therefore, Tsumashi had no intention of fighting to the death with the Konoha ninjas to avenge his teammates. The enemies not only outnumbered them, but were also in full strength. Staying would mean death. Earth-style, earth-splitting palm. Tsumashi concentrated his chakra on his palm and slammed the ground. Boom! Exclamation mark. Under the effect of the earth attribute chakra, the ground quickly cracked, and pieces of mud and rocks flew towards the Konoha ninjas. At the same time, the cracked ground also raised a cloud of dust that blocked the sight. Whoosh! Tsumashi took advantage of the Konoha ninja's dodge to perform the instant body technique to distance himself, and fled without looking back. He wanted to bring back the information about the Konoha ninjas, but Tsumashi, who had been running away, didn't notice that the Konoha ninjas who ambushed them only chased him for a while and then stood still and watched him go away. When Tsumashi's figure completely disappeared, the Konoha ninjas merged into the ground and disappeared into the forest. This scene not only happened in the western part of the Land of Grass, but also in the southern part of the Land of Grass where the Konoha ninja was stationed. However, in the southern part of the Land of Grass, it became the Iwagakure ninja ambushing the Konoha ninja. The frequent ambush incidents caused headaches for the leaders of the ninja forces on both sides, and they believed that the other side had the idea of starting another war. These Konoha ninjas are too cunning. They dare not enter the Land of Earth and only dare to assassinate near the border. Li Shi slapped the desk in the tent with an unhappy face. He was the captain of the Iwagakure blasting unit and one of the best in the entire Iwagakure. Now he can only watch the news that is unfavorable to Iwagakure coming one by one, and he was very angry. But Li Shi really didn't have a good way, because the decision of the Iwagakure high-level officials was to defend, to play the pig and eat the tiger, and to lure the enemy deep into the country. Ask the high-level officials. This is not a solution. Many people in the army have a lot of resentment. Iwakura suggested. Li Shi nodded. He had this idea a long time ago. Either he could retreat directly to the Land of Earth and hide there, which would not be a big deal except that he would lose face in the ninja world, or he could go to war with the Konoha ninja corps and fight hard. If he won, he would become famous. If he lost, he would just continue to play dumb. Rishi felt that both of these options were better than staying at the border where he was neither here nor there. Don't send out the ninjas from the demolition squad recently, Rishi reminded him as he remembered something. Since he was still in charge of the battlefield, Rishi basically handed over the authority of the demolition squad to Iwaku, the deputy captain of the demolition squad. The death of a ninja from the same village was certainly heartbreaking, but if the casualties were the elites of his demolition squad, Rishi would feel even worse. The ninjas of the demolition squad were the real elites of Iwagakure, and each member of the team had spent a lot of resources to train. Iwaku nodded. On the other hand, Jiraiya had just returned to the battlefield from the land of rain not long ago, and he did not expect that something so troublesome would happen. If I hadn't looked at the forehead protector, I would have thought we were fighting the Kirigakure. How come the assassination of Iwagakure has become so powerful? Jiraiya looked at the recent battlefield intelligence and was a little puzzled. It was reasonable for Iwagakure to counterattack, and harassment in the form of a squad was also a normal battlefield strategy, but the actual level of performance was very unfamiliar to Jiraiya. It was not the first day for him to fight with Iwagakure on the battlefield of the Land of Grass. Didn't he know what assassination tactics and level Iwagakure was good at? Compared with squad assassination, Iwagakure is better at legionary combat. Even for a ninja of Jiraiya's level, it is very dangerous to be besieged by the Iwagakure ninja troops. During the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya almost died at the hands of the Iwagakure troops, and was deeply impressed by the Iwagakure troops' legionary combat capabilities. Is it possible that the reinforcements of Iwagakure have arrived? Namikaze Minato thought for a while and expressed his speculation. Maybe Iwagakure specially trained a ninja unit that is good at using Earth Escape for assassination during the truce. Jiraiya showed a thoughtful look. What Minato Namikaze said was not without reason. Earth Escape had its own unique advantages in ambush and assassination. After all, Earth Escape could escape underground. In this case, we have to consider the possibility of a large-scale attack by the Iwagakure troops next, Jiraiya said after putting down the intelligence. The Iwagakure reinforcements have appeared, so the attitude of the Iwagakure village is very clear. It is the Iwagakure that wants to fight Konoha to the end. According to conventional thinking, after the harassment, it is time to launch a large-scale attack on the exhausted enemy. Next, I will join the patrol team to clean up the attack on Iwagakure, Minato Namikaze took the initiative to say. With the Flying Thunder God technique, he has strong mobility, and Minato Namikaze also has a strong perception ability. Even if he does not arrive in time to save the Konoha ninja, he is very likely to avenge him. He is the most suitable person to solve the harassment crisis. I'll leave it to you, Minato. Jiraiya believed that Minato could solve the problem. Then Jiraiya hurriedly contacted the Konoha high-level officials, reported the latest intelligence, and applied for the perception team to go to the battlefield. There may be a big battle on the battlefield of the Grass Country next, and he must be fully prepared. Early in the morning, Konoha village. Shisui got up and first solved his and Zoro Orc's breakfast. Since his body became bigger after evolution, Shisui was worried that Zoro Orc would not be full, so he increased the amount of breakfast for Zoro Orc. After breakfast, the man and the fox went to Obito's house as usual, ready to ask Obito to go to the South Forest to practice together. Before going to Obito's house, Zoro Orc deliberately used illusion to maintain Zoro Orc's appearance. Neither Obito nor Charizard found anything unusual. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Lao Charizard, why don't you take me over? I'm too lazy to move after reading. Zoro Orc asked with a smile. Your wings are cool and handsome, and it must be very exciting to fly. Hearing Zoro Orc praising it for being handsome, Charizard subconsciously straightened his chest and raised his head, and swallowed back the words he was about to refuse. Those who praise it for being handsome are good people with vision, destined to live a meaningful life. Charizard stood in front of Zoro Orc, flapped its wings and flew up, then pointed its claws at its back with a heroic look. signaling Zoroark to jump on it. Zoroark jumped lightly and jumped onto its back. The moment Zoroark jumped behind Charizard, Charizard's expression changed slightly, and even the flapping wings stopped in an instant, almost falling off. Feeling the heaviness behind him, Charizard's face was full of question marks. How could such a small Zoroark be so heavy? Charizard took off with all his strength, indicating that Zoroark should lose weight. It had carried Zoroark before, but it felt very light at that time, which was completely different from now. Charizard felt that Zoroark had gained at least 7 or 8 times more weight. However, Charizard was quite curious about how Zoroark maintained his figure, as he didn't look rounder even after gaining so much weight. Damn, you are my summoning beast. Watching Charizard flying away with Zoroark, Obito felt envious. He had wanted to ride on Charizard and fly in the sky for a long time. However, Charizard refused to give in and said that it was not the kind of dragon that could be ridden, so Obito had to give up temporarily. After all, it was too dangerous to force Charizard to fly with him. Obito suspected that Charizard might deliberately fly high and then drop him down. Although it might catch him halfway to prevent him from falling to death, the process would definitely not be pleasant. Shisui, you just pamper Zoroark too much. You should use illusion to hypnotize him and do more training. After arriving at the South Forest, Obito deliberately taught Shisui his training experience in front of Zoroark. Obito knew that Shisui would not do this. He just wanted to piss off Zoroark, because this red-haired fox always made trouble for him and rode Charizard, which he could not ride, in front of him. No, Shisui declined, looking at Obito with some reluctance. Zoroark was not a generous fox. Obito would definitely be teased by Zoroark if he said this. Damn it, you, Obito, who is born evil, actually led the kind-hearted Shisui astray. Do you want to be beaten? Zoroark couldn't sit still. What if Obito passed on his inhumanity to Shisui? Just you? Obito looked indifferent. As long as he got serious, Zoroark's illusion had almost no effect on him, and Zoroark had no other abilities except illusion. Can't ask Charizard to join us, Obito added. If Zoroark invited him, his room might be excited to fight him together. It's not that troublesome to deal with you. Zoroark said that he was enough. Zoroark's attitude made Obito suspicious. Didn't he know Zoroark's strength? How could he be confident to fight him? Could it be that there was a breakthrough in strength? Obito thought to himself. Cautious Obito opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan. If he failed against Zoroark, it would be a shame. After all, this was an unevolved Pokemon. Kakashi, who had just arrived, heard the conversation between the man and the fox, and showed a thoughtful expression. Although Zoroark can be a little silly sometimes, he is generally smart and will not take the initiative to fight. Obito is going to be unlucky. Kakashi was sure in his heart. Thinking of this, Kakashi took out his camera with a calm face to see if he could take some new good photos to threaten Obito. But what Kakashi regretted was that Zoroark was too strong when he was ahead of the intelligence. He used illusion interference and high-speed movement to attack. In less than a minute, he pressed Obito to the ground and failed to create an interesting scene. No, how? Obito looked confused. Although he underestimated the enemy, Zoroark's strength was a bit too abnormal. He has this strength without evolution, and he must be very powerful after evolution. Obito wanted to report to Mew that there was a Pokemon cheating here. Don't tease Obito. Shisui showed a helpless smile and told Zoroark to stop. Who told him to lead you astray? Zoroark cancelled the illusion and showed his evolved appearance. Obito, people who play illusions are all filthy-hearted, except Shisui. As expected, Kakashi was not surprised. Zoroark dared to fight Obito directly. He must have evolved. In addition, Zoroark is good at illusions. Kakashi knew it was Zoroark who used illusions to disguise himself. P.S. There will be another chapter later, but it will be a little later. It is recommended to read it tomorrow. In the new January, work hard to update and make a good start. Chapter 559 Reform. The seniors are so strong, and the summoned beasts are also so strong. Yamato sighed. At this moment, Yamato was more suspicious of Shimura Danzo's words. Shimura Danzo said that he was gifted and would sooner or later become the strongest in Konoha, and the future of Konoha was in his hands. But after spending some time with Kakashi and the others, Yamato felt that he was not better than Kakashi and the others. The only special wood release is not unique. After Muyu taught Yamato the cutting technique and the flying leaf knife, Yamato knew that Muyu could also use wood release. Yamato was dumbfounded at the time. Shimura Danzo exaggerated wood release so much that he thought he was the only one in the ninja world who could use it. Because of Shimura Danzo's various instructions, Yamato had never practiced wood release in front of Kakashi and the others. He would only practice wood release when he was alone or with Muyu. After Muyu demonstrated wood release, Yamato felt more relaxed. If we have to talk about the future of Konoha, it is obvious that Muyu is more suitable, not him. This time it doesn't count. You used a genjutsu on me before the fight, which is a foul. Obito dusted off his body and thought of a convincing reason. This is not even a reason. It's reality. Zoro-Orc used a genjutsu to transform into Zoro-Orc's appearance, which made him careless, which led to his rapid defeat. If he saw the evolved Zoro-Orc, Obito would not only not underestimate him, but also treat him with a full attitude. Except for Charmander's first evolution, the remaining Pokemon evolution showed amazing progress. You said something that Obito would say. Zoro-Orc was not surprised by this. But what you said this time does make sense. So let's fight again. Zoro-Orc has sufficient confidence in his own strength. Its strength is not the absolute top among all the disciple Pokemon, but it is very strong against human ninjas. Its powerful genjutsu ability allows it to easily create offensive opportunities, and its extremely fast speed allows it to convert opportunities into victory to the greatest extent. I still have to practice Blue Flame, but I don't have time to practice with you. Let's talk about it later. Obito said he was very busy. The current situation is that the enemy is in the dark and he is in the light. Obito does not want to lose face. He will wait until he finds out the information about Zoro-Orc, and then find a way to get back at him. You should also practice more fire escape. Shisui stood up and said to Zoro-Orc, once is enough, but twice is a bit too much. Yeah. Zoro-Orc nodded. It just said it casually, and was not prepared to continue to beat Obito. In this way, Kakashi and his friends spent a harmonious training week. During this week, each disciple was busy with their own training. Yamato, Kakashi, Shisui, and Obito learned the new ninjutsu taught by Muyu, and Nohara-rin understood some of her weaknesses through the trip to the martial arts meeting, and is working hard to find out the gaps and improve her ability to deal with poison. As for Might Guy, after his injury was fully recovered, he immediately put pressure on himself and carried out high-intensity training. After all, his path is actually very pure, and he only needs to get stronger and stronger. The stronger the body, the more gates of the 8 gates can be opened, and the side effects will be smaller. There is no need to worry that the superimposed rock-breathing chakra mode will put too much pressure on the body. At night, in the Uchiha clan, before leaving, Shisui checked what he was going to say at the clan meeting. The reform of the police department was of great importance, and Shisui would do his best. He not only prepared the manuscript, but also memorized it. Reading it once was just to check if there were any mistakes in his memory. After confirming that there were no problems, Shisui went to find Obito and went to Nanga Shrine with Obito. In order to succeed in one go, he needed to rely on Obito's power. Although Obito didn't have many friends among the Uchiha, he was strong, and his status as the second place in the martial arts tournament made him a well-known Uchiha genius in the ninja world. Obito's strength and fame could make him gain considerable recognition in the Uchiha clan. The time they chose was neither too early nor too late. When they arrived at Nanga Shrine, only about half of the Uchiha ninjas had arrived. Shisui took Obito to sit in the upper seat near Uchiha Fugaku. There were rules for the seats in the Uchiha clan meeting, and the best seat was occupied by the Uchiha clan leader alone. The good seats close to the clan leader are occupied by the elders of the Uchiha clan and the powerful and prestigious Uchiha Jonin. Basically, they are ranked according to their status, strength and age. If they are young or have just graduated, they are only qualified to sit in the corner at the edge. No Uchiha came out to stop Shisui and Obito's actions. It's because they are qualified to sit in that position, more qualified than ordinary Uchiha Jonin. Before Shisui and Obito sat down, two elders had already sat down in the upper position, both of whom were Uchiha Jonin known to Shisui. You are really young and promising. You showed the style of our Uchiha in the Youth Martial Arts Conference. Uchiha Katsuiza greeted the two with a smile. Originally, according to the Uchiha concept, if you don't get the first place, you won't be good. But considering that Nagato, who got the first place, is now very famous, the second place is also reasonable. In addition, although Obito and Shisui didn't get the first place in the martial arts conference, they ranked better than other Konoha ninjas, which is very important. What does this show? It shows that their Uchiha bloodline is excellent. The genius of the clan is the best in Konoha. Even Uchiha Shanking, who had fought with Shisui before, said a word of praise in a low voice at this time. Even if the ideas are different, as a ninja of the same clan, the younger generation has made a name for the family, so Uchiha Shanking should also say something good. After all, whether radical, conservative or neutral, they are all Uchiha. Shisui responded with a smile, and Obito smiled too. In order to make Obito spend tonight more easily, Shisui had talked to Obito before. In the absence of a battle, Obito only needs to show support to Shisui at the critical moment, and the rest of the time he just needs to be in a daze and think about his own things. If someone talks to him, he will respond according to his mood. If he is in a good mood, he will chat, and if he is in a bad mood, he will just perfunctorily pass it over. With the passage of time, there are more and more Uchiha ninjas in Nanga Shrine. After the ninjas were seated, Uchiha Fugaku coughed twice and said, "Now that everyone is here, today's clan meeting will officially begin. Let's discuss the topic of changing the clan to become stronger." After that, Uchiha Fugaku closed his mouth and waited for the Uchiha ninjas to speak enthusiastically. As expected, a Hokage must appear. An Uchiha ninja said, "Expand the authority of the police force." Some people are dissatisfied with the current authority of the police force. A large number of Uchiha ninjas in Nanga Shrine expressed their opinions. Although they were not necessarily reliable, there were indeed many Uchiha ninjas who spoke. "I think the police force should be reformed to attract non-Uchiha ninjas to join the police force." Shisui observed for a minute and spoke decisively. Quiet. The originally lively Nanga Shrine suddenly became quiet, as if it was not a discussion meeting, but a classroom of a strict teacher. Many Uchiha ninjas looked at Shisui in surprise and disbelief. They did not expect Shisui to say such words that harmed the interests of Uchiha. It was not the first time that Shisui proposed to attract non-Uchiha ninjas to join a police force at the clan meeting. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6=9+Shu_Ba published this novel for the first time, before Shisui became a ninja. Uchiha Fugaku took Shisui to the clan meeting in advance because he was optimistic about Shisui. At that time, Shisui was still relatively naive, and only wanted to help Uchiha change the bad things, without considering the resistance and the interests of the collective that would be touched. So the result was not good that time. Shisui was denounced by a large number of Uchiha and was directly driven out of Nanga Shrine on the grounds that non-ninjas could not participate in the clan meeting. Uchiha Shankin was delighted, and was worried that Shisui's rise would affect his power. Unexpectedly, Shisui directly pointed the gun at his forehead. "Shisui, what are you talking about? Isn't this inviting a wolf into the house?" Uchiha Shankin reprimanded with a serious face. "If we let outsiders enter the police force that belongs to us Uchiha, won't we Uchiha lose the only important power in Konoha that we control? Besides, the police force belongs exclusively to the Uchiha clan, which is a rule set by the second Hokage, and it is not the result of our selfish decision." After saying the last sentence, Uchiha Shankin stopped talking. He just made a start. If he continued, it would be suspected of targeting the genius of the family. There are too many Uchiha ninjas serving in the police force. Shisui's decision touched the interests of too many people. Shisui will be attacked by everyone, and he is not the only one, as Uchiha Shankin expected. Even though Shisui is a famous genius among the Uchiha, even though many young Uchiha have a good impression of Shisui, and even though Shisui achieved good results in the martial arts meeting not long ago, Shisui was still criticized by many Uchiha ninjas. How can you have such an idea? Shisui, we are all brothers in the police force. If an outsider comes in, can he be of the same mind as us? Some Uchiha felt that Shisui's proposal would bring endless troubles to the Uchiha leaders. Although Shisui is very talented in cultivation, the talent of cultivation does not mean the talent of governing the family. Shisui, you are more suitable to practice with peace of mind. Some Uchiha affirmed Shisui's talent for cultivation on the surface, but actually ridiculed Shisui's proposal. What Elder Shenking said makes sense. The police force is not something we Uchiha said we want to monopolize. It was the idea of the second-generation Hokage. Even the ninjas of the Senju recognize our abilities. Why should we deny ourselves? Some Uchiha tried to suppress Shisui by borrowing family conflicts. At this moment, even some young Uchiha ninjas who admired Shisui because of his strength did not speak to Shisui, but watched in silence. Because some of them have relatives who are members of the police department, and some are simply members of the police department themselves. In their eyes, Shisui's proposal is indeed harmful to others and not beneficial to himself. No wonder he asked me that question that day. It turns out that he still has such thoughts in his heart. Uchiha Katsuiza shook his head and said nothing. When Uchiha Katsuiza and Shisui were getting along, Shisui asked him whether it was a good thing for Uchiha to monopolize the police department. If Uchiha Katsuiza knew that Shisui would directly propose to reform the police force at the clan meeting, Uchiha Katsuiza would definitely have to persuade Shisui. Regardless of whether Shisui's reform can strengthen the Uchiha, Shisui's reform will make most of the Uchiha ninjas stand against him. Most of the good players of the Uchiha clan serve in the police force. If Shisui took action against the police department, it would be a violation of their rights. Listening to the Uchiha ninjas refuting his proposal one by one, and looking at the Uchiha ninjas' hateful eyes, Shisui was surprisingly calm at this moment. Even if most of them did not approve of him, they would not drive Shisui, who had already become a senior ninja, out of Nanga Shrine, because this is a clan meeting that all Uchiha ninjas can attend, and no one except the clan leader has the right to drive people out. Moreover, the current Shisui is no longer the weak child who has not graduated yet. Now he is confident that he can defeat all Uchiha except Obito and Uchiha Fugaku. Shisui now has both the reason to support his proposal and the power to make people calm down and listen to his reasoning. Of course, he does not need to panic. Everyone, please be patient. Give me some time to explain my proposal in detail, Shisui said calmly. After all, they are all clan members. If he can convince them by reasoning, Shisui still does not want to use strength. This is not a good habit. Everyone, be quiet, Uchiha Fugaku said in cooperation. Although he will not publicly support Shisui at the clan meeting, he still has to be a little partial to the geniuses in the clan. The chaos in Nanga Shrine disappeared instantly and became quiet again. Even if he does not approve of Shisui's proposal, Shisui is still the genius with extraordinary strength. In addition, the clan leader has spoken, and the Uchiha are willing to give him face. First of all, the Uchiha's interests will not be damaged as everyone imagines, Shisui explained. Although the reform of the police force will absorb foreigners, there will be no changes in existing positions. It is to apply for additional positions from the Sandaime Hokage to strengthen the strength of the police force and expand the influence of the police force. Shisui's ideal police force should not have more than 1/5 of Uchiha ninjas, but the steps cannot be too big at the beginning. So Shisui not only did not replace any Uchiha ninjas, but also emphasized that this was to strengthen the strength of the police force. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha's expressions eased when they heard that the positions would not change. Then they thought again that it would indeed strengthen the police department by absorbing foreigners without changing the existing positions. After all, it is impossible to give high positions to the newly recruited members of the police force, which is equivalent to having more subordinates and more operational positions in the police force. Seeing that the effect is good, Shisui continued to speak according to the original plan. P.S. It's okay to lose hair from staying up late, but why do I have diarrhea? I have been feeling uncomfortable in my stomach recently. I have to go check it out when I have time. This chapter is actually yesterday's update, and there will be 8K today. In addition, I ask for monthly votes at the beginning of the month. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 560, Uchiha. The reform of the police force will definitely help the development of the Uchiha clan. Shisui continued, the police force is a department that controls important rights in Konoha. It is monopolized by the Uchiha alone. Other families and ordinary ninjas will inevitably be suspicious and will not trust the monopolized police force. The more Shisui studied the Uchiha problem, the more he could feel the horror of the second-generation Hokage Senju Tobirama. This man really knows the Uchiha too well, and his strategies are as deep as the sea. If Shisui wants to deal with a certain family, he will never think of setting up a police force. It seems that the Uchiha clan has received special treatment for its contribution to the construction of the village, and can have an independent department. In fact, Senju Tobirama used the police force to isolate the Uchiha clan from other families and ordinary ninjas. The special status of the police force means that the Uchiha must let a large number of masters in the clan join, otherwise if they don't do their job well, the Hokage can punish the Uchiha openly. As more Uchiha ninjas join the police force, they will have less contact with other ninjas. Coupled with the suspicion of the exclusive police force, the Uchiha will become more and more self-contained. Moreover, a very subtle point is that the police force seems to have a wide range of powers and is very important. It can arrest ninjas and make Konoha's rules. But in fact, a large part of the power of the police force is covered by the Anbu. The police department cannot manage the affairs of the Anbu, but the Anbu can manage the affairs of the police department. The police force has to cooperate with the Anbu when it needs it. As for making regulations, there is no need to say more. Do you want to pass the regulations that the Hokage disagrees with? You want to rebel, right? In Shisui's view, the police force has become a cage for the Uchiha clan, and today he is going to help the Uchiha break the cage. What Shisui said does make some sense. Uchiha Katsuiza thought after thinking, if it does not affect the power of the Uchiha in the police force, letting some outsiders in is actually harmless, and there are even some benefits. However, Uchiha Katsuiza still did not publicly support Shisui, because if you think deeply, you will find that what Shisui said is too idealistic. Once the door is opened for non-Uchiha ninjas to enter the police force, will the Hokage really let the power of the police force be in the hands of the Uchiha? Since it will not affect everyone's positions and can also expand the police force, isn't this good? Uchiha Inahiro showed his support for Shisui. Uchiha Inahiro and Shisui are not close friends, but he also feels that he knows Shisui a little bit. He doesn't think Shisui is the kind of person who disregards the interests of the family. It sounds really good. The Hokage also needs supporters. If Shisui's proposal can make other families have a better impression of us, it is worth it. Most Uchiha ninjas don't care about the opinions of non-Uchiha ninjas, but even they know that it is difficult to become Hokage without support. I think what Shisui said makes sense. Obito, who was daydreaming, was quietly poked by Shisui with a finger. He was stunned for a moment and then said quickly, entering Nanga Shrine together does not mean much. When Obito clearly expressed his support for Shisui's proposal, they would be regarded as a group in the eyes of outsiders. What should we have for breakfast tomorrow? How should we greet Zeolin? After saying that, Obito continued to wander in the sky. Regardless of Obito's subsequent performance, the Uchiha in the clan meeting knew one thing. The two strongest geniuses of the current Uchiha had united. Obito's statement further changed the direction of the clan meeting. The Uchiha ninjas did not know much about Obito, because Obito not only had few Uchiha friends, but also only participated in the clan meeting once, and also criticized the Uchiha ninjas in the clan meeting because Shisui was kicked out. But it doesn't matter if they don't know him. It's enough for them to know that Obito is very strong and is the second-ranked genius in the martial arts meeting. Among the Uchiha, the strong are worthy of respect. Many young Uchiha ninjas spoke up to discuss Shisui's remarks and then expressed their approval. He really did it. Uchiha Fugaku was a little surprised. Shisui has more supporters than he thought. I repeat, It was the decision of the second Hokage that the police force is under the charge of the Uchiha. If anyone has doubts about this, they are just incompetent people who are jealous of the Uchiha. Why is the police force under the charge of the Uchiha? It's because we Uchiha are capable and strong enough, Uchiha Shenking said immediately after seeing the change in the wind. He would never agree to the reform of the police force, which is equivalent to handing the initiative back to the Hokage. If the third Hokage wants to move the police force, they can use the fact that this is the arrangement of the second Hokage to protest. But if the reform is really carried out according to Shisui's way, the police force will never return to the period when it was monopolized by the Uchiha. Listening to Uchiha Shenking's impassioned words, many Uchiha ninjas straightened their chests. Obviously, they felt that what Uchiha Shenking said was true, except for their Konoha's strongest family, the Uchiha. No other family is qualified to monopolize a large department. It may be just a common position at first. Who can guarantee that the third Hokage will not take the opportunity to take back the privileges of our Uchiha? It is even possible that the position of captain will be taken by outsiders. Uchiha Shenking stared at Shisui and said. The wind direction in the clan meeting soon changed again. Many adult Uchiha ninjas in their 20s and 30s supported Uchiha Shenking's statement. Shisui thought quickly without changing his expression. It didn't matter to Shisui whether there would be problems with the position of captain. After all, the police force was the cage of Uchiha. But now he had to find a reason to convince the Uchiha so that they would not feel that their interests were infringed. The reform of the police department was not a bad thing for Uchiha. Elder Shenking, you also said that it was because we Uchiha had the ability to obtain the police force. Do you think that so many of our excellent Uchiha ninjas would lose to a few outsiders? Shisui thought for a while and said, Uchiha ninjas are proud, and they are extremely confident in their abilities. As Shisui expected, many Uchiha ninjas were silent at once. If they continued to deny Shisui, wouldn't it mean that they were afraid of competing with foreign ninjas? If we compare them fairly, it will be our Uchiha ninjas who are more qualified to hold important positions. But the Hokage may not necessarily treat Uchiha fairly, Uchiha Shenking retorted. It may seem a bit rebellious to other Konoha ninjas, but in the Uchiha clan, it is a recognized fact that they are targeted by the Hokage and Konoha. Shisui had to admit that his ability to play with emotions was not as good as Uchiha Shenking. After Uchiha Shenking finished speaking, some Uchiha ninjas soon denounced Konoha and the Hokage, but Shisui did not give up, and still seriously thought about the loopholes in Uchiha Shenking's words and refuted them. Shisui is not alone. Many young ninjas still support him and debate with the Uchiha ninjas who support Uchiha Shenking. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar is the first to publish this novel. Shisui let out a long breath, thinking that he couldn't go on like this. If he continued like this, I'm afraid the topic would have to be suspended and discussed at the next clan meeting. Shisui opened the 3 Magatama Sharingan, concentrated his breathing, and the powerful chakra on his body burst out. Elder Shenking, since none of us can convince each other, let's be simple and use our own strength to speak. Shisui looked at Uchiha Shenking with his blood-red eyes and said, Uchiha Shenking is the most powerful elder of the Uchiha. And Shisui's proposal did touch the interests of some Uchiha. He really couldn't convince everyone with just his mouth. Shisui didn't want to use force, but the current situation was that he had to use force. Nanga Shrine fell into silence again, and the Uchiha ninjas who were closer to Shisui felt the powerful momentum of Shisui and showed surprise on their faces. Hearing the name of a genius and actually feeling the strength are two different things. He has become much stronger again, Uchiha Inahara exclaimed. Your ninja talent is indeed outstanding enough. I am not your opponent, but ninja talent does not mean. Uchiha Shenking admitted very bluntly that his strength was not as good as Shisui, and then took the opportunity to deny Shisui's abilities in other aspects. Before Uchiha Shenking finished speaking again, Shisui continued. All ninjas who support Elder Shenking can join the battle. If you can defeat me and Obito, then the matter of reforming the police force will be abandoned. Otherwise, the proposal to reform the police department will be passed. How about it? Do you dare to accept this proposal? In order to make Uchiha Shenking accept it, Shisui was not as gentle as usual. Uchiha Shisui narrowed his eyes, glanced at Shisui and then at Obito, and began to weigh the pros and cons in his heart. Although it sounds a bit ridiculous, the clan will discuss and suddenly fight. But they are the Uchiha with abundant martial virtues, the only family in Konoha with a record of rebellion. Shisui's actions are not considered treasonous, but can reflect the confidence of the genius in his strength. The most important point is that Shisui is not without support. Many people of the younger generation support Shisui. They fight because the discussion is fruitless, not because Shisui wants to force his idea through fighting after he fails. Shisui, it seems that as an elder, I need to teach you to be humble. Although you are a genius, you are outnumbered. Uchiha Shisui agreed. His strength is not much worse than Shisui. In addition to the 7 Uchiha Jonins who support him, there are also many good Chunins. Even if Obito and Shisui join forces, they can't defeat them. Uchiha Shisui just now was not thinking about whether he could win, but thinking about the impact of the incident. Shisui, we should fight for you too, Uchiha Inahiro said with a passionate face. The other young Uchiha also expressed their willingness to fight with Shisui. Shisui politely refused. First, Uchiha Shisui had already agreed, and second, Shisui was confident that he could deal with all the Uchiha who opposed him, and he had made sufficient preparations. He and Obito, plus their summoned beasts, are 4 elite Jonin. 4 elite Jonin are not enough to deal with the entire Uchiha clan, but they are definitely enough to deal with Uchiha Shisui and his group. The battle naturally cannot be carried out at the Nanga Shrine, so Shisui and his men found an open space nearby and started the battle. The Uchiha who did not participate in the battle did not stay at the Nanga Shrine, and the clan leader Uchiha Fugaku took the lead in watching the battle. Maybe this is the best development, Uchiha Fugaku thought to himself. The Uchiha who were fooled by Shisui's rhythm may not always obey Shisui, but if Shisui can defeat those Uchiha, there will be no opponents for a long time. P.S. There is another chapter later, and the time is hard to say, so it is recommended to read it tomorrow. Chapter 561, Blue Flame Suppression. In the open space, Shisui and Obito stood side by side, and opposite them were 15 Uchiha ninjas led by Uchiha Shisui. Of course, there were more than 15 people who opposed Shisui, but Uchiha Shisui also had to save face, and it was impossible for him to bring all the Uchiha ninjas who were dissatisfied with Shisui to beat him up. Of course, in order to prevent a rollover, although Uchiha Shisui did not bring all the people, the 14 Uchiha ninjas he selected were all elites of the Uchiha, including himself. Among these 15 Uchiha, there were a total of 8 Jonins, and the remaining 7 Chunins were also experienced old Chunins, which was a very strong team. Uchiha Shisui did not believe that this configuration could not control Shisui. Shisui, you have to treat me to breakfast tomorrow. Although there was a disadvantage in numbers, Obito was not panicked at all. After all, the opponent was just a group of ninjas who did not even have a decent title. I will treat you to breakfast for the next year. Shisui took the initiative to super double. If the reform of the police force can be successfully started, Shisui and Obito would be willing to serve for 10 years, not to mention 1 year. I feel underestimated. Even if he is a genius, he can't get away with it in front of so many of us. And Uchiha Jonin was a little unhappy when he saw Obito's indifferent look. Even in the Uchiha clan, Jonins are rare. Although he was not a genius in the past, he was also praised since he was a child. He didn't think he could beat Shisui or Obito, but now it was 15 against 2. Don't underestimate them, everyone, go all out. Uchiha Shisui reminded. He didn't think Obito and Shisui could beat 8 Jonin, but it would be too embarrassing to lose in this situation. Just in case, they still had to use their full strength. The battle begins. Uchiha Yashiro, who was acting as the referee, announced after seeing that both sides were ready. Uchiha Fugaku, who was standing aside, also focused his attention on the battle that was about to begin. He knew Shisui, and Shisui would not take the initiative to challenge him if he was not sure of winning. So Uchiha Fugaku was very curious about Shisui's strength. He was so confident in the face of so many Uchiha ninjas. Summoning technique. Obito and Shisui performed summoning techniques at the same time to summon Charizard and Zoroark respectively. The two beasts were now quite large, so they were not brought to the clan meeting. These are the enemies we have to deal with. Zoroark glanced at the 15 Uchiha ninjas standing opposite. It lived with Shisui, and it also knew Shisui's general plan, and had already prepared for the battle. Charizard, considering that they were in the middle of a battle, did not give Obito any trouble, and quickly flapped its wings and flew into the sky. Did you contract a summoning beast with good strength? Uchiha Fugaku thought when he saw this. A powerful summoning beast is of great significance to a ninja, but a good summoning beast is hard to come by. Fire style, great fireball technique. Uchiha Shenkin quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge fireball. Not only Uchiha Shenkin, but also several other Uchiha used the great fireball. The ninjas who did not use ninjutsu used ninja tools to block their positions. In the blink of an eye, several large fireballs and dense ninja tools enveloped Shisui, Obito, and Zoroark. Since Charizard flew into the sky at the first time, it was not regarded as an attack target. It is much more difficult to attack flying in the sky than to attack walking on the ground. Even without discussing tactics, the Uchiha ninjas tacitly prepared to deal with Obito and others first. Shisui gathered chakra while winking at Zoroark. Zoroark, who understood, immediately burst out chakra to launch an illusion. A large amount of flames continued to spit out from Zoroark's mouth, quickly forming a fierce sea of fire, as if to engulf all the attacks. What kind of summoned beast is this, which can release such a powerful fire escape? Uchiha Shenkin's pupils shrank, and he looked at Zoroark in disbelief. Uchiha Shenkin finally understood why Shisui was confident that he could defeat so many Uchiha ninjas with Obito. It turned out that he had contracted an extremely powerful summoned beast. No, such a powerful summoned beast. Can he afford so much chakra? Uchiha Shenkin was puzzled. The chakra consumed by the summoning technique is not a fixed value. The stronger the summoned beast, the more chakra it needs to consume. But no matter how strange Uchiha Shenkin felt, the reality was in front of him, and he didn't have time to think too much. The Uchiha ninjas who were watching were also shocked and subconsciously stepped back a distance. Then something even more shocking happened. Ninjutsu of the same nature should have cancelled each other out, but the several huge fire dragons transformed from the sea of fire ignored this rule and rushed straight towards Uchiha Shenkin and the others through the fireball. What kind of fire escape is this? Uchiha Shenkin frowned, and found that his decades of ninja experience were not enough. Although he didn't understand, Uchiha Shenkin used the instant body technique to dodge the approaching giant fire dragon. No matter what ninjutsu, it would be useless if it didn't hit. All the Uchiha ninjas dodged Zoroark's fire style in a panic. With no one to interfere, Shisui and Obito easily avoided the large number of attacks. Bang bang! Exclamation mark! With his skilled instant body technique, Shisui quickly approached the two Uchiha Chunins and punched them both, sending them flying backwards. Among Muyu's disciples, apart from Yamato, who had not been taught for a long time, Nagato was the worst in physical skills, but he was also a crushing level for ordinary people of the same age. And Shisui, in terms of pure physical skills, was also excellent among Muyu's disciples. Blade of Air. The fire-breathing dragon flying in the sky aimed at several Uchiha who were close to Obito and threw out several wind blades at high speed. Noticing the attack of Charizard, Obito concentrated his breathing and burst out his power, and defeated the three Uchiha ninjas with the attack of Charizard. Hey, why aren't you injured? An Uchiha Chunin was hit by the flames by mistake. Just when he thought he was going to be seriously injured, he found that he was unharmed. Uchiha Shenkin noticed this scene and his face changed drastically, and his pupils trembled. If his guess is correct, then the ability that Zoroark just displayed is no worse than that super large-scale fire escape. Uchiha Shenkin concentrated his chakra in his eyes to open the Sharingan. When the blood-red eyes appeared, Uchiha Shenkin immediately checked his own chakra. After calming down his chakra, Uchiha Shenkin looked at Zoroark with fear. It was really an illusion. Zoroark just made everyone present fall into an illusion without knowing it. What a terrifying large-scale illusion, without any signs. Uchiha Shenkin sighed in his heart. The gold content of Zoroark's illusion just now was too high. What kind of place is this? It's a gathering place for Uchiha ninjas. gathering a large number of illusion masters. Even an experienced Uchiha with 3 Magatama like him was fooled, which is really a bit outrageous. Fortunately, although Zoroark's illusion is abnormal, it still has the common problem of large-scale illusions, that is, it is easy to remove. That fox-like summoning beast is using illusions. Uchiha Shanking immediately reminded the remaining Uchiha. The Uchiha Jonins who opened their eyes opened their Sharingan one after another, checked the status and removed the illusion. Because the Sharingan consumes a lot of chakra, even the Uchiha ninjas generally don't open the Sharingan at the beginning of the battle. The same is true for Shisui. When he was at Nanga Shrine, he quickly closed his Sharingan after the demonstration, and quickly refined the chakra to keep the status at the peak. Fortunately, I brought 7 Chunins. Uchiha Shanking was thankful. Although it is easy to remove, it is not easy to find out that you have been fooled by an illusion, because Zoroark will let everyone be fooled by an illusion. It is difficult to find out that you have been caught in an illusion without actually suffering a loss. If there were no Chunin to try and block Shisui and Obito's attack, half of the 8 Jonins might have been taken away in that wave, and it is very likely to overturn. With the help of Chunin, Uchiha Shanking and his team lost 6 Chunins and 1 Jonin, and there were still 7 Jonins. Illusion. The 8th generation of Uchiha who was watching the battle was stunned, and he did not notice it. The surrounding Uchiha took a breath of cold air, and had no idea when and how they were caught in the illusion. Seeing that Uchiha Shanking broke the illusion, Shisui concentrated the breath of fire to the extreme, entered the breath of fire chakra mode, and his momentum soared. In fact, Zoroark's ability is more than that, but Shisui wanted to personally defeat Uchiha Shanking. This battle should not be a stage for Zoroark and Charizard, but a stage for him and Obito. Seeing Shisui's big move, Obito followed without hesitation and also entered the breath of fire chakra mode. Charizard and Zoroark worked together to block 3 Jonin and 1 Chunin. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar released this novel for the first time. Uchiha Shanking only made a tiger seal and spit out a huge orange-yellow fire dragon. He is very proficient in the Great Dragon Fire technique, which is one of his best fire-style ninjutsu. Uchiha Shanking is fast, but Shisui is faster. In the flame-breathing chakra mode, he can release fire style without making a seal. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire technique. Shisui clapped his hands, and an orange-red fire dragon even bigger than Uchiha Shanking rushed out. Boom! Exclamation mark. The 2 huge fire dragons collided, and the high-temperature flames splashed in all directions, turning the ground into a scorched land. Looking at the dragon head being swallowed up at a high speed, Uchiha Shanking's forehead was covered with cold sweat. In a battle of ninjutsu of the same nature, whoever loses will be embarrassed. If it is the same ninjutsu again, there is no way to wash it off. It is just a dish. How could this happen? How come he has made such great progress in such a short time? Seeing his fire dragon about to be swallowed by Shisui's fire dragon, Uchiha Shanking panicked. The last time he gave Shisui a battle of guidance, Shisui's fire escape could only kill him together. Why can he suppress him like this now? This is not a ninja at all. Fire escape, Great Fireball technique. At this time, an Uchiha Jonin pulled out his hand and released fire escape to help Uchiha Shanking block the attacking incomplete fire dragon. You help me defeat Shisui first, Uchiha Shanking ordered hurriedly. He was defeated by Shisui in a battle of guidance before, and that time he could explain it by underestimating the enemy. This time he lost to Shisui again. It was really embarrassing, and he couldn't find any excuse, because this time it was 15-2, and they even had 8 Jonin on their side. Uchiha Jonin nodded and quickly attacked Shisui. He was not considered a subordinate of Uchiha Shanking, but he went to the battle because he did not approve of Shisui. He did not have to listen to Uchiha Shanking, but he did not want to lose. Uchiha Shanking was the strongest ninja on their side. Joining forces with Uchiha Shanking to deal with one person first was the best solution that Uchiha Jonin could think of. Don't fight in close combat. Use ninjutsu, Uchiha Shanking said quickly. Uchiha Shanking knew that Shisui's physical skills were very strong, and he had mastered a secret technique that matched his physical skills very well. Even if the 2 of them surrounded him, they might not be able to get away with it. It would be better to use long-range ninjutsu to consume Shisui's chakra. Fire style, Great Dragon Fire style. The two of them formed seals together and released fire style with all their strength. Whoosh! Shisui ignored the fire dragon that was about to rush out and quickly approached Uchiha Shenking. The distance between the two sides was getting closer and closer, and Uchiha Shenking's fire dragon was also getting closer and closer to Shisui. When the fire dragon was only 1 centimeter away from Shisui, Shisui took action. The huge amount of chakra that had been condensed in advance burst out, and Shisui's breath of fire was running to the extreme. Blue flame. Shisui opened his mouth and spit out a blue flame as thick as his arm. Compared with the two fire dragons that attacked, the flame that Shisui spit out looked very weak, because Uchiha Shenking's fire dragon was even 3 times larger than Shisui's body. The flame that Shisui spit out was so small in front of the huge fire dragon. Whoosh! The blue flame connected with the orange flame. The next moment, the fire dragon flashed blue light and was directly engulfed by the blue flame and disappeared in front of Shisui, as if it had never existed. Uchiha Shenking was stunned. He almost thought it was another illusion, but his body told him honestly that his chakra was very stable and he was not under the illusion. Because of the close distance, because of the failure of the ninjutsu battle, and because Shisui's fire escape was too shocking, when they wanted to dodge, the blue flame burned in front of them. At this moment, Uchiha Shenking's life memories, from birth to attending the ninja school, to graduating and becoming a ninja, and then becoming an Uchiha elder, kept flashing through his mind. Fortunately, the blue flame dissipated under Shisui's control when it was 7 centimeters away from them. Uchiha Shenking took 2 steps back and almost fell to the ground, gasping for air. Not only was there sweat on his forehead, but his shirt was already wet with sweat. The other Uchiha ninja was not much better, and he also looked like he had escaped death. Shisui also let out a heavy breath. Although he had been practicing the blue flame crazily for a week, Shisui's proficiency in the blue flame was still at a low level, and he was still a long way from truly learning the blue flame. Shisui not only couldn't use various blue flame versions of fire escape as freely as Muyu, but he couldn't even use them in a compressed manner. He could only consume most of the chakra in his body in the flame-breathing chakra mode to barely create some high-temperature blue flames. So Shisui has been trying to close the distance, because if he doesn't close the distance, the length of the blue flame he casts can't reach people. However, the blue flame still lived up to Shisui's expectations. Even if he hasn't learned it thoroughly, the power of the blue flame is still overbearing. It is the strongest fire escape that Shisui knows so far, and it has a huge gap with other fire escapes. What kind of fire escape is that? Uchiha Shenking stopped and asked in shock. Shisui didn't answer Uchiha Shenking's words. The blue flame is a ninjutsu taught by Muyu, and he can't just talk about it casually. If it's you, maybe you can really lead Uchiha to glory again. Uchiha Shenking didn't continue to ask, closed the Sharingan inside. On Shisui, Uchiha Shenking saw the figure of Uchiha Madara. It has nothing to do with personality and behavior. It is Uchiha Madara's invincible strength. Uchiha Shenking felt that if Shisui continued, he might have the opportunity to practice to the same level as Uchiha Madara again. I will try my best, Shisui replied. He dare not say that he will definitely lead Uchiha to glory, but he will try his best to make Uchiha better, at least not like it is now. This is good. Uchiha Shenking smiled, turned around and sighed and walked towards Nanga Shrine. There are Uchiha ninjas who have not been defeated, but for him, they have actually lost. P.S. Please vote for me. In addition, I have noticed the rhythm problem reported by everyone, and I have already adjusted it. Chapter 562, Shisui's Life Mission Settlement. After Uchiha Shenking left, the Uchiha ninjas who had not fallen yet also stopped. There is no doubt that they have lost. The Uchiha ninja who felt that he was underestimated before looked at Shisui and Obito with a complicated expression. He had to admit that Shisui and his team had the capital to be arrogant. Shisui and Obito won. Uchiha Yashiro announced the result of the battle. The surrounding Uchiha ninjas all looked at the two with surprise, especially Shisui. In this battle, Charizard and Obito were more of auxiliary and restraining, so they were more impressed by Shisui and Zoroark's imperceptible large-scale illusion and Shisui's powerful blue flame made the Uchiha ninjas at the scene unforgettable. The distance is farther again. Uchiha Inahiro scratched his head. Ever since Shisui showed his strength, Uchiha Inahiro has been taking Shisui as his goal and practicing hard. However, every time Shisui appeared, Uchiha Inahiro would find that the gap between his strength and Shisui had widened again. He was obviously also working hard to practice, but the distance between them was not getting closer, but getting farther and farther. Uchiha Inahiro calmed down quickly. After all, it was not the first day he knew Shisui. This kind of experience had happened more than once or twice, and Uchiha Inahiro was somewhat accustomed to it. Although it was called catching up, Uchiha Inahiro knew that it was impossible to catch up. In fact, he just used Shisui as a goal to spur himself. I hope it can bring good changes. Uchiha Fugaku led the Uchiha ninjas back to Nanga Shrine. According to the agreement between Shisui and Uchiha Shenkin, Shisui's reform proposal will be passed at the clan meeting, unless Uchiha Fugaku uses his clan leader rights to deny Shisui as the clan leader of the Uchiha clan. Even if a proposal recognized by most Uchiha ninjas appeared at the clan meeting, Uchiha Fugaku could choose not to pass it. This was his privilege as the clan leader. Of course, Uchiha Fugaku would not use this right under normal circumstances. As the clan leader, how could he go against most people? The planning of the first step is finally halfway completed. Shisui breathed a sigh of relief. He was well prepared, but there was still a possibility of unexpected failure. Obito, thank you for your trouble this time. Shisui thanked Obito. If he was alone, it would be difficult to implement the plan. It's a small matter, and didn't you say that this is a good thing for the Uchiha? I am also a member of the Uchiha. Obito smiled and waved his hand. Obito didn't have many friends in the Uchiha clan, but he also received the education of the Uchiha clan and still had some sense of family honor. All the Uchiha ninjas returned to the Nanga Shrine, and the suspended clan meeting resumed. This time, the atmosphere of the clan meeting was different again. Uchiha Shenkin and his supporters kept silent as agreed. Basically, Shisui was explaining his reform plan, and Shisui's supporters were discussing it. Well, does anyone have any other opinions? If not, the police force reform proposal will be passed. When the time was almost up, Uchiha Fugaku asked. The Nanga Shrine returned to silence again, as if the reform of the police force had become popular, and no Uchiha had any objections to the proposal. Then, the proposal of reform of the police force was passed, and this clan meeting is over. Adjourned. Uchiha Fugaku announced. The silence of the Nanga Shrine was broken, and some Uchiha discussed the impact of the proposal, while others left together while chatting about miscellaneous matters. Obito, you go first. I have something else to do here, Shisui said when he saw that Obito was already impatient to leave. His first step was to reform the police force, and the clan meeting's approval was only half of the way. Because the police force is such a large department, if they want to reform it, it is impossible for the Uchiha clan to decide on it themselves, and it must be signed and sealed by the Hokage. So Shisui had to discuss with Uchiha Fugaku about the proposal for the reform of the police force to be submitted to the Hokage. Okay then. Obito waved goodbye to Shisui and trotted away. For him, coming to the clan meeting was a bit of torture, and he was so bored that he could only stare blankly alone. Then, Shisui followed Uchiha Fugaku back to Uchiha Fugaku's home. Uchiha Ichi, who had not yet slept, was very happy to see Shisui coming. But it was a pity for Ichi that Shisui went to the study with Uchiha Fugaku without saying a few words to him. We must let the third Hokage feel the real idea that we need reform, Shisui said. The police force is a pit left by the second Hokage for Uchiha. But after Shisui's careful study, coupled with Muyu's guidance, he found that the second Hokage actually did not have the idea of pitting Uchiha to death. Otherwise, if the second Hokage really suppressed Uchiha to death, there would actually be a simpler and more brutal method. The second Hokage was even more powerful than the third Hokage when he was in office. Since the second Hokage himself did not have the idea of pitting Uchiha to death, would his disciples have it? Shisui couldn't say about the other disciples of the second Hokage, but as far as he knew, Sarutobi Hiruzen should not have this idea, because he and Obito are both Uchiha, but Sarutobi Hiruzen did not show any intention of suppressing. Even because of a series of reasons, they were supported and trained. It was really rare for ninjas of their age to be reported to Konoha. Therefore, Shisui felt that the most important thing to get the third Hokage to agree to the Uchiha reform was to show his sincerity. Let Sarutobi Hiruzen know that Uchiha wanted to reform, not to take the opportunity to create more positions to increase Konoha's salary pressure. Uchiha Fugaku showed a thoughtful expression. He didn't expect Shisui to even consider the Hokage. The two chatted for about an hour. When leaving, Shisui unexpectedly found that Uchiha Ichi had not slept yet, sitting alone in the corridor outside the house in a depressed mood. "Ichi, it's time to go to bed now." Shisui walked to Uchiha Ichi's side and squatted down to remind him with a smile. "But brother Shisui, you haven't slept either." Uchiha Ichi looked at Shisui and answered with a slightly puffed face, "Because I am already a jonin, and Ichi is still a child, and children need to go to bed early to grow taller." Shisui smiled and touched Uchiha Ichi's head and said. Uchiha Ichi didn't say anything, just looked at Shisui quietly. Just when Shisui was thinking about why Uchiha Ichi was upset, Uchiha Ichi said, "You told me last time that you would tell me stories when you have time, but we have met several times and you haven't told me yet." Uchiha Ichi was not a child who would make trouble for no reason. If Shisui hadn't made an agreement, he wouldn't have been upset with Shisui because he couldn't hear the story. But it was Shisui who took the initiative to bring up the story. Now Shisui looked like he had forgotten, so Uchiha Ichi would naturally be unhappy. He was not unhappy because he couldn't hear the story, but because Shisui forgot their agreement and forgot about him. "I'm really sorry, I've been a little busy recently." Shisui replied a little embarrassedly. "I have been planning the reform of the police force recently and forgot about it." "If you are too busy, then, next time, I will tell you a story next time." Shisui interrupted Uchiha Ichi's words and gently tapped Uchiha Ichi's head with his fingers. "There will be a story, but now it should be the children's bedtime." Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 +_. Uchiha Ichi nodded obediently, said goodbye to Shisui and went to bed immediately. Extermination of the clan. "We must not let this happen." Shisui recalled the information from the future and thought firmly in his heart. He would try his best to lead Uchiha Ichi to the right path. If it doesn't work, Uchiha Ichi will still be crazy and want to kill his family. Shisui will never show mercy at that time. Hokage's office. Uchiha actually took the initiative to break the rules and allow non-Uchiha ninjas to enter the police force. Seeing the request submitted by Uchiha Fugaku, Sarutobi Hiruzen was a little surprised. This is a rare thing. Such a thing has never happened since the establishment of the police force. Sarutobi Hiruzen took a closer look. After reading it, Sarutobi Hiruzen closed his eyes and fell into thought. This matter can be said to be big or small. After all, the police force is an important department of Konoha, and the reform of the police force can naturally be regarded as a big thing. It can also be said to be small, just recruiting a few new ninjas in the police force. Dong dong. Sarutobi Hiruzen tapped the wooden desk rhythmically. In the end, Sarutobi Hiruzen used his subjective initiative as the Hokage and determined that this was a trivial matter that did not require a high-level meeting. But Sarutobi Hiruzen did not sign and stamp directly. He called an Enbun ninja and ordered him to bring Uchiha Fugaku to the Hokage's office. He wanted to ask some details to clarify Uchiha Fugaku's purpose. "Sandame-sama." Uchiha Fugaku greeted him immediately after entering the office. Sarutobi Hiruzen nodded slightly in response. Uchiha is a family that Konoha Anbu pays special attention to. As the patriarch of the Uchiha clan, Sarutobi Hiruzen knows a lot about Uchiha Fugaku. Uchiha Fugaku's strength is not too outstanding among the Uchiha clan leaders of all generations, but his personality is rare in the Uchiha. For example, Uchiha Fugaku may not respect Sarutobi Hiruzen in his heart, but he will definitely do his job well on the surface. "Tell me about your police force reform. Why did you come up with this idea, and what impact will the reform have on the police force and Konoha?" Sarutobi Hiruzen asked with interest. Not only Shisui was troubled by the Uchiha problem, but Sarutobi Hiruzen also wanted to resolve the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha. It was already difficult enough to deal with the enemy, and it was a waste of strength to arrange for the Anbu to keep an eye on the Uchiha clan. If the war became more intense, he would have to send Uchiha ninjas to the battlefield. Wouldn't he have to send a strong team to supervise? In fact, this idea originally came from Shisui. Uchiha Fugaku concealed some details and told the whole story. This was what Shisui asked for. Shisui had said when discussing with Uchiha Fugaku before that if Sarutobi Hiruzen asked, he could just tell him what he had done. If Kagami knew that his grandson was so outstanding, he would probably smile with relief. Sarutobi Hiruzen sighed. Sarutobi Hiruzen had been a teammate with Uchiha Kagami and knew how good he was. Shisui is like a super version of Uchiha Kagami. He is not very old, but his strength and thinking ability surpass those of an adult. After asking what he wanted to ask, Sarutobi Hiruzen let Uchiha Fugaku go back to work, and then asked the Anbu to call Shisui over. He has the strength to enter the top 4 of the martial arts tournament and can also help the family. If Asuma is half as good as you, Shisui, I won't have to worry about him, Sarutobi Hiruzen said with a smile, and did not immediately talk to Shisui about the reform of the police force. You are too kind, and Asuma is actually very hard-working. He also entered the top 8 of the martial arts tournament. His results are not bad, Shisui said modestly. He was lucky to be in the top 8. Sarutobi Hiruzen stroked his mustache and shook his head. As the Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen was able to get enough information in the end. If he had to force a top 8 in strength, Asuma would not be able to enter the top 10, let alone the 8th. Of course, the complaints did not prevent Sarutobi Hiruzen from smiling in his heart. Who doesn't like their son to be praised? Soon, Sarutobi Hiruzen got to the point and asked Shisui about the reform of the police force. Shisui's handling was not much different from Uchiha Fugaku's, except for some details. He basically said everything he could say. After confirming that there were no problems, Sarutobi Hiruzen approved the request for new positions in the police force. When the reform began and the police force could be joined by non-Uchiha ninjas, the message of settlement rewards also popped up on Miyu's panel. Miyu opened the panel and looked at Shisui's life mission. Shisui's life mission progress had increased, and it had increased a lot. P.S. There is another chapter later, and the time is still uncertain. It is recommended not to stay up late to read it tomorrow. In addition, please vote for me. Chapter 563 New S-level skills. Name, Uchiha Shisui. Live mission, Uchiha and Konoha. Main goal, eliminate the conflict between Uchiha and Konoha and let Uchiha integrate into Konoha. Mission progress, 30.8%. Although Shisui's life mission is still the lowest among all the disciples, it is much better than before. When Obito and Might Guy's life mission progress exceeded 40, Shisui's was only in a dozen. The gap was too big. Although it is still not as good as other disciples now, the gap has narrowed a lot. Then Miyu looked at the specific settlement rewards. This time the progress increased a lot, and 2 progress rewards were settled in one go. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength has improved, his reputation has risen, and his voice in the clan has increased. He has taken a small step on the road to eliminating the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha, and obtained progress rewards. Chakra plus 1400, Ninjutsu Extraction Scroll S, Mastery Level, Darkness Wall Technique, Mastery Level. Disciple Uchiha Shisui's strength has improved, promoting the reform of the police force, and taking a small step on the road to eliminating the contradictions between Uchiha and Konoha, and obtaining progress rewards. Chakra plus 1500, Yin Attribute Skill Extraction Scroll S, Mastery Level, Yin Attribute Ninjutsu Mastery Scroll. The reward level is the same as other disciples at the same progress, and the specific rewards are more Shisui's. This is also the reason why Miyu always finds ways to help disciples complete their life tasks. The rewards swiped out in other places are very random, while the quality of life task rewards is high while taking into account the specialties of disciples. Except that it is difficult to complete the task, There are no other disadvantages. The basic chakra reward is a total of 2,900 after 2 settlements, which is roughly equal to the total amount of chakra of a ninja school teacher. It is a project that Muyu will never think of as too much. There are 2 S-level extraction scrolls, one for all types and one for a specific Kyuntsaku. The darkness scroll that is awarded as a ninjutsu is an A-level illusion, which is a more practical and powerful illusion among the native illusions of Naruto. The other is a Yintsuku Mastery Scroll that allows you to choose your own ninjutsu points. After confirming all the rewards, Muyu washed her hands as usual, silently chanted the gods and Buddhas in her heart, and then started the lottery. After all, there are 2 S-level extraction scrolls, so the proper ceremony should be followed. Muyu chose to draw a normal S-level extraction scroll first, clicked on the scroll and then clicked on the extraction, and a large turntable appeared in front of Muyu. Ninjutsu extraction scroll middle.s has been consumed, and the skill, Ice Age, mastery level, is obtained. As the rapidly rotating pointer stopped in a blue area, a large amount of training memories appeared in Muyu's mind. Aokiji's ultimate move is not bad. Muyu locked the source of the skill based on the skill name in training memory. Ice Age is the strongest move of Aokiji, one of the 3 generals in the world of One Piece. Aokiji can freeze an island with his full strength, without external interference. It will take a long time to melt. It is a very powerful attack skill. Moreover, Muyu's proficiency in Ice Escape is not too low, reaching the mastery level. After Muyu sorted out the cultivation memory in his mind, he took a look at the proficiency of Ice Escape, which was a little higher than before he got the Ice Age. Powerful skills can drive the improvement of chakra nature changes. Muyu knew this very early. When he extracted Wuxiang's sword, he also added a lot of lightning attribute chakra nature change proficiency. Although Muyu is not short of powerful ninjutsu, the powerful skills of bloodline limit can still play a role in enriching means. Then Muyu looked at the S-level extraction scroll of the specific Yin Escape. Yin attribute skill extraction scroll S, mastery level, has been consumed, and the skill, observation haki, mastery level, has been obtained. A large amount of training memories poured into Muyu's mind again, allowing Muyu to master the localized observation haki at this moment. Compared with the Ice Age, observation haki is more famous. The first time Muyu saw it, he thought of the setting of observation haki in the One Piece comics. Of course, knowing the original setting is actually not very meaningful, because the system will localize the skills of non-Naruto world. After sorting out the memory of observation haki, Muyu found that the localized observation haki is not much different from the observation haki of the One Piece world. The core of both is perception and anticipation of attacks. The biggest change should be that the observation haki of Naruto requires chakra to activate. Among the perception ninjutsu of Naruto, it should be considered the top one. Muyu judged. Muyu just tested it, and his mastery level observation haki can sense the range no smaller than the perception ninjutsu he obtained before. The range of his observation haki is enough to cover Konoha. This Konoha does not refer to the main city of Konoha, but the entire Konoha including the training grounds such as the Death Forest. Like many perception ninjutsu, observation haki can also sense the strength of chakra, the position and number of enemies. In addition to the basic perception function, observation haki also has an advantage that ordinary perception ninjutsu does not have, that is, it can sense attacks during battle. Even attacks from directions that cannot be observed by vision can be sensed by observation haki. Observation haki, like armament haki, does not require hand seals. As long as the output of chakra is maintained during battle, it can be used continuously. Muyu tested it. If you don't pursue the range, the chakra consumed by ordinary use of observation haki is within the acceptable range. If you have to compare, it is less than the chakra consumed by the Uchiha clan ninja using the Sharingan. If you always maintain the maximum perception range, the chakra consumed will be very fierce, but it is not necessary under normal circumstances. Secret technique, observation haki. Muyu let his shadow clone attack him, and then condensed a large amount of chakra to change the nature of yin attribute chakra, and tried his best to activate observation haki. In the world of One Piece, There are observation Haki masters who can see a period of time in the future. Muyu wants to see if the localized observation Haki still has this ability. Is it because of lack of proficiency, or other problems? Muyu, who failed regretfully, subconsciously thought about it. Muyu shook his head and gave up. I'm afraid that only when his observation Haki proficiency reaches the perfect level can he verify it. In the world of One Piece, only a few masters have the ability to see the future with observation Haki. Teach it once tomorrow. Like armament Haki, observation Haki is a universal skill that may be useful to anyone who practices it. Although Shisui and others have Sharingan, the Sharingan is strong in dynamic vision, which can capture enemies within the line of sight, and cannot detect attacks outside the line of sight. So it is not that there is no need for observation Haki if you have Sharingan. Observation Haki that can detect attacks outside the line of sight can even complement Sharingan. Of course, there is a problem for Shisui and his team at the moment, as it consumes a lot of chakra. After all, they have too many places to allocate chakra. They need breathing chakra mode, they need Sharingan, they need powerful ninjutsu, and they are still young, and they have not yet reached the high-speed development period. However, the current problem is not a big problem. You can just learn it casually first, and when you learn it in the future, your chakra will naturally increase. Land of Earth, Iwagakure Village Tsuchikage Building, Tsuchikage Office. Konoha has sent out an assassination team to attack the western part of the Land of Grass. Looking at the latest intelligence on the front line on the table, Inoki frowned. He felt that this was not normal, a bit radical, and not in line with the style of the Konoha ninja troops in the Land of Grass. Did they change the commander? Inoki guessed in his heart. The overall style of the ninja troops is affected by the commander, and a radical commander will make the troops' combat style radical. However, whether the commander has personnel changes is very difficult to detect, unless a major war breaks out that the commander has to participate in, or their intelligence personnel may win a big victory in the intelligence war and may also obtain intelligence from the commander. Read the error-free version at 69 Chuba. 6 = 9 plus Shu_bar published this novel for the first time. Go and notify other senior executives to come to the meeting room. After looking at the intelligence for a while, Inoki stood up and walked to the door and said to the Anbu guarding the door, "The decision to be made next will affect the basic strategy he has set since the war in Iwagakure village. So a high-level meeting must be held to invite the elders and advisors to discuss and decide together. Let's look at the intelligence first." When all the senior executives arrived, Inoki said, in front of each senior executive's seat was a piece of organized intelligence. "What do you think about the request for instructions from the Grass Country troops?" When the senior executives finished reading the intelligence, Inoki asked. There was silence in the meeting room, and no one answered Inoki's words for a while. Inoki was not in a hurry, and looked at the senior executives quietly. "If we send ninjas to support the Grass Country troops now, won't the previous disguise be in vain?" The bearded Iwagakure senior executive said after thinking. "Iwagakure has been forbearing and pretending to be a pig, just waiting for the opportunity to eat the tiger, but now, it is obviously not that time yet." "Elder Mua, you are being too cautious." A gray-haired senior Iwagakure official shook his head and said, "Even if a large ninja village is weak, it can't be without a ninja force of several thousand people. How can it overturn all our previous efforts just to support the front line?" He didn't think that just sending more ninjas to the front line would lead to such serious consequences. It's not like sending a large army to attack multiple ninja villages at the same time. "I think what consultant Chongjin said makes sense. As long as there are not too many ninjas sent, it won't have much impact on the front arrangements." The sturdy Iwagakure official agreed. Moreover, letting the troops withdraw to the Land of Earth will not only make Iwagakure lose face in the ninja world, but also show too much of the desire to preserve strength. The commander of the frontline ninja force has two requests: to send support troops to launch a war or to transfer them back to the Land of Earth to lure the enemy in. On the surface, this is a choice between two options, but for the Iwagakure officials, they are the ones who make the final decision. They can reject Lishi's request without making any choice and let him execute the previous order, or they can reject the request and issue a new order. This is their right. In that case, maintaining the status quo is also a good choice. Now the movements of Kumagakure and Sandagakure are unclear, and the undercurrents in the ninja world are surging. It is not appropriate to show too much strength. Mua felt that he could reject the request of the frontline troops and continue to observe the situation. This may not be the best, but it is definitely the most stable. Mua, you are too conservative. The troops on the front line are already dissatisfied. If this continues, morale will drop, Chongjing said with dissatisfaction. Obviously younger than him, he turned out to be a stubborn conservative. What do you think? Inoki ignored the two high-ranking officials who were arguing and looked at the slightly fat round-faced Iwagakure who had been silent at the last seat on the right. That was the squad leader of their Iwagakure village's Jonin squad. In terms of position, the squad leader of the Jonin squad is the lowest among all the high-ranking officials in the meeting room. However, who is smart, and Inoki pays more attention to his ideas during the meeting. I think we can send more troops to attack this time. On the one hand, it can calm the resentment of the frontline ninjas, and on the other hand, it can further hide our strength. Hui thought for a while and said, as one of the 5 major ninja villages, Iwagakure has not shown enough strength at present. This may make other major ninja villages more wary of Iwagakure. We send reinforcements to let the frontline troops fight normally. We should win as much as possible and don't need to hold back deliberately. Wait until Konoha is worried that we will launch a large-scale attack on the Land of Fire, so it will send a large number of ninjas to the border to fight with the Iwagakure troops. At this time, we will show weakness to the enemy and deliberately be defeated to preserve our manpower. Konoha's strength is deeply rooted in the hearts of the people. Since the war, the 5 major ninja villages have all been defeated by Konoha, except for Sand Village, which has not declared war on Konoha. Winning and then losing again will not affect the reputation of Iwagakure. After listening to Hui's explanation, Inoki nodded subconsciously. If the Iwagakure troops can successfully defeat the Konoha ninja troops, there will even be a very important effect, which is to arouse the desire of other ninja villages hostile to Konoha to attack. When 20 minutes passed, the high-level meeting passed the request for the frontline troops to increase troops and start the war. However, the meeting was not over yet. How many reinforcements to send, which ninjas would be among the reinforcements, and who would lead the reinforcements were all things that could not be decided lightly. When the high-level meeting ended and the information was passed to Lishi could not help laughing. Haha, we can finally fight back. This time we will let them know how powerful our Iwagakure blasting team is. Lishi showed a cruel smile on his face. The frustration of continuous retreat, the anger of assassination of fellow ninjas, and the dream of making Iwagakure village great, all mixed together, made Lishi want to blow up the Konoha ninja team. Don't take any offensive actions for now. When the reinforcements arrive, we will give them a big one. Lishi quickly convened the Iwagakure senior ninjas to hold a meeting and issued an order to shrink the force. There are 2 advantages to doing this. One is that it can create the illusion that Iwagakure is going to retreat. The other is to preserve strength. As Konoha sent a team to carry out assassinations, Konoha's large forces also showed unusual movements. In order to prevent being found an opportunity to consume their strength, they have to retreat before the war. Konoha, Jiraiya, Namikaze Minato. Lishi clenched his fists. Chapter 564, Reinforcements arrive. Battle turns around. The southern part of the grass country, due to its border with the fire country and its beautiful environment, the southern part of the grass country is considered a relatively developed place in the entire grass country. Of course, it was limited to before the war. After the war, the southern part of the grass country was the area most affected by the war. Residents fled, caravans dared not travel, and the destruction of ninja battles, all kinds of factors made the South lose the prosperity of peacetime. I'm really unwilling. These big countries went to war on our land, causing our economy to decline, and we have to help. The patrolling grass ninja looked at the empty village and couldn't help but tell the resentment in his heart. Their grass village is not as well known as the 5 major ninja villages. There are not many foreigners who will come to the grass village to issue commissions. They mainly rely on the support of their own people. But the war between Iwagakure and Konoha in the grass country has a very bad impact on the grass country. The economy of the grass country has declined, and the money that the grass village can obtain has also decreased. The leading grass ninja hurriedly looked around and didn't find any Konoha ninjas, so he was relieved. They are a team from Kusagakure village supporting the Konoha ninja force. Before returning to Kusagakure village, they all have to obey the command of Konoha ninja, who made our top leaders incompetent. The daimyo Kagawa Tsutomu cooperated with Iwagakure for his own selfishness, causing the village to be hostile to Konoha. The leading Kusagakure ninja rudely scolded the dead Kusagakure leader. If it weren't for Kagawa Tsutomu's trouble, the Kusagakure ninja would have lived a better life if they had stayed quiet. In order to make up for Kagawa Tsutomu's miss, Kusagakure village was forced to become an ally with Konoha and help Konoha fight Iwagakure. There's nothing we can do now, and it's better to follow Konoha than Iwagakure. Konoha is stronger, and Liang Muayu has helped the village solve problems before, a Kusagakure ninja said helplessly. If we start from the perspective of comparing the worst, Iwagakure is still a little worse. Rest here. It will be dangerous if we really meet Iwagakure ninja. The leading Kusagakure ninja jumped to a high place and observed the surroundings and said, in name, they came to help Konoha, but he didn't want to really help Konoha, just pretend to help. After all, if they died at the hands of Iwagakure, Konoha would definitely not give their families a pension. The other Kusagakure ninjas sat down immediately after hearing this. Without any hesitation, fighting for their own village is fine, but if they are still active in fighting for Konoha, that's a bit problematic. Puff. The leading Kusagakure ninja was about to say something, and the next moment, a piercing pain came over him, and the black kunai pierced through his chest and pierced into his body. The leading Kusagakure ninja's eyes widened, with a look of disbelief. How could it be? Obviously, before the leading Kusagakure ninja finished his last words, he fell down, and the body on the ground was still staring, with a puzzled look on his face. Captain. Damn Iwagakure, when did you come here? The Kusagakure ninjas were trained ninjas after all, and they soon noticed the movement of the Iwagakure ninjas killing people. Their expressions were as puzzled as the leading Kusa ninja. They had already investigated how these Iwagakure ninjas got here. The unprepared Kusa ninja team was quickly wiped out. Whoosh! A blonde figure kept flashing in the forest, moving forward at an extremely fast speed. Sensing the dissipating auras, Namikaze Minato frowned slightly and used the instant body technique to speed up again. But when he arrived, there were only Kusa ninja corpses on the ground, and no trace of other ninjas. It's like this again. What kind of ninjutsu is it that even I can't sense it? Namikaze Minato's face was not very good. Clearly, just half a minute ago, he could still sense the chakra of those killers, but when he was about to arrive, the chakra aura disappeared. Although Namikaze Minato was not a full-time perception ninja, his excellent perception ability was enough to beat many perception ninjas in the perception class. In other words, most of Konoha's perception ninjas could not find those Iwagakure assassination teams that used ninjutsu to hide. I wonder if the Byakugan of the Hyuga clan can crack it. Namikaze Minato fell into thought. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan is different from ordinary perception ninjutsu. The Byakugan of the Hyuga clan sees with the eyes. Theoretically, the ninjutsu that eliminates the breath is useless against the Byakugan. Namikaze Minato tried to search carefully within a 10-kilometer radius nearby, but still failed to find the Iwagakure ninja who had just killed the Kusagakure ninja. After searching in vain, Namikaze Minato finally used Flying Thunder God to return to the camp and report the information he found to Jiraiya. I can actually escape from your hands, Minato. It seems that Iwagakure is serious. Jiraiya touched his chin and said, if Jiraiya had only guessed that Iwagakure might fight Konoha in the land of grass in the near future, then now Jiraiya is almost certain that Iwagakure will launch an attack on Konoha. It's not a big problem. Among the ninjas coming to support this time, there are 3 Hyuga clan ninjas, 2 of whom are Jonin. Jiraiya told Namikaze Minato the information about the reinforcements he requested. Considering the current situation on the battlefield, Jiraiya not only transferred the perception team, but also transferred some Anbu to conduct intelligence work. Intelligence is a very critical point in the battle of the ninja troops. For a ninja like Minato Namikaze, even if the opponent is a team of hundreds of people, as long as he knows the exact location, Minato Namikaze can kill them all by himself. At night, Minato Namikaze thought about it, picked up a pen and paper and prepared to write a letter to Kushina and Muyu. In the letter to Kushina, most of the content of Minato Namikaze was about reporting safety and talking about family matters, without mentioning the war. Kushina is working hard to become a qualified Jinchuriki, and Minato Namikaze doesn't want Kushina to worry too much. In the letter to Muyu, Minato Namikaze didn't have so many concerns. It's not that he thinks Muyu's worries don't matter, but Minato Namikaze thought that if something happened in the war, he could ask Muyu to help take care of Kushina. Even though he is a famous young master in the ninja world today, Minato Namikaze doesn't dare to say that he will definitely survive the war. Many Kage died at the hands of the ninja army, and Minato Namikaze doesn't think that he has surpassed the second generation Hokage now. On the other side, the land of grass, the west. Looking at the ninja troops coming with a serious look, a smile appeared on Lishi's face. Lord Lishi, the support troops have arrived, with a total of 800 ninjas, including 7 jonins and 12 special jonins. Huo Guang walked up to Lishi and reported seriously. Lishi smiled and nodded. 800 support troops, plus my troops also have 1,200 ninjas, that is 2,000 ninja troops. Jiraiya, what can you use to fight me? Lishi was very excited. If Jiraiya's ninja troops did not change much, it should be around 1,000. 2,000 to 1,000, the advantage is on him. Lishi can't think of how to lose. In addition to the orders from the top, Lishi is already thinking about what to do after entering the land of fire. Lishi quickly held a meeting to discuss the matter of defeating the Konoha ninja troops. Even if they have a lot of people, they can't just rush up and fight without any rules. They have to proceed in a planned way. It may be that the Iwagakure ninjas have been suppressed for too long, resulting in a strong release of power at once. Or it may be that Lishi's leadership is good, or it may be other reasons. In short, the situation on the battlefield of the Land of Grass suddenly reversed. The Konoha assassination team was quickly dealt with, and the intelligence unit of Iwagakure won repeatedly and obtained important intelligence of the Konoha unit. Early morning, Land of Fire. Konoha, South Forest. Except Kakashi and Kei, everyone else gather. Muyu summoned the disciples. We won't practice separately this morning. I'm going to teach you a new secret technique, Muyu explained. As for why Might Guy and Kakashi were not called, it was because Might Guy was still thinking about the changes in the nature of unit tribute chakra and learning armament haki. Compared with observation haki, armament haki is definitely more useful to Might Guy. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar 6 = 9 plus book _ bar. First published this novel. Kakashi has transparent world, which partially overlaps with the ability of observation haki, and the chakra is too tight, so it is not suitable to learn now. After hearing Muyu's words, Shisui, Obito and other disciples quickly gathered in front of Muyu. It is a change in the nature of unit-attributed chakra. It can be considered a perception ninjutsu. However, compared to ordinary perception ninjutsu, it has a good effect in combat and has an effect similar to the transparent world. Muyu introduced. There are so many new ninjutsu recently. Obito was happy. Muyu taught a super fire escape blue flame, and the ninja sect sent another flame vortex. Now Muyu is going to teach a new secret technique. It's almost like being able to sense the attack and predict the action. Shisui, open your Sharingan and attack me with all your strength. Muyu prepared to demonstrate the battle. Shisui, who was called, nodded and concentrated his chakra on his eyes. The scarlet blood soon spread over his eyes, and the 3 Magatama Sharingan appeared. Teacher Muyu, I'm going to go. After giving a reminder, Shisui burst out his chakra and rushed to Muyu. Facing the attacking Shisui, Muyu did a move that was unexpected by others. He closed his eyes. Secret technique, observation haki. The chakra in his body was stimulated, and Muyu's perception became extremely sharp. Konoha whirlwind. Although he was a little surprised that Muyu closed her eyes, Shisui did not stop and kicked out a whirlwind kick at high speed. Muyu, who closed her eyes, seemed to have invisible eyes. She just turned sideways and accurately avoided Shisui's whirlwind kick. The sole of Shisui's shoe passed 2 centimeters in front of the corner of Muyu's clothes, and the airflow raised by the kick hit the corner of Muyu's clothes and blew the corner of her clothes. Shisui's face was normal, and he swung his fist at Muyu's abdomen at high speed. Muyu took a small step back at high speed, and Shisui's punch missed. Observation Haki allows you to detect attacks that are invisible to your vision. Muyu introduced. This is a very useful ability. With Observation Haki, even in a chaotic battle with a large number of people, you can protect yourself to the greatest extent. Then Muyu opened his eyes, and he signaled Shisui to continue attacking. Next you will throw a left fist, and the next move is a whirlwind kick. Muyu dodged while talking about Shisui's next attack, and Shisui seemed like Muyu's puppet, and he did whatever Muyu said. Of course, everyone present actually knew that it was not that Shisui was intentionally following Muyu's words, but that Muyu had predicted all of Shisui's attacks, because even if Shisui wanted to follow Muyu's words and take action, Shisui couldn't react. Almost the moment Muyu finished speaking, Shisui's fist was swung out, and his brain had no time to react. Awesome, it feels better than the Sharingan. Obito scratched his head and couldn't help saying. He didn't usually use illusions, and the function of the Sharingan was basically to enhance dynamic vision and insight, and the observation color can not only see through the action like the Sharingan, but also detect attacks outside the line of sight, and even have the function of perceiving ninjutsu. This made Obito suddenly feel that the Sharingan didn't seem to be very strong. A long time ago, when the Sharingan was not opened, it was Obito's dream to open the Sharingan, because at that time, the Sharingan in Obito's cognition was invincible when it was opened, and it was the reliance of the Uchiha, the strongest family in Konoha. And the reality of the Sharingan is that even if Obito reaches the highest 3 Magatama, he can't get good among the disciples. Compared to the famous Sharingan, Obito felt that the bloodline limit of the Uzumaki clan was better and stronger. He had met 3 members of the Uzumaki clan, namely Uzumaki Kushina, Uzumaki Naruto, and Uzumaki Karen. Even Uzumaki Karen, who had not practiced ninja, had a very good chakra. Not to mention Kushina and Naruto, Obito had already felt their bottomless chakra in battle. No wonder Uchiha Madara was not the opponent of Senju Hashirama. Maybe the Sharingan was not as good as Senju's bloodline. Obito had some understanding in his heart. Although there are many Uchiha clan members who brag about Uchiha Madara's combat power, it is a well-known fact that Uchiha Madara can't beat Senju Hashirama anyway. You all try to learn it. If you can't learn it, then just give up. This ninjutsu requires a talent for perception. Muyu reminded. In the current ninja world, all ninja villages, whether large or small, attach great importance to perception ninjas. Ninja troops with sensory ninjas are different from troops without sensory ninjas. The training of sensory ninjas is not just about having sensory ninjutsu. The most important thing is to have ninjas with sensory talent. The threshold for sensory ninjutsu is very high. If you don't have the ability to perceive, you can't learn it no matter how hard you try. Therefore, the other 4 major ninja villages are very jealous of the Hyuga clan of Konoha. They don't need to practice. A baby born is a natural sensory ninja, and it is also the best among sensory ninjas. It's really delicious. All the disciples nodded. After the demonstration and explanation, Muyu began to teach formally. After Muyu taught for a while, a memory of a shadow clone suddenly flowed back to his mind. It was his shadow clone at home that was visited by the Anbu. Practice freely first, I'll go to the Hokage building, Muyu said to the disciples. After that, Muyu rushed to the Hokage building. Combined with the letter sent by Minato before, Muyu guessed that something happened on the battlefield. P.S. Sorry, I have something to do today, only 4K. I will make up for it if I have time later. Chapter 565, Sage vs. Jinchuriki. Taking charge in times of crisis. The perception team that Jiraiya applied for solved the problem of the assassination of Iwagakure. However, It was not that the perception team cooperated with Minato Namikaze to kill the ninjas who came to assassinate, but that the assassination team of Iwagakure disappeared and did not attack again. Jiraiya thought that this might be a small mistake in intelligence, which led to the assassination team to learn the news in advance, so they gave up the assassination. Although the process was different from what he imagined, it was barely a solution to the problem, so Jiraiya didn't care too much. A big battle is still needed to determine the final victory or defeat on the battlefield, and small-scale harassment will not play a decisive role. However, the development of things next was somewhat beyond Jiraiya's expectations. Iwagakure showed superintelligence capabilities. Even if the Konoha ninja force had the help of the local ninja force Kusugakure village, the Konoha ninja force was at a disadvantage in the intelligence war. Unable to detect the movements of the opponent's ninja forces, the actions of their own ninja forces were repeatedly exposed and failed. Jiraiya, who lost, suspected that there was a high-ranking Iwagakure spy in the intelligence department. But this is unlikely, because people with a dirty resume cannot get this position. It's impossible that there are spies in the Anbu. With continuous failures, Jiraiya chose to switch from offense to defense, narrowing the range of activities of Konoha ninjas and minimizing damage as much as possible. He had no choice but to do so. The failure in the intelligence war made him lose the initiative. In this case, stubbornly showing off would only allow Iwagakure to continue to expand its advantage. However, what Jiraiya didn't expect was that just as he was about to enter a state of full defense, the intelligence of the large army camp was somehow known by Iwagakure. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion suddenly occurred in the Konoha ninja camp, scaring Jiraiya and others who were looking at the map and studying strategies. Jiraiya, it's bad. We have been discovered by the Iwagakure troops. A Konoha jonin hurried into the tent to report. Iwagakure is attacking? Jiraiya frowned. What's the situation with the perception team? The reason why he chose to defend was to use the advantages of Konoha's excellent perception ninjas to offset the disadvantages of the intelligence war. As a result, Iwagakure attacked, but the perception team didn't make any movement. I don't know. The perception team didn't issue an early warning. The Konoha jonin shook his head. Boom! Exclamation mark! There was another loud explosion. Jiraiya knew that this was not the time to think about the dereliction of duty of the perception team. What he had to do was to lead the Konoha ninja troops out of the crisis. Jiraiya passed the Konoha jonin and prepared to command the Konoha ninja troops to counterattack. At this moment, a cold light flashed in the eyes of the Konoha jonin, and he quickly took out a kunai and stabbed Jiraiya. Bang! The extremely fast-reacting Namikaze Minato burst out chakra and kicked the Konoha jonin away. Jiraiya was stunned. He didn't expect that the Konoha ninja just now would attack him. That was a jonin of the Sarutobi clan. How could there be a spy? Random lion hair technique. Jiraiya was a powerful ninja who had experienced hundreds of battles. Although he was puzzled by Sarutobi jonin's attack, Jiraiya still quickly used ninjutsu to attack Sarutobi jonin. No matter what the identity of Sarutobi jonin was, it was a fact that Sarutobi jonin attacked him, so Sarutobi jonin was the enemy. Even if Jiraiya killed the commander on the battlefield, no one could say anything. Swish! At this time, several cone-shaped stones came crashing down. Jiraiya recognized that it was the explosive escape technique of Iwaku, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure explosion unit, and immediately changed his tactics. His long hair quickly returned to defend and wrapped around Jiraiya's body. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to transfer. Boom! Exclamation mark! Explosions sounded one after another, and the stones flying towards Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze suddenly exploded, and a violent explosion of white light enveloped Jiraiya. Swish! Exclamation mark! Minato Namikaze knew that such an attack could not kill Jiraiya, and immediately threw several Flying Thunder God kunai at Iwaku after transferring. Your opponent is not me. Iwaku spit out a stone to blow up the Flying Thunder God kunai that attacked, and then quickly retreated. He knew that he was not suitable to deal with a ninja like Minato Namikaze who had maxed out his speed. Just as Minato Namikaze was about to chase, an extremely strong chakra erupted. Minato Namikaze, have you thought about how to die? Old Purple came out and blocked Minato Namikaze's way. Minato Namikaze's face became solemn. This was obviously a surprise attack to wipe out the Konoha ninjas of the Land of Grass in one fell swoop. In his perception, not only the two captains of the Iwagakure explosion unit were present, but also the two Chariki of Iwagakure were present. Summoning technique. After blocking the incoming blast escape, Jiraiya immediately used the summoning beast to summon the two sages of Miyabako Mountain. So much powerful chakra, little Jiraiya. It's another tough battle. As soon as Sage Fukasaku came out, he sensed the chakra of the Jinchuriki and the strong men of Iwagakure. What a bad time. I almost thought about what to make for dinner, but the summoning technique interrupted my thoughts. Sage Shima complained, "Mother, this is not the time to talk about this." "Dad, don't underestimate the troubles of housewives." "Stop arguing." Jiraiya noticed that the Sarutobi Jonin who fell to the ground disappeared inexplicably, and said helplessly, "Hurry up and stand on my shoulders to enter the sage mode. This time is very dangerous." Jiraiya is under a lot of pressure now. He is not worried about being punished for losing the battle, but worried that the troops will be defeated and the Iwagakure troops will directly invade the Land of Fire. The two sages also know the importance of the matter. Without saying much, they quickly jumped on Jiraiya's shoulders and began to absorb natural energy. Boiling release, unparalleled power. Just as Jiraiya was about to use the sage mode, accompanied by a sound similar to the whistle of a train, a man in red armor rushed towards Jiraiya. Whoosh, bang, Jiraiya suddenly jumped up and dodged, and a huge pit appeared on the ground where he was standing just now. Han looked at Jiraiya calmly, but he was not surprised by this. If the legendary three ninjas were so easy to kill, Jiraiya should have died at his hands or Lao Zi. Sage mode. After condensing his natural power, Jiraiya merged his chakra with his natural power into a stronger sage chakra. A mask appeared on his face, and his nose showed a tendency to become a toad. The situation is not as bad as I imagined. When he entered the sage mode and sensed the situation of the entire battlefield, Jiraiya breathed a sigh of relief. There was no information from the perception team, and the mystery of Sarutobi's betrayal. Jiraiya thought that half of the entire ninja team might have died as soon as he opened his perception. But the actual result was much better than Jiraiya expected. At present, there are about 700 Konoha ninjas fighting hard against Iwagakure. What Jiraiya didn't know was that Iwagakure, who now looked like they were planning and making a big move, was also quite confused. Lishi did get news about the Konoha ninja camp from Iwagakure intelligence personnel, but the intelligence did not confirm that this was Konoha's main force, and Lishi was not a group of reckless people like Kumagakure who rushed over after receiving the information. What if it was a trap set by the opponent to lure the enemy deep into the depths? And if it is really the main force of Konoha, there must be a lot of sensory ninjas on guard, and a sneak attack is almost impossible to succeed. But with the intelligence, it would be a loss if we don't try. In the end, Lishi thought of a way. He divided the 2,000 ninja troops into 3 small troops. The first small unit was led by him. There were only 500 people, but most of them were elites. The Jinchuriki and the demolition team would be in this elite unit. The second and third small units were both regular troops, standing by on both sides behind the elite small unit. One is to prevent falling into a trap and being surrounded by people, and the other is to block the position to the greatest extent to prevent the Konoha ninja troops from running away. If Lishi is sure that it is not a trap, he will immediately send a signal for the 2 regular troops to surround and attack together. Lishi never expected that he led the troops all the way to the Konoha camp and was discovered by patrolling ninjas only when he reached the vicinity of the camp, as if the Konoha sensory team was all dead. Before seeing many Konoha ninjas, Lishi once thought that this was not the main force of Konoha ninjas. Boom boom! Exclamation mark! Lishi used explosive release to bomb without restraint. It didn't matter what problems the Konoha ninja army had. What mattered was that he was going to make a great contribution and become famous. The ninja army led by the 3 ninjas Jiraiya was going to be defeated and destroyed by him. Summoning technique. Jiraiya slammed the ground fiercely, and 2 huge toads appeared under his feet. One of the red toads had a pipe in its mouth and a short sword on its waist. and the other was a purple-red toad with a large pot cover on its back and a harpoon covered with thorns in its hand. You guys block the Five Tails Jinchuriki. I'll go deal with the commander on the opposite side, Jiraiya said quickly. The principle of capturing the king first is also useful in the ninja world. If Jiraiya can deal with Lishi, not to mention turning defeat into victory, at least the morale of the other ninja army can be reduced by several levels. What? I fight the tailed beast? Gamabunta's eyelids jumped fiercely. Although it is not much smaller than the tailed beast in size, it is somewhat difficult for the toad to fight the tailed beast head-on. Although I'm clumsy, I will try my best to stop him, Gomakin replied in a deep voice. It only takes a short time to block him, please. After saying that, Jiraiya locked onto the stone crack, burst out his chakra and dodged instantly. Han turned around and wanted to chase him, but Gomakin suddenly jumped up and swung the harpoon at Han. Han stopped, and the chakra power of the tailed beast in his body burst out. With the persistence of boiling escape, his strength skyrocketed. Boiling escape, unparalleled strange power. Han pinched the harpoon swung by Gomakin with one hand. Gomakin wanted to crush Han with force, but under Han's terrifying power, the harpoon did not move at all. Not only could it not be pressed down, but Gomakin couldn't even pull it back. Asshole, die! Gamabunta drew out the dagger at his waist and slashed at Han. Although it is called a dagger, it is compared with Gamabunta's huge body. In fact, the length of this dagger is several times that of Han. Han pushed Gomakin hard, forcing him to retreat repeatedly. He then used the body flickering technique to dodge Gamabunta's slash. Han knew that Jiraiya's two summoned beasts were not simple, and it would be difficult to deal with them without showing real skills, so he quickly activated the tailed beast chakra in his body. Dark red chakra that looked extremely ominous rose rapidly from Han's body, turning Han into a dark red monster with 5 tails. Jiraiya, who rushed towards the cracked stone, felt Han's chakra getting stronger and stronger, and felt more urgent. He was the only ninja who was qualified to fight the Jinchuriki head-on, and Minato could only contain him at most. He had to deal with the cracked stone as soon as possible. Fire style, Great Flame Bomb. Jiraiya quickly refined the Senjutsu chakra in his body into oil and held it in his mouth. Finally, at the moment of spitting it out, he changed the nature of the fire attribute chakra and ignited the oil. Whoosh! A large amount of flame suddenly appeared, burning several Iwagakure ninjas closest to Jiraiya to death, and then rushed towards the cracked stone with undiminished momentum. Although the name sounds plain, the big fire bomb that Jiraiya used in Sage Mode was extremely powerful, surpassing most of the fire escape techniques in the ninja world. Although Rishi had a good training in hardening techniques, he did not dare to collide with it head-on and retreated rapidly. Explosion escape, explosion flying stone. Seeing that the captain was in trouble, Iwaku quickly spit out explosion flying stone to help Rishi block Jiraiya's Sage Fire Escape technique. Read the correct version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. Summoning technique. Jiraiya used the summoning technique again and summoned a giant green-skinned toad. Jiraiya asked Gamahiro to deal with Iwaku and the surrounding Iwagakure Jonin, while he continued to hunt down Rishi. Those who can retreat should retreat as much as possible. The enemy still has reinforcements. Jiraiya ordered the Konoha ninjas on the battlefield. The powerful perception of Sage Mode allowed him to sense the chakra approaching from a distance. Of course, in fact, he didn't need to sense it, because Rishi was firing flares openly. Senjutsu, 1000 Needles. Jiraiya was already very strong in Sage Mode, and with the help of 2 sages, Rishi was no match for him, and Jiraiya soon seized the opportunity. Under the effect of Sage Chakra, Jiraiya's white hair became sharp and hard. Even though Rishi had a good hardening technique, he could only resist part of it, and his body was soon covered in blood under the violent attack of the 1000 white hairs. What a waste! Lava style, burning river rock technique. Lao Zi, who was chasing Minato Namikaze, had to give up on Minato Namikaze, and ran towards Jiraiya, spitting out a huge lava fireball and smashing it at Jiraiya. Rangan. Minato Namikaze seized the opportunity, and a large amount of chakra condensed in his palm burst out, and he quickly rolled out a ball and smashed it at Laozi. But because Laozi was in the melting chakra mode and had a high-temperature melting armor on his body, Minato's Rasengan not only failed to hurt Laozi, but even burned his own hand. The defense is so high, Minato Namikaze was a little helpless. Once the enemy's defense exceeds the power of the Rasengan, it will be difficult for Minato Namikaze to pose a threat to the enemy. Old Z continued to rush towards Jiraiya without looking back, because he knew that if he turned back, he might not be able to kill Minato Namikaze, but if he didn't turn back, Rishi would really die. Although he didn't think much of Rishi, he was at least the commander of the battlefield and the captain of the Iwagakure demolition unit. If he died at the hands of Jiraiya, it would have a very bad impact. Water slash. Shima Sage formed a seal and spit out a high-pressure water stream to cut off the attacking fireball of the melting escape, and then hurriedly said, "Little Jiraiya, retreat quickly." Not only the Four Tails Jinchuriki was attacking, but the Five Tails Jinchuriki also repelled Gamabunta and Gomaken, and was rushing towards him at a high speed. Whoosh! Jiraiya had to cancel the ninjutsu and dodge away. What a pity, it was just a little bit. Looking at Rishi with wounds all over his body, Jiraiya thought to himself that it was a pity. If the Jinchuriki were 2 seconds later, Rishi would definitely die from his senjutsu. Minato, use a large-scale ninjutsu attack. Jiraiya reminded Minato Namikaze while concentrating chakra. Jiraiya now has only one goal, which is to cover as many Konoha ninjas as possible to evacuate. With his powerful strength and Minato's Flying Thunder God technique, it is difficult for Iwagakure to keep them. Ordinary Konoha ninjas don't have this condition, and someone must help. As long as enough ninjas are evacuated, then Konoha will not be defeated in this war, but just fall. Wait for the arrival of Konoha reinforcements, and then gather together, and it will be another powerful ninja unit. Senjutsu Middle. Goemon, Jiraiya and the two great sages on whose shoulders performed ninjutsu at the same time. Sage Fukasaku used Wind Escape, Sage Shima used Fire Escape, and Jiraiya spit out chakra oil. The three ninjutsu are all senjutsu blessed by senjutsu chakra. The three senjutsu complement each other and eventually become the terrifyingly powerful Goemon. One Iwagakure failed to dodge and died without even screaming. Fire Style, Toad Oil Flame Bomb. Namikaze Minato leaped onto Gamabunta's head, forming a seal to condense chakra to change the nature of fire-attributed chakra, while Gamabunta refined chakra to make Toad Oil. The two worked together, and the terrifying flame instantly burned everything within a few dozen meters to black. Namikaze Minato also signed a contract with Mayabaku Mountain, and was an old acquaintance of Gamabunta. However, due to his fighting style, Namikaze Minato generally did not use summoning techniques to summon the toads of Mayabaku Mountain. Let's see whose ninjutsu is stronger. Seeing this, Laozi exerted the power of the tailed beast in his body to the extreme, and his body changed rapidly, turning into a huge ape with a tail. Laozi opened his mouth wide, a huge amount of chakra condensed, and a black ball slowly appeared in the air. Don't. Lashi wanted to stop it. This tailed beast ball would divide the battlefield, and the Konoha ninjas would be eager to escape as far as possible, so it would not have much impact on the Konoha ninjas. But for Iwagakure who wanted to chase, the impact would be great. Who would dare to chase people under the explosion of the tailed beast ball? The sound of the injured stone cracking was a little weak. Laozi may not have heard it, or he may have heard it but didn't want to pay attention to it. Anyway, at that moment, the tailed beast ball representing the power of destruction flew out and smashed between Minato Namikaze and Jiraiya. Whoosh! Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to teleport to Jiraiya's side. In order to facilitate the battle, Jiraiya always carried Minato Namikaze's Flying Thunder God kunai with him on the battlefield. Then Minato Namikaze put his hand on Jiraiya and activated the Flying Thunder God technique again to teleport to a distant place with a mark, while Jiraiya cancelled the summoning technique and let the toads automatically return to Mayabaku Mountain. It was really thrilling. Fortunately, Minato was here. Jiraiya patted Minato Namikaze on the shoulder and said, if it weren't for Minato Namikaze, he would have been in great danger this time. It would be too difficult to fight against the Jinchuriki and the strong men of Iwagakure after being hit by the sword of Sarutobi Jonin. Teacher Jiraiya, The performance of Iwagakure in this war is really too strange, Namikaze Minato said with a serious expression. Jiraiya nodded in agreement. Before today, who would have thought that the Sarutobi clan's Jonin would actually be a spy? The Sarutobi clan is not only a veteran family of Konoha, but also produced the third-generation Hokage, Sarutobi Hiruzen. It stands to reason that the ninjas of the Sarutobi clan are all of good origin and have no motive to betray. When the Jonin Hiroshi disappeared, the phenomenon was exactly the same as when the Iwagakure assassin team disappeared before. Namikaze Minato said with a serious face. After using Flying Thunder God to dodge, Namikaze Minato was paying attention to Sarutobi Hiroshi. Sarutobi Hiroshi's disappearance is very similar to using Earth Escape to drill into the ground, but it is obviously different from ordinary Earth Escape, because after Sarutobi Hiroshi merged into the ground, his breath disappeared directly, as if he didn't exist. However, Namikaze Minato knew that Sarutobi Hiroshi existed, because although he couldn't sense Sarutobi Hiroshi's breath, he could sense the Flying Thunder God mark he left behind. At the moment of contact with Sarutobi Hiramaki, Namikaze Minato left the Flying Thunder God technique on him. However, because the battle situation was too severe, Namikaze Minato could not get away, and Sarutobi Hiramaki was too fast, and soon left his perception range. Namikaze Minato did not take Sarutobi Hiramaki down. Is that so? It's getting more and more confusing. Jiraiya rubbed his forehead. He was not a particularly smart person, and the various abnormalities in this war had overloaded his CPU. But since you, Minato, have left the Flying Thunder God mark on him, it will be easy to deal with. Next time you meet him, just catch him and torture him. Jiraiya exhaled and said, the Flying Thunder God mark has a characteristic that it can never be eliminated as long as the caster does not cancel it actively. In other words, the next time they meet Sarutobi Hiramaki, Minato can directly use Flying Thunder God to arrest him. Namikaze Minato nodded. He also had the same idea. Gather the troops and report to the village. Jiraiya patted the dust on his body and thought about the next task. Although he was defeated, Jiraiya was in a good mood. This was not the first time he lost to Iwagakure. During the Second Ninja World War, Jiraiya also lost to Rain Ninja. This is the situation. The grass country troops were damaged. Now the grass country Iwagakure is rampant. No one knows when they will attack the border. Sarutobi Hiruzen briefly described the current situation of the grass country battlefield and said to Miyu in a deep voice, Sandame-sama, is there anything I can do? Miyu asked directly. His character is a ninjutsu genius, not a high IQ military strategist like the Naruto clan. Sarutobi Hiruzen asked him to come and talk about the current situation of the war, so there is only one possibility. Sarutobi Hiruzen wanted Miyu to be a firefighter to help Jiraiya on the battlefield. Miyu, I am very happy that you have such awareness. Now I order you to command the support troops and lead 500 ninjas to the grass country to support the grass country troops. Sarutobi Hiruzen smiled, then ordered with a serious face. P.S. This chapter is 6K. I feel dizzy writing today. If there are any mistakes, you can leave a message in this paragraph. I will correct them when I see them. Chapter 566. The value of Miyu's intelligence. The troops have begun to assemble at the 11th training ground, Sarutobi Hiruzen said. Because the incident happened suddenly, this time they urgently assembled a unit, and in order to be quick, they even skipped many prescribed procedures. Just a few minutes before Miyu entered the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen was actually still in a high-level meeting. The defeat of the Konoha troops in the Land of Grass was too sudden. Not long ago, they once drove the Iwagakure troops to the border of the Land of Earth, but suddenly the two levels reversed. The top leaders of Konoha had no time to find the reason for the defeat, and quickly decided at the meeting to form a support force to go to the Land of Grass, which was very efficient. There is no way. The efficiency is not high. If the Land of Grass troops are completely exhausted, then the northwest of the Land of Fire will be in danger. The Iwagakure ninja troops can directly enter the Land of Fire from the border between the Land of Grass and the Land of Fire. At that time, not only will it be difficult to explain to the Fire Country daimyo, Konoha's reputation in the Land of Fire will also be affected, and it may even pose a threat to Konoha. You must know that the Iwagakure ninja troops in the Land of Grass have 2 Jinchuriki who can completely transform into tailed beasts. This time, even Shimura Danzo, who liked to contradict Sarutobi Hiruzen, did not cause any trouble. He just had a little dispute with Sarutobi Hiruzen over the selection of the commander. At first, Shimura Danzo wanted Orochimaru, who was stationed in the Land of Hot Springs, to take part of the ninja troops directly to the Land of Grass, and then Konoha would send some people. Sarutobi Hiruzen thought this was robbing Peter to pay Paul. Kumagakure hasn't caused any trouble recently, but Sarutobi Hiruzen doesn't believe that Kumagakure is really honest. If the news of Konoha's defeat spreads, Kumagakure will definitely be unable to bear the loneliness and want to test it. At that time, Orochimaru will not be there, and the defense line of the Land of Hot Springs will be in danger again. So Sarutobi Hiruzen rejected Shimura Danzo cleanly and told him his own arrangement, that is, Muyu will serve as the commander of the support force, with the idea that Muyu is also one of his own, and the situation is really critical. Shimura Danzo did not continue to fight for opportunities for Orochimaru. Are my disciples on the list of the support force? Muyu thought for a while and asked. Now the situation in the ninja world is becoming more and more chaotic. Muyu thinks it will be safer for his disciples to stay with him. Although Konoha is safe, it is a war period now, with the strength of Obito and others. Sarutobi Hiruzen can't let them stay idle all the time. It's a waste of combat power. Now Obito and others are considered elite among the Jonin. Even in the 5 major ninja villages, there are not many such level of combat power. Instead of leaving Obito and others in Konoha and then being pitted by Uchiha Madara on a mission, it is better to take them directly to the battlefield. Although the battlefield is dangerous, at least Muyu is there to back them up. Even if they can't win, Muyu can take them away. All are here, Sarutobi Hiruzen replied. Considering the severe situation on the battlefield of the Land of Grass, the strength of the support troops cannot be weak, otherwise they will be sent away. Kakashi and others are not only excellent in strength, but also have a special relationship with Muyu. They are the best candidates for the Jonin level of the support troops. Of course, if Muyu wants Kakashi and others to stay in Konoha, Sarutobi Hiruzen will agree. Compared with Kakashi and others, Muyu is definitely more important. It's nothing for the commander to have some small privileges. Moreover, Kakashi and his team can stay in Konoha as an elite team and can also shine for Konoha. After the troops are assembled, I will immediately lead the troops to the Land of Grass. Muyu nodded and prepared to leave the Hokage's office. In addition to being a disciple, he had no other special requests. These are the intelligence of the battlefield in the Land of Grass. You must read them when you have time on the way. Sarutobi Hiruzen handed Muyu a scroll. They didn't have much time left, and it would take too much time to explain the intelligence of the battlefield in the Land of Grass in detail, so Sarutobi Hiruzen just briefly talked about it. Muyu took the scroll, bowed slightly, and turned to leave. Please, Muyu. Sarutobi Hiruzen watched Muyu leave. If they lose again, the situation in Konoha will be bad. After leaving the Hokage's office, Muyu rushed to the 11th training ground. When Muyu arrived at the training ground, he saw a small number of ninja troops. In fact, the assembly of the troops and the notification of Muyu were carried out at about the same time, but Sarutobi Hiruzen took some time to tell Muyu about the intelligence. Commander Muyu, I am Mimura Yejuin, the deputy commander of the army. At present, the army has assembled more than 100 ninjas, and 15 jonins and 15 special jonins have all arrived. Mimura Yejuin reported to Muyu. Muyu nodded slightly. The jonin must have been notified first, and the jonins were also faster. Teacher Muyu, I was just wondering if you would be the commander. I guess your ability is quite good. Obito smiled and greeted Muyu. As soon as Muyu left, the communication of the Jonin's gathering was transmitted to them. Except for Yamato, the others arrived at the 11th training ground according to the instructions. Kakashi glanced at Obito lightly. He felt that there was no need to guess. How could there be such a coincidence? Miyu had just gone to the Hokage building and was urgently summoned here. It was obvious that Miyu was given a more important task. Miyu smiled in response and looked at the jonins on the scene. Among the 15 jonins, 5 were his disciples, and Miyu knew the remaining 10 jonins basically. After all, Konoha's jonin circle was not large. There were Narusuzaku and Aburame Shiki who went to grass country with Miyu to attack the Kusakura village. There were also Hyuga Hisashi who had fought side by side on the battlefield of Kirigakure, and there was Akimaki Doto who met through Namikaze Minato at the Jonin conference. Most of the official Jonin were ninjas from various ninja clans, and most of the Jonin were ordinary ninjas. While Miyu was looking at them, the ninjas were also looking at Miyu. Except for the jonin who held important positions in the ninja army, there would be ninjas who would come to inform them, and the other ninjas didn't know what was going on, and they didn't expect that the commander would be Miyu, who was young and inexperienced. At present, in addition to the senior officials and Tsunesama, the only one who is most qualified to lead the ninja army is Miyu. Narusuzaku thought to himself, if Narushikaku was in Konoha, he could barely compare. Although Narushikaku's strength was not good, he was outstanding in wisdom, and he would have the support of the Akimaki and Yamanaka clans. Now that Inoshikachu are not in Konoha, and even Minato Namikaze, who is as famous as Miyu, is not here, Miyu is the most suitable candidate. I never thought that it would be a short time since you became a jonin, and you have become the commander of the army. Akimaki Doto was surprised at Miyu's growth speed. If he remembered correctly, it seemed that it had been more than 2 years since Miyu became a jonin. It is really reassuring to have Miyu as the commander. Hisashi smiled at Miyu. He is the captain of the perception team of this support team, and he knew that Miyu was the commander before Miyu came. Hisashi did not think it was inappropriate. Although Miyu has been a jonin for a short time, in terms of achievements, he is far ahead of many old jonins who have been there for more than 10 years. Miyu quietly looked at the quickly assembled ninja troops without saying a word. Obito and the other disciples also knew that this was a serious occasion, so except when Miyu just came, they did not speak again, and stood quietly in the front row of the ninja troops. After waiting for the ninja troops to arrive, Miyu spoke. Konoha's ninja army was defeated in the land of grass not long ago. Miyu's words were like a bomb thrown into the calm water, instantly making most of the ninjas in the ninja army uneasy. Some people were shocked, surprised that there was no sign of the defeat of the land of grass, and some showed worried expressions, worried about their relatives or friends who went to the battlefield. Something happened in the land of grass. Uncle Toad and Teacher Minato seemed to be in the ninja army over there. Obito immediately thought of Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze, and couldn't help but worry. Although Jiraiya likes to brag and is always a bad person, he is also good to him, and Minato Namikaze is even more important. This is Obito's second most respected and favorite teacher. They should be fine. Kakashi shook his head softly. According to the information in the future, Minato Namikaze died after becoming Hokage, and Jiraiya died in the evil Akatsuki organization when Naruto Uzumaki was a teenager. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Although the future will definitely change because of their actions, such as Yamato becoming Miyu's disciple, however, they have not taken any action yet, so it is impossible for them to have a big impact on the ninja world. Kakashi is more worried about Miyu than Minato Namikaze and the others. This defeat came too suddenly. Even someone who pays close attention to the situation in the ninja world like Kakashi did not find any signs. In his impression, the grass country should have a great advantage in Konoha's troops, since the Iwagakure troops can suddenly turn a big disadvantage into an advantage. There must be some powerful means. Maybe it was the war that killed Miyu. It's still too weak now. Kakashi sighed in his heart. With their current strength, I'm afraid only Might Guy can barely help Miyu. Although they have been practicing very hard, they still have too little time to practice. After all, most of them are only 11 years old. In peacetime, they are still too old to graduate from the ninja school. I hope I can learn the Yang Seal before that day comes. If he can master the Yang Seal, Even if there is no improvement in other abilities, Kakashi's actual combat effectiveness will still rise sharply. Shisui looked solemn. He and Kakashi had similar guesses. The time is still too short, compared to Kakashi and the others. Shisui is a little younger, and he is not even 10 years old yet. Miyu did not give the ninjas much time to react, and quickly said, "Next, our mission is to support the Grass Country Ninja Force and prevent the Iwagakure Ninja Force from entering the Fire Country." Sarutobi Hiruzen did not require Miyu to defeat the Iwagakure Ninja Force. His requirement was to do a good job of defense and prevent the Iwagakure from invading the Fire Country. As long as the Iwagakure Ninja Force is not allowed to break through the defense line and enter the Fire Country, then Miyu will complete the mission. If Miyu repels the Iwagakure Force and severely damages the Iwagakure Force, it will be an extra achievement. Let's go. About a minute later, Miyu looked at all the ninjas in the army with a serious look and shouted. No one raised questions or complained, and they all followed Miyu silently to quickly leave Konoha and rush to the Grass Country. For ninjas, this is actually not too outrageous. When there is an urgent task to be performed, they will start to work after giving a task target. This time, it can be regarded as a collective emergency task for a large number of people. Moreover, Konoha's love for the village education is going very well, and the ninjas have a high sense of responsibility to protect the village. When they heard that the Iwagakure village might attack, many ninjas thought that they must keep Iwagakure out of the Land of Fire and not let Iwagakure have the opportunity to destroy Konoha. On the way, Miyu looked at the information given to him by Sarutobi Hiruzen. If Miyu was moving at full speed, he would definitely not be able to run and read the information at that speed. But if he was moving forward with the ninja troops, then Miyu would have the leeway to run and read. After all, the speed of the ninja troops was not fast for him. Sarutobi Hiruzen betrayed and assassinated Jiraiya, showing similar abilities to the Iwagakure assassination team. Looking at such information, Miyu showed a thoughtful expression. In the Hokage's office, Sarutobi Hiruzen spoke briefly, only briefly talking about the Iwagakure assassination team, and did not mention Sarutobi Hiruzen's betrayal and attack. When I first heard Sarutobi Hiruzen talk about Miyu, I thought it was White Zetsu. After looking at the detailed war intelligence, Miyu would not say 100%, but there was a 98% chance that it was White Zetsu who was causing trouble. The ninjutsu that can quickly eliminate the breath is the Mayfly technique, and the reason why Sarutobi Hiruzen betrayed is that he is not Sarutobi Hiruzen himself, but a White Zetsu who used the disguise technique. The strength of ordinary White Zetsu is not strong. If there is intelligence, a stronger Chunin can kill White Zetsu. The strength of White Zetsu is the skill configuration. White Zetsu's skills can only be described as high-end. The disguise technique is the most powerful transformation technique in the entire Naruto, which can imitate the essence of a ninja, chakra, and the Mayfly technique is the top stealth movement ninjutsu, which can merge with the earth, eliminate all breath and move at high speed. The combination of these two skills makes White Zetsu the strongest intelligence ninja in the ninja world, and also an assassin that is difficult to guard against on the battlefield. White Zetsu made a move, and Miyu felt that it was normal for Jiraiya to lose. White Zetsu's trouble in the Third War was somewhat of a dimensionality reduction attack. In the Fourth War, the 80,000 ninja coalition with a large number of strong men was overwhelmed by White Zetsu, not to mention Jiraiya's ninja troops. But for me, this is not a big trouble, Miyu thought to himself. Miyu has an inconspicuous but very powerful skill, that is the identification technique. No matter how similar White Zetsu's disguise is, once the identification technique sees the skill, everything will be exposed. The disadvantage of the identification technique is that Miyu has to see it before he can use it. So far, Miyu has not seen a White Zetsu who dares to appear in front of him. As long as White Zetsu dares to play undercover games in his ninja army, Miyu will let them know what intelligence is. Intelligence Jiraiya only exists in theory, but Miyu really has an identification technique that can see through chakra and skills. P.S. The plot has reached a relatively critical node recently, and it takes a lot of time to revise and rewrite it. Today's update will be less 4K per chapter. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 567 Counterattack Plan. Before arriving at the Land of Grass, Miyu used Konoha's special communication method to contact the Land of Grass Ninja Force. Out of caution, Miyu did not tell the Land of Grass Ninja Force a series of intelligence about the specific strength of the support force, but directly discussed the matter of the reunion. Jiraiya was very happy to learn that there was support, but he rejected Miyu's request for a reunion and told Miyu their current situation. After regrouping the troops, Jiraiya's ninja force still had 670 ninjas. Jiraiya suspected that there were still unexposed spies in his ninja force, so he split the whole into small teams to stop the Iwagakure troops. After 2 attempts, Jiraiya confirmed that there were still spies in the ninja force, but for a while there was no way to determine who the spies were and how many spies there were. Jiraiya believed that they could not reunite before finding the spies, otherwise they would repeat the failure of the last time. Commander Miyu, how should we reply? Narusuzaku asked Miyu. Before asking Miyu, Narusuzaku had thought about it seriously in his mind, but could not come up with a good solution. The best and most direct way is to find the spy, but Jiraiya's ninja unit is stronger than the support ninja unit, and has more outstanding talents. Jiraiya's ninja unit has not found the spy yet, so it may not be useful for the support unit to go there. Miyu showed a thoughtful look and did not reply immediately. It is not difficult for him to find the white zetsu hidden in a unit, but it takes time to identify them one by one. Miyu is thinking about how to use the white zetsu to trick Iwagakure. Since white zetsu can act as a spy for the Iwagakure unit, it means that Iwagakure has also been infiltrated by white zetsu. In this case, he can let white zetsu know the false news and then pass it to the Iwagakure unit, so that the Iwagakure unit will be misled by the false news. The vanguard unit of the support unit has arrived now, with only 50 ninjas. They can meet first to discuss the next battle. Miyu thought for a while and said, just reply like this. By the way, add the news about my vanguard unit. Miyu added. Narusuzaku and the other ninjas who were discussing all looked at Miyu with confusion, not understanding why Miyu replied like this. Before finding the spy, the reunion would only expose their intelligence and repeat the same mistakes. Although Miyu deliberately gave a false intelligence that there were only 50 ninjas, but what's the use of that? When they really meet, they will be exposed even if they don't find the spy. Commander Miyu, do you want to take 50 ninjas to help Master Jiraiya find the spy? Narusuzaku thought for a while and asked. Only with this reason can Miyu's reply be justified. Miyu nodded and replied, yes. I have a perception ability that can sense the kindness and malice of others towards me. Although the ninjas who have bad intentions towards me are not necessarily spies, they can greatly narrow the search range. The effect of the identification technique is too amazing, and Miyu can't take the initiative to tell it. And Miyu does have a ninjutsu that can sense good and evil, and the observation haki can be developed in this direction. However, Miyu's observation haki has just reached the mastery level, and his proficiency is still very low, so it doesn't have this effect. Narusuzaku was surprised, and he didn't expect Miyu to have such an ability. Perceiving good and evil is indeed an excellent ability to distinguish spies, especially for a ninja like Miyu who has a good reputation. If it is one of our own people, how could they have ill will towards a gentle and kind person like Miyu for no reason? If it is an enemy spy, for a famous genius like Miyu, they must be eager to kill him now, and it is impossible not to have malicious intentions. In this case, it is indeed more appropriate to lead a small force to meet first. Miyakun nodded in agreement. This will not expose the intelligence of the support force, and can quickly help the Grass Country Ninja Force get rid of the crisis. Moreover, 50 ninjas are also a considerable force and can deal with most situations. After Jiraiya gave a positive reply and agreed on a meeting place, Miyu also called out the ninjas who had been selected long ago. From now on, we are the vanguard of the support force, and the real support force has not arrived in the grass country. Do you know? Muyu reminded after gathering 50 ninjas. Except for me, no matter who talks to you about the topic of the support troops, you must not reveal the real information. White Zetsu must absorb the chakra of the corresponding ninja to perform the disguise technique to transform. Muyu is confident that his chakra will never be absorbed by White Zetsu, and he cannot guarantee whether other ninjas will have their chakra absorbed. Seeing Muyu's serious face, the ninjas nodded seriously and wrote down all of Muyu's words. After saying the precautions, Muyu led the ninjas to the agreed meeting place. In order to ensure that the support troops left behind have sufficient combat effectiveness, in addition to his 5 disciples, the remaining 45 ninjas, Muyu took the middle and lower ninjas, and left most of the upper ninjas and special upper ninjas in the support troops. When they were about to arrive at the agreed place, Muyu first used his observation haki to perceive, and then opened his Byakugan to carefully observe the surroundings. After confirming that there was no problem, he took his subordinates to meet up. In order to prevent accidents, Muyu did not close his Byakugan, and kept his Byakugan open. Now Muyu has the Yang seal, and has a lot more chakra. It doesn't matter if he uses the Byakugan to consume some chakra. Jiraiya, Minato Namikaze, and his other 2 disciples have arrived at the designated location and are waiting. Seeing Muyu coming with the troops, Jiraiya quickly stepped forward and said, "The Iwagakure is really strange this time. The intelligence ability is ridiculously strong. I don't even know how many spies there are in the army." In order to ensure that there would be no problems with the meeting with Muyu, Jiraiya conducted it very secretly. Not only were there very few people who knew about it, he even only brought his 3 disciples. Now Jiraiya no longer believes in those family ninjas. Even the Jonin of the Sarutobi clan can be traitors, so it's not surprising if there are traitors in other families. His own disciples are different. From childhood to adulthood, Jiraiya can ensure that there are no problems with them. I have read the intelligence on the battlefield, and there are indeed many suspicious points. Muyu nodded, and then looked at the 50 ninjas behind him. Except for Hotai Kakashi, Uchiha Obito, and others, the rest of the ninjas will be dispersed around to be on guard. Muyu sent all the ninjas except his disciples to be on guard around. Although Muyu, who had the Byakugan, did not need them to be on guard, the fewer people knew about their subsequent conversation, the better. "Uncle Toad, Minato-sensei, are you not hurt?" Obito could not help asking. Namikaze Minato smiled and shook his head to show that he was fine. "What a joke. I am a Sannin, this little difficulty can't hurt me, and besides, it's not Uncle Toad, it's Toad Sage." Jiraiya knocked on Obito's head and emphasized, "Okay, Uncle Toad." Obito nodded unmoved and replied, in his mind, "There are only 6 paths Sage and Muyu Sage." Jiraiya, alas, so high, we are so pitiful. Although we are in the same unit with Minato, it seems like we are non-existent people. We obviously helped train before. Decay sighed. "Senior Sui, Senior Decay, are you injured? I can provide treatment." No, Harlan asked softly. Hee, no need. Decay smiled and waved his hand. He just complained that the 2 of them had no sense of existence and were always ignored. Ignoring Obito, who was a little bit annoying, Jiraiya looked at Muyu. It was normal to let subordinates guard around, but Jiraiya thought that Muyu might have something important to say by letting almost all of his subordinates go on guard. After giving everyone on Jiraiya's side an assessment, Muyu said, "In fact, the support troops have all arrived. There are 500 ninjas besides me, including 15 Jonins and 15 special Jonins." Muyu first briefly explained the information of the support troops. Didn't they say that only the vanguard troops arrived? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. Decay was a little confused. He didn't expect that his own intelligence exchange could be fake. "You are worried that the information will be obtained by spies," Namikaze Minato analyzed. In fact, he felt a little strange when he got the information. The Iwagakure troops in the Land of Grass are much stronger than Konoha now. Sending a team of 50 elites to rush to the Land of Grass is meaningless and cannot change the situation unless these 50 people are as strong as Muyu. In this case, Muyu, Do you have the idea of catching spies? Jiraiya asked. Muyu is very strong, and even one person can make their small troop safer. But Jiraiya didn't think that Muyu spent time to reunite just for this. If he hadn't seen Muyu in the so-called vanguard troops, Jiraiya would definitely refuse to reunite to prevent problems. Muyu nodded and repeated the explanation he gave to the support troops. Perceiving good intentions and malice, this is indeed a good way. Jiraiya's eyes lit up. If a person who is hated has this ability, then the efficiency of identifying spies may not be too high. But if the person with this ability is Muyu, Jiraiya thinks he can catch one at a time. Muyu is kind to people and cooks delicious food. Under the condition of being a ninja from the same village, he has malice towards Konoha. Jiraiya dare not imagine how deep the hatred that person has towards others. Muyu can't be liked by everyone, but those who don't like him should not be malicious. At best, they just don't like him. So it has to be the immortal Muyu. Obito praised in his heart. Jiraiya can only fight a little at best, but Muyu seems to be omnipotent. My idea is to use my ability to find the spy first, and then use the trick to let the spy get false information, so as to seek a situation that is beneficial to our Konoha. Muyu pushed the frame with his right hand and said his general plan. In this way, the hidden 450 ninjas will become a surprise force. Jiraiya smiled and patted Muyu on the shoulder. Roughly guessing Muyu's thoughts, he had to admit that Muyu considered all aspects very well, better than his battle-hardened commander. Of course, it is also because Muyu has the key ability to break the situation that he can make these thoughts. What do you think we should do next? Should we investigate the small units one by one, or gather all the units together? Jiraiya thought for a while and asked. Sarutobi Hiruzen's order did not include the direct incorporation of the support units into the Konoha unit of the Land of Grass, so Muyu is currently the commander of the unit at the same level as Jiraiya. They have to discuss with each other, and no one has the right to order anyone else. Gather all the units together. It's too slow to investigate one by one, and there is a greater possibility of exposing the plan. Muyu replied after thinking. Investigating each small unit one by one, they still have to gather them together in the end. Muyu is worried that a new white Zetsu may appear in this process, and the cautious Muyu may choose to check all the members at that time. So Muyu thinks it is better to gather the troops for an overall inspection at the beginning, and then start planning directly. The faster the plan is carried out, the less time the enemy has to think. Okay, Jiraiya felt that what Muyu said made sense, and agreed. When the plan was almost discussed, Muyu called back the subordinates in charge of vigilance and followed Jiraiya to the small unit where Jiraiya was. I'm so sorry, it seems that the war has to come to an end. Minato, you can take care of Kushina yourself, Muyu said to Minato Namikaze with a smile on the way. Not long after Minato Namikaze sent him the letter, Sarutobi Hiruzen's order came down. Minato Namikaze showed a somewhat awkward smile, and then sighed. I hope so. There are too many unexpected accidents recently. He wrote that letter because he had a premonition of the situation of the war with Iwagakure, but the development of the facts was beyond Minato Namikaze's expectations. If it weren't for Muyu's ability to sense malice, Minato Namikaze estimated that the Grass Country Army would only be able to passively defend for a long time, even if there were reinforcements. If the failure of the Grass Country Army was caused by spies, then Teacher Muyu, who has special perception abilities, will definitely be regarded as a thorn in the eyes of Iwagakure. Will it be because of this reason that he was surrounded and killed by many masters of Iwagakure? Kakashi thought in his heart. Kakashi has never been a high-level ninja army, but he has been on the battlefield a lot in recent years. The spy incident that can cause the Grass Country Army to be defeated without any signs is definitely not an ordinary spy incident. Talk less when we get there. Kakashi couldn't help but remind Obito. Following Muyu, they now know a lot of confidential information. Obito's face darkened. Kakashi, you underestimate me too much. I'm not a big mouth who likes to tell everything. Hehe. Kakashi smiled faintly and said nothing. Obito blushed. If the timing was not right, he would have wanted to fight with Kakashi. Just wait and see, Obito said harshly. In order to let Kakashi see his ability to keep secrets, he planned not to communicate with ninjas who were not friends after arriving at the place, so that the information would not be exposed. Kakashi watched Obito's reaction and nodded in his heart. P.S. There is another chapter later, probably around 3 o'clock. Chapter 568, The Worst Incident in History. As a commander, Jiraiya left the most ninjas to himself and bore the greatest pressure. The small unit he led had more than 60 ninjas, more than the so-called vanguard unit of Muyu. This was actually a very dangerous thing when there were unknown spies inside the unit, so Jiraiya did not choose a certain place as a fixed base, and ran around every day to prevent the position from being exposed and surrounded. This is the vanguard of our reinforcements. More reinforcements will arrive soon, and then it will be our turn to fight back. Jiraiya summoned the troops to introduce Muyu, who came to help, in order to boost morale. After a tragic defeat and being chased around by the enemy, the morale of the grass country troops is now very low. It's Lord Muyu. Soon a ninja recognized Muyu and showed a happy expression. Muyu is a strong man who is as famous as Minato Namikaze. Every additional strong man of such strength can have a certain impact on the battle situation. Lord Muyu once killed a Jinchuriki on the battlefield of Kirigakure. If he can kill a Jinchuriki of Iwagakure like that time, how arrogant will the Iwagakure troops be? A Konoha ninja couldn't help but think. The two perfect Jinchuriki of Iwagakure put considerable pressure on the Konoha troops of the Land of Grass. No one wanted to have a tailed beast ball appear on their face during the fight. Seeing the changes in the expressions of the ninja troops after Muyu appeared, Obito's heart surged and he yearned for it. The ninja he wanted to be was a ninja like Muyu, who could give people a great sense of security and end the war to save people from danger. Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze were very concerned about the expressions on the faces of the ninjas, but they didn't see any ninjas showing disdain or other bad expressions. It depends on Muyu's perception. Jiraiya was not surprised. After all, he was a spy who could lurk in the ninja troops, and it should be basic to not show his emotions. Everyone hold on a little longer. The main force of the support troops will arrive soon, and the final victory will definitely belong to Konoha. Muyu encouraged with a warm smile. With a bowl of chicken soup, Muyu quickly used identification on the ninjas in front of him. Name: Yamanaka Hirosuke. Chakra: 4600. Skills: Yin Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Proficient level: Heart Turn Technique. Proficient level. Name: Miki Hanpei. Skills: Fire Attribute Chakra Nature Change. Proficient level: Victory belongs to us Konoha. A Konoha ninja that Muyu was not familiar with shouted passionately. Name: White Zetsu. Chakra: 13,000. Skills: Mayfly Technique. Disguise Technique. Muyu's expression remained unchanged, and he memorized the disguised appearance of the passionate White Zetsu, and then continued to use identification techniques on other ninjas. After the identification, Muyu found that the situation was actually not bad. There was only one White Zetsu in the small group where Jiraiya was. Next, we need to meet up with the other scattered teams and prepare for a counterattack. Jiraiya gave the latest order. The Konoha ninja troops have been running around recently and have become accustomed to sudden transfer orders. Everyone quickly began to act according to Jiraiya's orders. Muyu, did you sense anything? Jiraiya walked to Muyu's side with his disciples and asked in a low voice. According to normal logic, his small unit is most likely to have a spy, because not only does it have the most people, but it also has him as the commander of the unit. There is a ninja who is very likely to be a spy of Iwagakure. Muyu thought for a while and replied. The identification technique is as effective as Muyu imagined in finding White Zetsu, but because Muyu used the excuse of sensing good and evil, he did not use affirmative words, but only said high probability. High probability? He has a very deep malice towards me. If he has the opportunity, he will kill me without hesitation. This degree is like an irreconcilable hatred with me. Muyu said calmly. High probability? It must be a spy. Jiraiya felt that Muyu was a little conservative. Even if there are Konoha ninjas and Muyu who have some personal grudges, it is not so exaggerated. Who is it? Muyu summoned a pen and paper from the scroll, and quickly drew the appearance of the disguised White Zetsu on the paper. He probably looks like this. I don't know him and don't know his name. Muyu handed the portrait to Jiraiya. If I remember correctly, this person seems to be called Sakotas Eiichi. A Chunin. Jiraiya looked at it and said. Originally, Jiraiya didn't know him. After all, there were thousands of ninja troops, and Jiraiya couldn't know all the ninjas. He only knew all the Jonins and the Chunins he had communicated with. But later they were separated, and in addition to looking for spies, Jiraiya deliberately wrote down the names of all his subordinates to facilitate the investigation of relevant information. It's him. Although Sakota Eiichi is not a family ninja, his family members joined Konoha when Konoha was first founded. I didn't expect that he would become a spy now. Namikaze Minato sighed. Sakota Eiichi's family was protected by Konoha, and he also grew up under the protection of Konoha. Why would such a person become a spy for Iwagakure? Namikaze Minato was a little confused. However, when he thought that there was a spy in the Sarutobi clan, Minato Namikaze thought it was quite normal. With the precedent of the Sarutobi clan's Jonin, Minato Namikaze would not be too surprised even if there was a spy in the Inoshikachu clan. Since he is a native of Konoha, why would he betray his own village? Obito found it hard to accept. He thought the spy was a ninja from another village disguised as a ninja, but he didn't expect that it was a ninja from his own village who betrayed. Could it be that someone from another village used a transformation technique to disguise himself? Minato Namikaze shook his head and explained, even the most advanced transformation technique cannot be hidden from the perception of the perception ninja. Although ninjas all have chakra, in fact, everyone's chakra is different, but this difference cannot be detected by ordinary ninjas. Obito looked disappointed. Minato Namikaze's meaning was very clear. If it was a transformation technique disguise, how could it be hidden from the perception ninjas of the army? Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book underscore bar is the first to publish this novel. Money, life, power, status. There are too many tempting things in this world. Jiraiya sighed. He didn't know what benefits Iwagakure promised, or whether they were threatened by some handle of Masaru Oda. In short, the spy was a fact. It's really difficult. If the news gets back to the village, I'm afraid it will have an impact on Konoha. Jiraiya became more and more annoyed the more he thought about it. This spy is not only difficult to find, but if it is found and announced, it will easily affect morale and even have a negative impact on the entire Konoha. Wait until the troops have assembled and don't take any action for the time being, so as not to alert the enemy, Miyu reminded. If you want to use White Zetsu to pit Iwagakure, then before the information is passed on, you can't let the White Zetsu find out that you have been exposed. Jiraiya and others nodded. No one knew if there were any spies in other small units. Jiraiya, who was worried that the night would be long and dreams would be many, issued the highest level of assembly order, asking all the teams that could act to assemble as quickly as possible. With the high mobility of ninjas, Miyu and others' team quickly grew from 100 to 200 or 300, and finally assembled about 700 people. Miyu also used identification techniques intensively to find White Zetsu during this process, and finally found 3 White Zetsu. In addition to the first one found, there is also the injured Aburame clan ninja Aburame Ruya, and the last Hyuga clan ninja in Jiraiya's army, Hyuga Sasa. When Jiraiya learned that the only remaining white-hide ninja in the army was a spy, he was numb. Even the Hyuga clan ninjas had problems, so it was no wonder that they were defeated so badly. What is wrong with this world? Even the Hyuga clan ninjas will rebel. Jiraiya was very puzzled. The Hyuga clan is also a relatively peculiar family in Konoha. The Hyuga clan has a strict system of main family and branch family. The main family is not only superior to others, but also has absolute control over the branch family, and can easily control the life and death of the branch family ninjas through the caged bird curse seal. The Hyuga family in Jiraiya's army is naturally a branch of the Hyuga family. The main Hyuga family is extremely rare and rarely goes to the battlefield. It's too abnormal. There must be some secret in it. Namikaze Minato frowned. It is not an exaggeration to characterize this spy incident as the worst spy incident since the establishment of Konoha. The Hyuga clan, the Aburame clan, and the Sarutobi clan are all of the veteran ninja clans of Konoha. Each clan has many ninjas holding important positions in various departments. Among them, The Sarutobi clan is the most important. The clan leader Sarutobi Hiruzen is currently the third-generation Hokage of Konoha. If the news that there are ninjas in their family who are spies from his village spreads, the consequences are unpredictable. Even such a pure ninja clan ninja can become a spy. Does it mean that there are more spies with ordinary identities? It is important to explore the secrets of spies, but the most important thing at present is to defeat the Iwagakure troops. Miyu pointed out the current focus. Miyu knew the reason, but he couldn't say it clearly. The best way is to guide. Miyu is right. The most important thing now is to prevent the Iwagakure troops from invading the Land of Fire. Jiraiya nodded. It is important for spies to influence military morale, but if the Iwagakure troops are allowed to infiltrate the Land of Fire, it will affect the entire Land of Fire. This time the situation is different from that of Kirigakure. Then several people began to discuss how to use spies to set traps for the Iwagakure troops. They have already discovered the spies, and now the situation has become that the Iwagakure troops think they are on the first level and they are on the second level. But in fact the Konoha ninja troops have reached the third level. Arresting spies directly is the dumbest method, and the best solution is of course to use spies and support troops in the dark to create an information gap to give the Iwagakure ninja troops a surprise. P.S. Although it was released today, this chapter is considered yesterday and will not be updated today. Chapter 569. Never fought such a rich battle. At night, many jonins from the ninja army gathered in a makeshift tent. There were no chairs inside the tent, only a large stone table made of earth escape technique, on which was placed a map of the land of grass and its surrounding areas. Miyu and Jiraiya stood side by side on the north side of the table, while Minato Namikaze and Kakashi stood behind each of them, and the other jonin stood in other directions of the large stone table. I believe everyone must have a lot of doubts in their hearts. Why did they reunite so quickly after being separated? And why did Miyu appear here? Jiraiya said slowly. Some jonin nodded. There was such a big change suddenly, and it was difficult for them to sort out everything without any information. First of all, Miyu is leading the support troops to help us deal with Iwagakure. Jiraiya began to explain. Due to the critical situation at the front, Miyu selected the elite from the support troops and arrived at the grass country as quickly as possible. Therefore, the main force of the support troops has not arrived yet. Only 50 elite ninjas from the vanguard troops have arrived. A senior ninja showed joy on his face and couldn't help asking, Lord Miyu, how many ninjas are there in the support troops? Since the elite troops have arrived, even if the main force is slow, it won't be too late. He can't wait to wash away the failure of the last time. Including the elite troops, there are a total of 1,000 ninjas, Miyu answered seriously. Great. With the support troops, our troops are not worse than the Iwagakure troops. We will definitely not lose again this time. The senior ninja who asked the question just now looked even more excited. This is a reinforcement of 1,000 ninja troops. He has been fighting for so long, but this is the first time he has seen Konoha send such a strong reinforcement force at once. It's not that Konoha is stingy, but Konoha doesn't have many troops among the many ninja villages. From the establishment of Konoha to now, there are only more than 12,000 official ninjas. Now the war in the ninja world has reached the Third Ninja World War. Due to the loss of war for many years and the natural death of ninjas, Konoha has very few active ninjas. That is to say, the number of ninjas in each village is confidential. Otherwise, if there is a ranking of active ninjas, Konoha may be the bottom of the 5 major ninja villages. The other jonins were also shocked. They felt that they had never fought such a rich war. There were actually 1,000 reinforcements. It's worthy of being Miyu teacher. Even deceiving people is so good. Seeing that no one questioned the scene, Obito, who had been silent, praised Miyu in his heart. White Zetsu, who was disguised as Hinata, also showed a surprised look and silently wrote down the information, ready to pass it on later. Before the dispersion, it was because of insufficient combat power. We were worried that our location would be discovered and then wiped out, but now that 1,000 ninja troops have come to help, there is no need to hide anymore. Jiraiya continued. The jonin nodded in approval. With the same number of ninja troops, they, Konoha, have never been afraid of others. Which place do you think is suitable for meeting with the support troops and serving as a temporary base camp? Jiraiya began to brainstorm and collect ideas. Each Jonin carefully studied the map and expressed his own opinions. Finally, after the combat meeting was over, Jiraiya reminded with a serious face, "There may be spies in our army now, and the content of the meeting must not be leaked." Before, when Jiraiya was assassinated by Sarutobi Jonin, no one saw it, and Jiraiya deliberately concealed the news. At present, the ninja army does not know that the failure was caused by a spy. The Jonin in the tent all looked solemn. "Don't be too nervous. Those who can be called to attend this meeting by me are all ninjas who can be trusted." Jiraiya smiled and said, "As long as there is no accident, we will definitely be able to turn defeat into victory this time." The Jonin looked at each other and felt that Jiraiya was right. Most of the Jonin gathered here were ninjas of the ninja clan, or old Jonins who worked hard and made great contributions. There is no possibility of spies. If there is no problem with this group of people, the news will not be leaked, and there will be no accidents. I really want to cancel the transformation technique and let them see it. It will be very interesting. White Zetsu laughed wildly in his heart. Hinata Shiza is indeed a trustworthy ninja, but the one present is not Hinata Shiza, but White Zetsu. Of course, White Zetsu just thought about it normally. He still had to complete the task of transmitting information. But it doesn't matter if he can't show his true self now. When Jiraiya and his men are surrounded and in a desperate situation, he will laugh loudly before running away. After the meeting, the ninjas dispersed, including Jiraiya and Muyu. However, after leaving, Jiraiya, Muyu and Nimike's Minato quickly escaped and used shadow clones to disguise themselves. Finally, the three of them met again in a hidden place. The meeting just now was used to confuse White Zetsu. The real combat meeting had ended long ago, and only the three of them participated. The bait has been prepared. Next, it depends on whether the Iwagakure side will take the bait, Jiraiya said as he looked to the northwest where the Iwagakure ninjas were. In order to deceive the spies, very few people knew about the real combat plan. In addition to Muyu, Jiraiya and their disciples, only the senior officials of the support troops knew about it. According to the intentions shown by Iwagakure at present, they definitely want to wipe out the Konoha troops of the Land of Grass in one fell swoop. They will definitely take the bait, and it will not be easy for us to eat this big fish, Namike's Minato thought. The 1,000-man support force mentioned by Muyu was just a lie to make Iwagakure take the bait. In fact, the support force and Jiraiya's troops together only had 1,200 ninjas. Namike's Minato didn't know the exact number of ninjas on the Iwagakure side, but according to the current number, it must be more than 1,800 ninjas, at least 600 more than Konoha. 600 as a unit of ninja is already quite a lot, enough to form a unit. After all, the overall situation is still unfavorable to us. It must be difficult to annihilate them all. Let's try to eliminate half of them. Muyu thought for a while and said. Jiraiya nodded in agreement and said, half is already a good number. If it is reported back to Iwagakure, it will be enough to make Inoki feel distressed for a long time. Half of 1,800 is also 900. The resources required to cultivate 900 qualified ninjas are huge. If you defeat the Four Tails Jinchuriki this time, you will be the real leader of the younger generation of Konoha. Jiraiya patted Muyu on the shoulder and said with a smile. During the combat meeting, Muyu took the initiative to volunteer, saying that he had made a great breakthrough in water escape recently, and he could deal with the Four Tails Jinchuriki and the ninjas protecting the Four Tails alone. Minato, you have to work harder too, or go to Maibaku Mountain to study Sage Mode now. Then Jiraiya patted Namike's Minato again. Namike's Minato looked helpless. Teacher Jiraiya, don't joke. How can I go now? And didn't Sage Fukasaku say last time that my chakra training is not enough? Sage Mode is a special skill that can improve the ability of ninjas in all aspects, so Namike's Minato naturally wants to learn it. But learning Sage Mode itself requires strong chakra. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar first published this novel. However, Namikaze Minato has not yet reached the standard of strong chakra. Not enough chakra is a flaw. Otherwise, with your talent, Minato, under great pressure, you might be able to learn it quickly. Jiraiya touched his chin and said, it took him a long time to learn the Sage Mode. However, Jiraiya's situation was special. When he learned the Sage Mode, he did not stay in Myabaku Mountain for special training, but practiced whenever he had time. The overall practice time was not particularly exaggerated. Of course, compared with the existence of Uzumaki Naruto, Jiraiya did spend a lot more time. The difference from the last time I came here is really big. Obito, who was lying on the tree and looking at the sky with a bored face, complained in a low voice. Although it was the same ninja unit, the spirit was much worse than the last mission. After all, it has experienced a heavy failure. Kakashi replied, "Hey, Kakashi, why haven't you slept yet?" Obito looked at Kakashi sitting on the branch in surprise. They would move again soon, so they just found a place to sleep. So why didn't you sleep? Kakashi asked back. Obito scratched his head and finally said honestly, I am a little concerned about the spies in the army and the atmosphere of the army this time. Obito has experienced a lot now, but the army he is in has never suffered a major defeat, and there has never been a Konoha ninja who rebelled and became a spy. Actually, there is no need to care, since they have become spies. No matter what the reason, they are already the enemy of Konoha. As for the atmosphere of the army, as long as there is a big victory, your familiar feeling will return, Kakashi said lightly. Oh, Obito wanted to say that what he really cared about was not the appearance, but some of the essence revealed after the incident. But he didn't know how to describe it, so he could only scratch his hair and sigh. So why didn't you sleep, Kakashi? Obito remembered that Kakashi hadn't answered his question yet. I'm worried that you might accidentally leak the information, so I'm keeping an eye on you. Kakashi answered without any concealment. The information they have is not as comprehensive as that of Muai Unamikaze Minato, but they are also the group that has the most information besides them. Obito's face darkened. He wanted to scold Kakashi, but then he remembered that it was late at night, so he could only swallow his words and glared at Kakashi. You evil, damn white-haired man. How dare you look down on me like this? A glare was not enough to vent his anger, so Obito cursed again in his heart. In order to prove his ability to keep a secret, Obito fell asleep. After Obito fell asleep, Kakashi opened the transparent world and observed the surroundings, and soon closed his eyes. P.S. There is another chapter later, but the time is uncertain, so it is recommended to read it tomorrow. Anyway, you will definitely be able to see it tomorrow. Chapter 570, The Hope of the Famous Ninja World. Lord Iwakura, our Anbu has obtained the latest important intelligence about the Konoha ninja force. Iwagakure Senior Ninja entered Iwagakure's tent with a face full of joy to report the latest results. Important intelligence? Iwagakure, who had fallen asleep, sat up quickly. What can be called important intelligence is generally intelligence that can have a significant impact on the battle situation. The last time Iwagakure was able to surprise and win a big victory, it was because they knew the location and layout of Konoha's main force. That's right, we not only got the news of Konoha's reinforcements, but also got Konoha's next battle plan. Iwagakure Senior Ninja said excitedly. With this information, he seemed to see an unprecedented victory right in front of him. Bring it to me quickly. Iwagakure was curious. Because of his serious injuries, Lishi had been sent to the rear after emergency treatment, and now he was in charge of the Iwagakure force. Of course, he was only the acting commander, and he had to give up his position when Lishi recovered from his injuries and returned to the battlefield. Taking the intelligence scroll, Iwagakure quickly opened it to view the information in it. The Konoha reinforcement vanguard troops, led by Hani Umuzuki, have joined the Konoha Grass Country troops. The reinforcement troops sent by Konoha have a total of 1,000 people. In addition to the elite vanguard troops that arrived first, there are still 950 ninjas heading towards the Grass Country. The light in Iwakure's eyes became brighter with each line of words he read. After carefully reading all the information, Iwakure wanted to laugh out loud. This is simply a godsend opportunity. It happened that his boss Lishi left and obtained important information about the Konoha troops. Even if only 1,000 ninjas are eliminated, It will be a great victory worthy of celebration. Iwakura's mouth raised. Jiraiya's remnants plus Konoha's reinforcements must have at least 1,600 ninjas. As long as he kills 2/3 of them, he can win a great victory that is worthy of the report of the entire Iwagakure village. And since he performed so well, the deputy commander in front of him can naturally be removed. After removing the deputy, he can continue to command the 2,000 Iwagakure troops on the battlefield and make meritorious deeds on the battlefield. In the end, maybe his status in Iwagakure will be higher than that of Rishi, and he may be nominated as the candidate for the 4th Tsuchikage. Thinking of this, Iwaku could no longer suppress the corners of his mouth that were raised. Tsuchikage, one of the 5 great shadows, is the real pinnacle of the ninja world, and no one can ignore his existence. Call the Jonin in the army and start the combat meeting. Iwaku ordered the Iwagakure, who notified the Iwagakure. If it was Rishi, maybe he could arrange it with one order, but his prestige in the Iwagakure army is not so strong, so he has to hold a meeting first to get support. Although it is sleep time now, the ninjas have undergone special training and will not sleep very deeply. Some Iwagakure Jonins do not need to be called, and they will wake up naturally when they hear the movement outside. In the special tent for the meeting, Iwaku started the meeting after the Iwagakure Jonins arrived. Iwaku first asked an Iwagakure ninja to read out all the information, and then he said, "Everyone, tell me what you think. Prepare for war." Now that we have obtained such information, we should wipe out all the Konoha troops in one go. Tuo Guang said directly. They even know the color of Konoha's underwear. It would be a waste if they don't take action. Of course we will attack. The other Iwagakure Jonin responded one after another. Iwakura nodded in his heart, as he thought, with such important information in hand, no one would choose to avoid fighting. My idea is the same as yours. We should not only fight, but also use this opportunity to completely defeat Konoha's grass country defense line and enter the Fire Country mainland. Iwakura said with a smile. He has a high status in Iwagakure and knows that the Iwagakure high-level officials tend to be conservative and low-key. Breaking into the Fire Country mainland is naturally not low-key, but this war is also the order of the Iwagakure high-level officials, so they let go and Iwakura can rest assured to brush up military merits. But fighting also needs to be organized. Although even if their reinforcements arrive, we have more numbers. It would be better to defeat them one by one. We have to eliminate Konoha's grass country troops before the main force of the reinforcements arrives, and then eliminate the reinforcements. Iwakura began to talk about his attack plan. The intelligence submitted contained a detailed plan for the Konoha grass country ninja force to join up with the Konoha support force. Iwakura's plan was approved by most of the Iwagakure, so they began to discuss filling in the gaps. There was also an Iwagakure ninja who had a wild idea and suggested to immediately summon troops to launch a surprise attack on the Konoha ninja force. However, this decision was not approved, because the transmission of intelligence takes time, and the journey also takes time, and the intelligence also contained news that the Konoha ninja force would go to bed early and get up early tonight to travel. If they went there now, they would most likely come up empty-handed, and their intentions might even be exposed. If the Konoha ninja force temporarily changed their plan because of this, it would be a loss. This is the second temporary resting place they planned. Iwakura pointed to a deep forest with a small river on the map. Their plan is to wander around during the day, and then go to the rest point at night for a short rest before continuing on the road, in order to confuse our sight, so we will use their tricks against them. We will rush over now, lurk around and wait for the enemy to come. Whether they arrive early or on time, they will face us who are ready for battle. The reason why Iwaku believed that this was the real intelligence from the Konoha ninja force as soon as he saw the intelligence was because he believed in his own intelligence ninjas. After all, they had just made a great contribution. On the other hand, it was the specific content of the intelligence. The intelligence not only contained content about dealing with spies, but also content about confusing the Iwagakure ninja force. No matter how Iwaka could have done it, this was also a serious intelligence. Iwaka probably would never have thought that Muyu and Jiraiya had deceived a bunch of Konoha Jounins into holding a fake meeting so that they could be fooled. Because the intelligence was too sufficient, the combat meeting did not have much room for development, and the specific combat plan was quickly determined. You really don't know how strong you are until you really fight once. I didn't expect that our Iwagakure intelligence department is so much stronger than Konoha, and Iwagakure Jounin smiled with ease. Anyone who has a little idea in mind knows who is in control on the battlefield. Is Konoha's defeat due to the fact that their troops are much stronger than Konoha's ninja troops? Of course not. It is because they crushed Konoha's ninja troops from the intelligence level. If we use a game as an analogy, when the Iwagakure troops fight against Jiraiya's troops, not only can they see their positions through a perspective frame, but they can also connect to Jiraiya's voice, which is one way. They can hear Jiraiya, but Jiraiya can't hear them. The Iwagakure Jounins all smiled. Recently, they can vent all of their previous frustrations. It's really fun to fight. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6=9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. After the meeting, Iwaku assembled the Iwagakure troops and began to march quickly towards the destination. Although it was only 1 o'clock in the morning, no ninja was procrastinating. They quickly prepared everything and followed a large army in silence. After this battle, the whole ninja world will remember my name. Looking at the black sky with only a few stars, Iwaka was proud. If everything goes as he imagined, this battle will become the most painful defeat of Konoha in recent years. As the sky gradually brightened from darkness, the Iwagakure Ninja Corps approached the second resting point in the intelligence. Although the intelligence said that this was the place where the Konoha Ninja Corps was going to come tonight, Iwagakure still did not take it lightly. He asked the Perception Ninja in the Iwagakure Corps to use ninjutsu to sense the situation. Lord Iwagakure, there is no ninja chakra. The Perception Ninja cancelled the hand seal and opened his eyes to report. Keep going. Iwagakure smiled and nodded. Everything confirmed the authenticity of their intelligence, and victory was getting closer and closer to him. Looking at the tall trees deep in the forest, Iwagakure was in an unusually happy mood. It seemed that each tree was the Konoha ninja that he was about to kill at night. No wonder it is only a temporary resting point. In addition to being more concealed, the terrain is easy to attack and difficult to defend. Iwagakure thought after observing the surrounding terrain. The terrain here made Iwagakure feel a little insecure, and he quickly organized a patrol team to patrol the surrounding area. There were not as many sensory ninjas in Iwagakure as in Konoha, and the few sensory ninjas could not be allowed to use sensory ninjutsu continuously, so the patrols of ordinary ninjas were also very important. After a short period of time, the ninjas of the Iwagakure army were completely relieved to find that the surroundings were still calm. The intelligence department is really good, too accurate. And Iwagakure ninja sighed. If there was such intelligence in every battle, even if they encountered the ninja army with 1.5 times their number, they would still be able to fight. Then Iwaka began to arrange for the ninjas to rest in batches. They had not slept well and had to travel overnight. Now the Iwagakure army was in a very ordinary state and needed to rest. However, in order to prevent accidents, Iwaka could not let all the Iwagakure sleep in place, so they had to rest in batches and shifts. Some Iwagakure would catch up on sleep, while others would be on guard and set traps. After arranging everything, Iwaka was ready to catch up on sleep. The ordinary Iwagakure only needed to fight, but as a commander, he had more things to think about and do, and he needed to catch up on sleep. Boom! An extremely violent explosion sounded, and the bright red explosion light was particularly dazzling in the dim morning. Iwaka, who had just lay down, was instantly awake, and suddenly opened his eyes and jumped up. Boom! As if a chain reaction had started, another explosion sounded soon, and the fiery red explosion light hit the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. Damn, we fell into a trap. Iwaka's face became extremely ugly, although he still didn't understand how the Konoha ninjas did all this. The explosion just now was obviously a detonating talisman trap. The intelligence was false, and the Konoha ninjas had been here a long time ago, and they had also set a trap. Chapter 571, White Zetsu appears. Terrifying war potential. Late at night, when Beisetsu finished delivering intelligence and returned to the army leisurely, he suddenly found that Muyu and Namikaze Minato had not slept yet and were walking towards him. "Hey, Lord Muyu and Lord Minato, you are not asleep either." Beizetsu greeted the two without panic. Beizetsu did not feel that he was exposed. The pretending technique can even imitate chakra. He can almost be regarded as a replica of Hyuga. But his thoughts are different. Jutian seal. Muyu smiled and put his hand on Beizetsu's shoulder to perform the sealing technique. "Lord Muyu, what are you doing?" "I am from the Hyuga clan." Beizetsu did not know what Muyu wanted to do at first, but suddenly felt a force of confinement invading his body. His face changed drastically and he burst out chakra to resist. Bang! Namikaze Minato next to him quickly attacked and hit Beizetsu hard. The punch containing a large amount of chakra directly hit Beizetsu and revealed his true form. When Beizetsu was unable to resist, Muyu's sealing technique was completed, and Beizetsu could no longer mobilize the chakra in his body. What kind of creature is this? Looking at the white Zetsu in front of him, which was very similar to humans but was pure white, Namikaze Minato frowned. After confirming that Hinata had passed the information, they first dealt with the other two spies. As a result, they unexpectedly discovered that the spies they thought had betrayed Konoha were not even human, but the result of biological experiments. Maybe it was a product of Iwagakura's research for war. Muyu answered casually. It is not wrong to say that it was a product of research for war, but it was not Iwagakure village, or even Uchiha Madara, but Otsutsuki Kaguya. Namikaze Minato nodded in agreement. The strange appearance of the white Zetsu, coupled with the almost identical individuals, these two characteristics are enough to determine that it is the result of a biological laboratory. It can't be albino triplets. According to the current situation, it should not be mass-produced, otherwise it would be too terrible. Namikaze Minato imagined the appearance of a large number of white Zetsu disguised as assassins, and couldn't help shaking his head. Before Muyu came, just a few white Zetsu were enough to toss their 1,000-man ninja army. If there are hundreds of white Zetsu, the morale of the Konoha ninja troops will probably be scattered. 1/10 of the ninjas may be spies and assassins. Who can withstand this? There are too many white Zetsu. Even if there is Muyu, it will be difficult to cope. When Muyu is on the battlefield, white Zetsu can go to the rear Konoha. When Muyu is in Konoha, white Zetsu can deal with the troops on the battlefield. Namikaze Minato was overwhelmed when he thought about it. What kind of heaven-defying biological achievement is simply born for war? It should be like this, otherwise Iwagakure will definitely plant as many spies as possible. Muyu nodded. White Zetsu can indeed be produced wholesale, but Uchiha Madara should not have this ability now. After all, he is an old man who is about to be buried. At this stage, Uchiha Madara is in a state where he will die soon if he is not taken care of. The three white Zetsu were imprisoned together, and two ninjas were left to guard them. The remaining ninjas rushed to the rest and assembly point under the orders of Jiraiya and Muyu. Jiraiya and the others really wanted to torture white Zetsu, but time waits for no one. They didn't have any spies inside the Iwagakure ninja army, so they didn't know what kind of action the Iwagakure would take. Should they head to the rest and assembly point immediately after the meeting, or wait until daytime to act, or play it safe and maintain the status quo? The only thing Jiraiya and his men could do was to do everything as well as possible, and then respond to all changes with the same attitude. As long as they arrived at the assembly and rest point first, even if they couldn't ambush the Iwagakure ninja army, Jiraiya's troops could still meet up with the support troops normally. Under Muyu's instructions, the support troops had already arrived at the assembly and rest point in advance to set up traps. It would be good to be able to trick the Iwagakure ninja army. Even if the Iwagakure ninja army didn't fall into the trap, Jiraiya could still fight the war normally after meeting up with all of Muyu's troops. Anyway, with Muyu's ability to sense malicious intent, no more spies would get in. It would not be difficult to fight the war normally, not to mention the defeating Iwagakure and defending the border, and it would definitely meet the expectations of the Konoha high-level officials. Marching at full speed, the support troops successfully joined forces with the Konoha grass country troops. At this time, Muyu still couldn't sense the Iwagakure ninjas. Muyu and Jiraiya were checking traps while making various ambushes. Generally speaking, It is very difficult to ambush a ninja unit, unless the plan is very good or the enemy ninja unit has no sensory ninja. Muyu and his team's plan this time was not very ingenious, but just took advantage of the information gap. However, for Konoha now, there is another option, which is to give full play to the advantages of their sensory ninjas. The sensory ninjas of different levels have different sensory ranges, and Muyu, Minato Namikaze, and Hyuga Hisashi and Muyu's unit are all outstanding in terms of sensory range. The ordinary troops retreated to a distance that ordinary sensory ninjas could not reach, and then Muyu and his team dispersed in several locations to form a sensory network. As long as the Iwagakure troops approached, they would be discovered instantly. In this way, when the sky was getting light, Muyu and his team sensed the approaching Iwagakure ninja unit. Minato Namikaze used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to Hyuga Hisashi and took him away. Muyu left a shadow clone that turned into a stone in the forest at the rest point to explore intelligence. Shadow clones cannot support the chakra of the transformed ninja, but there is no problem if the transformation point does not consume chakra. In the end, Muyu's shadow clone felt that the Iwagakure ninja troops were slack, so he released himself and let the memory flow back. Muyu, who had regained his memory, did not waste time. After ordering the troops to attack, he took some Jonin, and Minato Namikaze took Jiraiya and his teammates. The two of them performed the Flying Thunder God technique and teleported to the rest point. Boom! Muyu and Minato Namikaze condensed chakra to detonate the detonating talisman trap prepared in advance. In an instant, the rest point exploded one after another, and the Iwagakure ninja troops fell into chaos. They came to ambush the Konoha ninjas, but they were ambushed inexplicably. They were bombed without even seeing their shadows. In this situation, even ninjas find it difficult to stay calm. Swish, swish, swish! Namikaze Minato took out 10 Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag and shot them in all directions. Every time he passed an Iwagakure ninja, a yellow light flashed and took the life of an Iwagakure ninja. Fire style, Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Jiraiya did not summon the toads to help, and quickly formed a seal to spit out a large piece of flame to burn the Iwagakure ninjas in front of him. Their troops were still trying to rush over. There were Iwagakure ninjas all over the place. Summoning large toads was just asking for a beating, and it was too early to summon 2 immortals, so Jiraiya simply did not use the summoning technique and chose to use ninjutsu to attack himself. Fire style, Great Fire Extinguishment. Facing a large number of Iwagakure ninjas, Muyu made a similar choice as Jiraiya and used a large-scale and highly lethal fire style. Whoosh! Large pieces of flames were spit out by Muyu, and a dazzling sea of red fire quickly formed around Muyu, with a range far exceeding Jiraiya's Fire Dragon Flame Bomb. Water style, Water Array Wall. An Iwagakure ninja who had mastered water style wanted to use water style to block Muyu's flames, but even if Muyu used the Great Fire Extinguishing technique with all her strength, it was not something that any Iwagakure could block. The water spit out by the Iwagakure ninja was rapidly evaporated, and the ninjas touched by the sea of fire were turned into ashes under the scorching heat of the flames. The Iwagakure ninjas close to the sea of fire all had horrifying looks on their faces, and tried their best to use their own methods to block it, but most people's resistance was useless. This fire style, Jiraiya was a little surprised. If it was just the power of fire style, the Great Fire style was not enough to surprise Jiraiya, as he had many powerful fire styles. The main reason was that the Great Fire style was a high-level fire style of the Uchiha clan. Jiraiya soon stopped caring, because it was just a fire style, not a secret technique. If Muyu wanted it, whether he started from the Uchiha or from Sarutobi Hiruzen, there was a high probability that he could obtain it. Cunning damn Konoha ninja. Iwagaku's face darkened. Water style, Great Waterfall technique. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book _ bar released this novel for the first time. Seeing this, Han quickly formed a seal and spit out a huge amount of water to offset the flames. Although Han's water style is average, with the blessing of the tailed beast's chakra, his Great Waterfall technique is quite good. Although he failed to completely extinguish the flames, He also saved many Iwagakure ninjas. No wonder we keep losing. It would be strange if we didn't lose if we let a bunch of good-for-nothings like you guys lead us. Old Purple, who was almost blown up by the detonating talisman trap, said with a dark face. At the combat meeting, he laughed at Jiraiya's stupidity and Hani Umuiu's short-sightedness. He was so high-spirited and powerful, as if Konoha had already ceded land and paid compensation. As a result, he marched for several hours in the middle of the night without getting any sleep, and was blown up by the detonating talisman just as he was about to take a rest. Iwagaku heard it, but pretended not to hear it and asked the blasting team ninjas near him to gather around him. Jinchuriki has a special status, and a Jinchuriki like Lao Shi who can completely transform into a tailed beast is even more special. Even the Tsuchika Jinoki Lao Shi dared to confront him, not to mention him, the vice-captain of the Iwagakure blasting team. Scatter quickly, they are few in number. Iwaka gave orders quickly. He had been observing the situation just now. It seemed that the entire rest area was a mess, but in fact most of the traps were activated, and the number of Konoha ninjas who actually attacked was not even in the double digits. If they don't spread out a little, they can't use ninjutsu to attack an Iwagakure, and they will send their teammates away if they are not careful. There are nearly 2,000 Iwagakure ninjas here, Iwaku commanded and retreated to the rear. Although there are not many Konoha ninjas now, according to the performance just now, the so-called intelligence is a trap on the Konoha side. It is possible that the Konoha ninja troops of the grass country have already joined the Konoha support troops, and there is a ninja unit around them that is not much less than theirs. When I thought of this, Iwaka wanted to retreat. It is true that they have more people, but now some of them have been killed by the trap, and they have been marching all night. So a considerable number of ninjas are in average condition, so they may not be able to defeat Konoha in a fight. We have fallen into Konoha's trap. Retreat quickly, Iwaka shouted loudly. He originally wanted to fight for a while before giving orders, but retreating just because a few Konoha ninjas appeared might make people laugh at him for being too cowardly in the future. But Iwaka was worried that something might go wrong if he retreated too late, causing Iwagakure to lose a lot of manpower. Compared with the latter, losing face is undoubtedly a small matter. Minato, take me to another position. Seeing that the Iwagakure troops wanted to retreat, Jiraiya said immediately. Their ninja troops were still coming, and they couldn't let the Iwagakure troops run away. Minato Namikaze understood what he meant, grabbed Jiraiya's shoulders and used the Flying Thunder God technique to move to the retreat direction of the Iwagakure ninjas. They had a plan for this, and Muyu and Minato Namikaze had buried a lot of Flying Thunder God kunai around. Summoning technique, bang, white smoke rose, and two huge toads fell from the sky and smashed into the Iwagakure troops. The intensity of the battle has been a bit high recently. Gamabunta complained as he looked at the thousands of Iwagakure ninjas around him. Either he had to hold back the Jinchuriki, or he had to face a group fight of thousands of ninjas. Gamabunta silently raised his shield to block in front of him, and some Iwagakure ninjas had already started to attack. Sorry, thank you for your hard work, Jiraiya said a little embarrassedly. Although the bigger the size, the harder the beating, but at present he really had no better way to keep people. Earth escape middle dot rock cannon technique. Without anyone's order, the Iwagakure ninjas silently used the Legion ninjutsu of the Iwagakure ninja troops. In a moment, a large number of stones like his cannonballs were thrown at Bunta Gamabunta. Water escape middle dot iron cannonball. Gamabunta fought back and spit out the water escape technique. Its water escape technique was not weak, and it destroyed all the stones it touched, but there were too many Iwagakure here, and the attacks were too many. The firepower was too fierce, and even Gamabunta, who had thick skin and used chakra to defend himself, had many wounds on his body. Gomaken was better off because he had a shield, but his shield could not block his entire body, so he was also injured. With their strength, it was a bit difficult to stop a ninja army of thousands of people. The dead toad that lingered. Lao Zi frowned. There were too many Iwagakure ninjas around, let alone using the tailed beast ball. He couldn't even perform the full tailed beast transformation, otherwise he would step on an Iwagakure to death with one jump. Han, you take care of the toad holding the shield, and I'll take care of the other one, Solve them as quickly as possible. Lao Zi condensed the chakra of the dissolving release and said quickly. Although he was very angry, Lao Zi didn't faint. If he fell into a trap, retreating would definitely be the best choice, and the faster the better. God knows what other traps there are in that intelligence. For example, are Konoha's support troops really 1,000 people? Will there be more? Han nodded, and the condensed-tailed beast chakra burst out. His whole body was covered with dark red-tailed beast chakra, and he was ready to use his best move to knock Game Bunta out with one punch. But just as Lao Zi entered the dissolving chakra mode and was about to rush towards Game Bunta, he suddenly felt a sense of crisis and hurriedly stopped. The next moment, a water spear pierced the position in front of him. Chapter 572, Super Water Style to Suppress Jinchuriki. It's you again. After seeing the ninja who fired the water spear, Lao Zi frowned. Lao Zi was not unfamiliar with Miyu, because the first time Miyu became famous in a small range for her strength was on the battlefield of the Grass Country. Although more than 2 years have passed, Lao Zi is still familiar with Miyu. In addition to the fact that Miyu continued to show her strength on the battlefield and became more and more famous, another reason was that Miyu's water escape at that time left a deep impression on Lao Zi. At that time, Miyu didn't have many skills and chakra, but the nature change of water attribute chakra was already more than 7,500 proficiency at the mastery level. With the blessing of high proficiency and the restraint of water attribute, Miyu once prevented Lao Zi's lava escape from exerting its dual lethality. Then I'll deal with you first. Lao Zi, wearing a burning lava armor, rushed towards Miyu without hesitation. Scatter! Lao Zi rushed towards Miyu while shouting to the surrounding Iwagakure ninjas. There is no such thing as being immune to teammates' damage in the real world. If an Iwagakure ninja accidentally hits his lava armor, he will be skinned alive. Except for the few Jonins responsible for protecting Lao Zi, the rest of the Iwagakure burst out chakra and jumped to a distance to continue using ninjutsu to deal with the two big toads and Jiraiya. Lava escape middle dot scorching river rock technique. Lao Zi, who was running, continuously spit out multiple giant balls of lava burning with flames. Earth escape middle dot rock cannon technique. The several Jonins responsible for protecting Lao Zi also followed suit and spit out stones like cannonballs at Miyu. It's time to wake you up. Miyu looked at Lao Zi who was rushing confidently, switched his breathing to water breathing, and entered the water breathing chakra mode. With his perfect fire attribute chakra nature change, coupled with skills such as flame breathing and blue flame, he can also use fire escape to hit Lao Zi. But if it is easier to deal with, Miyu will of course choose a more chakra-saving method. Because there are nearly 2,000 enemies here, for the sake of safety, he will fight in the most labor-saving way. Iwagakure is not a weakling like the Snow Ninja and the Grass Ninja. The Iwagakure Ninja Corps not only has joint war ninjutsu, but also has strong Jonin players. Water Style, Water Rush Wave. Miyu put his hands together, and a large amount of chakra in his body instantly transformed into water attribute chakra. A huge amount of water suddenly appeared out of thin air around Miyu and then spun and rose rapidly, forming a large water tornado with a diameter of 10 meters that enveloped Miyu. Before Lao Zi's lava ball touched the water tornado, the flame on it became smaller because of the wind with moisture from the water tornado. After touching the water tornado, it was extinguished instantly and then thrown far away. Bang bang! The rest of the Iwagakure's rock cannons seemed to hit some kind of iron wall and could not break through the defense of the water tornado. What a strong water style! Isn't Liang Miyu good at fire style according to the intelligence? The Iwagakure Jonin who was responsible for protecting Lao Zi was surprised. From the perspective of the change of properties, the earth attribute restrains the water attribute chakra, so many of them used earth escape and failed to break Miyu's defensive water escape. As Miyu continued to output chakra, the diameter and height of the water tornado continued to grow. In the blink of an eye, it became a super water tornado with a diameter of 15 meters and a length of more than 40 meters. Not a small breakthrough. This is not small, it's really big. Looking at the exaggerated water escape that suddenly appeared on the field, Jiraiya exclaimed. In addition to using ninjutsu to intercept the Iwagakure troops to protect the two toads, Jiraiya was also very concerned about Muyu. Although it was Muyu who took the initiative to deal with the four-tailed Jinchuriki, Muyu was a junior after all, and he, as a senior, had to take responsibility and make timely remedies for the junior's failure. However, Jiraiya estimated that Muyu should not fail. With this level of water escape, Lao Zi's melting escape could not win. What is he doing? A defensive water escape makes such a big noise. Lao Zi felt uneasy for some reason and used melting escape again to break Muyu's defense. Although the Iwagakure ninjas didn't know what Muyu was going to do, they didn't just watch Muyu accumulate power, and used various ninjutsu to attack Muyu. However, none of their attacks could affect the water tornado. Bang! Even though Jiraiya and Minato Namikaze helped to resist, there were too many Iwagakure ninjas at the scene, and Gamabunta soon couldn't withstand the attack and returned to Maibaku Mountain seriously injured. Iwaku breathed a sigh of relief in his heart, and condensed the explosion chakra to bombard Gomaken, who was still resisting. Lord Iwaku, a lot of chakra ore has appeared around us, the perception ninja Iwaku reported nervously. First, the detonating talisman created chaos, then the large-scale ninjutsu, and then the giant summoned beast blocked the way. The time added up was enough for the ninjas with high-speed movement ability to rush over from outside the perception range. Iwaku's face became very ugly, and just when he was about to relax a little, the bad news came. Just as Iwaku was thinking about what to do next, a huge roar sounded, and Iwaku turned his head to look. Water style, 10 Dragon Bite explosion. When the power was condensed enough, Muyu immediately used the characteristics of the water-breathing chakra to change the water tornado into a second form. Rumble! Exclamation mark! The huge water tornado that was constantly rotating and rising stopped rotating and rising. Then the huge amount of water condensed by Muyu hit the surroundings like a raging wave in the ocean. Looking up at the waves that were dozens of meters high, the surrounding Iwagakure all widened their eyes. But that's not all. When the huge waves hit downwards, the water flow changed again, forming a series of thick and long, hideous giant water dragons. This is the unique super water attribute chakra control ability of the water-breathing chakra mode. The water style under the water-breathing chakra mode can really change in 1,000 ways. The sudden appearance of 10 huge water dragons not only shocked the Iwagakure ninjas on the battlefield, but also the Konoha ninja troops who were rushing to the battlefield. It should be Muyu's teacher's ninjutsu. It looks so intense. Let's go over there quickly. Obito subconsciously quickened his pace. Muyu was not the only ninja who was stalling for time and interfering with the retreat of the Iwagakure troops. However, in Obito's impression, Jiraiya was good at fire escape, while Minato Namikaze was good at flying thunder god rolling balls. It was impossible for other ninjas to use such a strong ninjutsu, so it could only be Muyu. The other disciples nodded and further burst chakra to speed up, intercepting 1,000-man ninja force. Every minute and every second was under tremendous pressure. Who gave him the nickname, and whether he knew how to give it? Lao Zi's face darkened. You know that Muyu's water escape was so strong, he would definitely not choose him to fight Muyu, but to exchange opponents with Han. Han was good at boiling escape, which was not restrained by water escape, and he didn't have to worry about Muyu's fire escape. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. But at this moment, Lao Zi didn't even have much time to regret, because 4 of the 10 huge water dragons condensed by Muyu were besieging him from different directions. Old Z burst out his chakra and tried to dodge. The Jonins who were responsible for protecting him tried to use Earth Escape ninjutsu to help Old Z block the attack. Earth Escape middle. Earth Flow Wall. Several Iwagakure Jonins worked together to perform Earth Flow Wall, raising several earth walls around Old Z. Although the Jinchuriki has strong destructive power, its means are relatively simple. If it encounters a ninja that can restrain it, and it is not surprising to be killed by the first encounter if it is not known in the first battle. Therefore, all major ninja villages have specially equipped guards for Jinchuriki. Although these guards are not as strong as Jinchuriki, they can make up for the shortcomings of Jinchuriki to a large extent. so that Jinchuriki will not be defeated when encountering a restrainer. Normally, when several of them, the excellent Iwagakure Jonins, work together, they rarely have unstoppable water escape, but they happened to meet Muyu. What kind of strength does Muyu have in this state? Perfect water attribute chakra nature change, perfect water breathing, a large number of highly proficient water escape ninjutsu. Even if Senjudo Bairama was resurrected on the spot and restored to his peak state, he may not be able to compare with Muyu in terms of water escape alone. Boom! The thick and tall earth wall collapsed under the fierce impact of the huge water dragon. The heavy blows from multiple directions made Laozi exhausted. The other rock hermits wanted to help Laozi, but they were powerless because Muyu had created 10 huge water dragons. When Laozi was chased by 4 water dragons, the remaining 6 water dragons were also smashing towards the rock hermits gathered around. The terrifying water dragons made them unable to take care of themselves. So how could they have the energy to help Laozi escape from the crisis? Bang! The huge water dragon hit Laozi, and the lava armor burning with flames on Laozi's body instantly extinguished and emitted white steam. Laozi gritted his teeth and burst out chakra to maintain the lava armor to resist the water dragon. Boom! The second and third water dragons also bombarded Laozi. The huge force pressed Laozi to the ground and he could not stand up. The ground began to break under the bombardment of the huge water dragon. Boom! When the fourth water dragon bombarded Laozi, Laozi was completely knocked out of the molten chakra mode. No flames disappeared from his body, and the lava wrapped around his body was broken, forming a small lake on the ground. Alas, why do you have to do this? The four-tailed beast in Laozi's body sighed as he watched this scene. The relationship between the four-tailed beast and Laozi is somewhat special. Unlike the situation where other tailed beasts do not recognize Jinchuriki, the four-tailed beast recognizes Laozi, but Laozi does not recognize it, is unwilling to communicate with it, and is even unwilling to call its name. The 10 huge water dragons not only knocked Laozi out of the molten chakra mode, but also caused considerable trouble to other Iwagakure. The battlefield, which was originally filled with various chaotic sounds, was slightly quiet for a second under the bombardment of Muyu's super water escape. Mr. Muyu, Mr. Minato, we are here, with Obito shout. A large number of Konoha ninjas poured out from all sides. Damn, it's still a little slow. Iwagakure was full of regret. They missed the best time to break out. P.S. Sorry guys, I wrote until 3 o'clock last night and was too tired. I thought I would lie on the bed and watch some videos to rest, but I fell asleep and woke up at 8 o'clock, so this chapter is from yesterday. Also, I would like to ask for a wave of monthly tickets. Zyuger will try its best to keep updating and achieve the average daily update of 7 and strive for 8 as mentioned at the beginning of the month. Chapter 573. Complete Tailed Beast Reappearance. Is everything in your plan? Iwaka gritted his teeth and looked at Muyu and then at Jiraiya. Muyu's choice of resting and meeting point was really good. Not only was the terrain flat and easy to attack but difficult to defend, but there was also a river, which was conducive to Muyu's use of water escape to suppress Laozi, the four-tailed Jinchuriki who mastered the molten escape. Now they, Iwagakure, not only had nowhere to defend, but even one of the strongest Jinchuriki in the army was suppressed cleanly and neatly, and this was just the beginning. Thank you for your hard work. Seeing the troops coming, Jiraiya cancelled the summoning technique and let the injured Gomaken return to Maibaka Mountain. The delaying tactics have been successful, and now it's time to reap the rewards. Fire escape middle. Great fireball technique. Lightning escape middle. False darkness. Water escape middle. Raging stream beam. Without giving orders, the Konoha ninjas present used ninjutsu or ninja tools to attack the Iwagakure ninjas. Fireballs burning with flames, sharp lightning spears, ferocious water dragons. A large number of different ninjutsu hit the Iwagakure ninja troops. Earth style, earth flowing wall. Some of the Iwagakure ninjas who reacted defended, while others used attack instead of defense. As Jiraiya sensei said, we can't fall too far behind Muyu. Namikaze Minato silently took out a Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag. Although he couldn't use Muyu's high-level ninjutsu and chakra attributes to restrain the frontal assault of Jinchuriki, his efficiency in killing ordinary ninjas was first class. The reason why he didn't show much just now was mainly because when he used Flying Thunder God, he had to keep an eye on Jiraiya at all times to prevent Jiraiya from being besieged and isolated in the ninja army. Later, when Gamabunta and Gomaken were summoned, Namikaze Minato had to protect them as much as possible to minimize their damage. Before the Konoha ninja troops arrived, Namikaze Minato basically fought as an auxiliary, so naturally he didn't have a brilliant performance. Whoosh! Namikaze Minato used the Flying Thunder God technique that was arranged in advance to teleport to the side of an Iwagakure. When the Iwagakure ninja noticed that Minato Namikaze had used Flying Thunder God, Minato Namikaze's black kunai had already pierced his heart. Swish! An Iwagakure next to him took the opportunity to draw his sword and slashed at Minato Namikaze, but Minato Namikaze had already sensed his killing intent, and calmly pulled out the kunai, then threw it upwards. Whoosh! When the Iwagakure ninja's sword was 5 centimeters away from Minato Namikaze's body disappeared, and the Iwagakure ninja's powerful sword slashed in the air. Puff! Minato Namikaze, who teleported to the top using the Flying Thunder God technique, tightly grasped the thrown kunai and stabbed it fiercely into the heart of the Iwagakure wielding the sword. Minato's strength lies not only in the fast movement of Flying Thunder God, but also in Minato's superhuman reaction speed. This allows Minato to move quickly and organize attacks as quickly as possible, or to detect the fastest attack in time and organize a counterattack with Flying Thunder God. Whoosh! After killing the second Iwagakure, Minato did not stop for a moment, and immediately activated the Flying Thunder God technique again and teleported to another point. Shuriken Shadow Clone Technique. This time, Minato Namikaze did not choose to use kunai to kill people, but chose to throw out a shuriken and then use a ninjutsu. Because this time, Minato Namikaze deliberately chose an area with weaker chakra. In other words, the strength of the Iwagakure ninjas near him this time is generally weak. At most they are just chunin. Swish, swish, swish. Under the effect of Minato Namikaze's chakra, 1 shuriken turned into 2, and then 2 turned into 4, and 4 turned into 8, and they quickly split. In the blink of an eye, a rain of shuriken formed, and at a close distance, more than a dozen Iwagakure ninjas who did not have time to defend were instantly harvested. This is not the end. With such a large number of dense shuriken, even if Chunin and Genin are given some time, they may not be able to successfully dodge or resist. Puff! Exclamation mark! Blood flowers bloomed, and Iwagakure ninjas continued to fall. At this moment, many Iwagakure ninjas remembered the horror of being dominated by yellow flashes. Minato Namikaze rarely uses ninjutsu other than Flying Thunder God and Rasengan, and rarely uses large-scale ninjutsu with strong visual impact like Muyu and Jiraiya. Even so, there are quite a few Iwagakure ninjas in the Iwagakure ninja force who are more afraid of Minato Namikaze than Jiraiya, because Jiraiya not only has few missions, but is usually responsible for dealing with Jinchuriki, and he doesn't kill many ordinary Iwagakure. And Minato Namikaze is a real killing god, and he can cut melons and vegetables from top to bottom. As long as you can't withstand the Rasengan, you may be caught by Minato Namikaze and killed instantly with a ball. As for ordinary ninjas, they are not worthy of Minato's Rasengan, and they can be stabbed to death with a kunai summoning technique. Seeing Han, who had attacked Gomaken in vain, rushing towards him, Jiraiya slammed the ground and performed the summoning technique. If it was just to deal with Jinchuriki, then he would not be afraid at all. Not to mention that Han is only half-tailed beast now. Even if Han enters the state of full-tailed beast, as long as it is a one-on-one fight, Jiraiya is very confident in himself. He has no good countermeasures except for one-tailed beast ball, and Jiraiya can easily deal with the rest. White smoke flashed, and Fukasaku and Shima appeared on the ground. Another Jinchuriki, but it looks okay this time. We only have to fight one, and the other one is not in a very good state. It may be that the intensity of the battle has been too high recently, and Fukasaku actually felt lucky to only have to face one-tailed beast, even though the tailed beast is a terrifying monster. It's really not the right time. I just wanted to prepare breakfast, Shima complained. Although he was reluctant, Shima's movements were not slower than Fukasaku's, and they jumped onto Jiraiya's shoulders in tacit understanding. It's no joke to deal with a Jinchuriki who can fully transform into a tailed beast. It will be very dangerous if you don't enter the Sage Mode. The Sage Mode can not only enhance the power of ninjutsu, but the Sage Chakra will also activate the body and enhance the body's defense and recovery. Two sages, please help me, Jiraiya said as he used chakra to dodge Han's attack. Boom! Han's thick arm wrapped in red chakra suddenly hit the ground where Jiraiya had just stood. The huge force broke the ground and a collapse-like pit appeared. Since the troops are here, there is Muyu who can deal with the four tails, so we can open up the battlefield a little bit, Jiraiya thought to himself. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar. First published this novel. Jinchuriki did not dare to fight in an environment full of teammates and enter the state of complete tailed beast transformation. Jiraiya also had concerns after the arrival of the Konoha ninja troops. Because many of Jiraiya's powerful attack methods have a large range, it is extremely easy to accidentally injure the surrounding ninjas. The battle between ninja troops is not a two-way confrontation. Most of the time, they have to get close to find opportunities. On the one hand, chakra does not support the continuous release of ninjutsu, and on the other hand, there are a series of restrictions such as the range of ninjutsu. Generally, only the Jonin can fully master various ninjutsu at long, medium and short distances. It is good enough for the Jonin to learn ninjutsu with good lethality. In a ninja unit, the Jonin are often a minority, while the Chunin and Genin are the majority, so close combat is inevitable. In the case of various close-range melees, it is easy to bury friendly forces with large-scale ninjutsu. Thinking about the battle plan in his mind, Jiraiya quickly dodged and distanced himself to lead Han away. Han noticed Jiraiya's purpose, but he still did not retreat. His thinking was very clear. Although the Iwagakure troops were at a disadvantage at the moment due to a series of factors such as traps, the number of Iwagakure troops was real. If Jiraiya could be killed and the Konoha ninja troops were leaderless, perhaps Iwagakure could turn defeat into victory. Several Iwagakure Jonins who were responsible for protecting Han followed to prevent any accidents. Sage Mode. After the natural energy in his body was gathered enough, Jiraiya decisively merged the chakra with the natural energy into the Sage Chakra, ready to enter the Sage Mode. As his nose slightly changed towards the toad, and a sage mask appeared on his face, Jiraiya successfully entered the Sage Mode of Miyabaka Mountain. Boiling style, unparalleled impact. Han exploded the chakra of the tailed beast in his body to stimulate the power of boiling style and strengthen his body. Not only do various basic nature changes have different developments, but even two identical bloodline limits can develop greatly different abilities. For example, Midorumi developed boiling style into a highly corrosive mist, while the boiling style of the Five Tails is more inclined to enhance its own strength. By letting the chakra reach the boiling point and then strengthening the body to obtain a power far beyond the ordinary chakra enhancement, Jiraiya in the Sage Mode has extraordinary perception ability, and naturally he is unwilling to confront Han with explosive power, and evades flexibly again. The difference is that this time the distance is widened without worrying about affecting the Konoha ninja, and Jiraiya counterattacks. Senjutsu, Fire Style, Great Flame Bomb. Jiraiya jumped up to dodge and change the nature of the condensed Senjutsu chakra, spitting out a surging huge bullet-shaped flame. Earth Style, Earth Flow Wall. The Iwagakure Jonin who followed him immediately used defensive ninjutsu to help Han block it, but how could a small Iwagakure Jonin be able to block the fire style that Jiraiya used with all his strength in Sage Mode? Boom! Exclamation mark. The raging flames broke through the thick earth wall, as if to burn everything to ashes. Han closed his eyes when he saw this. Was he waiting to die? Of course not. Since he didn't have to worry about accidentally hurting Iwagakure, he could naturally use the power of the tailed beast further. Dark red chakra erupted again, and a terrifying chakra aura rose from Han's body. As the aura rose, the dark red chakra on Han's body quickly transformed into a physical tailed beast. Soon, a huge white beast appeared on the battlefield, which was even bigger than the giant toad that Jiraiya had summoned before. Han, who had completely transformed into a tailed beast, attracted a lot of attention. As the super war weapon of the 5 major countries, the tailed beast has an extraordinary deterrent power. Once it appears, even if it stands still, it can bring a strong sense of oppression. P.S. I saw some friends talking about adjusting their work and rest schedules. I thought about it carefully and found that it made sense. My current work and rest schedule is really terrible. Although I haven't seen any serious illness yet, I have minor problems all the time. Tomorrow is the last day of the holiday, so I will try to write less tonight and go to bed early. I will spend the whole day tomorrow writing. If you're listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means they downloaded and uploaded it without effort. We cordially invite you to visit our channel, Mundo Fanfic Novelist. There you'll find the original version of this story and you can explore many other novels of various genres. We are waiting for you to immerse yourself in a world of incredible novels. Chapter 574, The Ice Age That Freezes Everything. Although the Jinchuriki who had completely transformed into the appearance of the tailed beast had a strong presence, Han and Jiraiya had already left the main battlefield, so it did not cause any actual impact. Both the Iwagakure ninja and the Konoha ninja fought as they should. Muyu wanted to pursue the victory, but many Iwagakure ninjas saw that Lao Zi was injured and quickly attacked Muyu to prevent Muyu from continuing to hurt Lao Zi. Most of the Iwagakure ninjas did not like Lao Zi, who was both a Jinchuriki and had a bad temper, but this was on the battlefield, and they were at a disadvantage because of Konoha's conspiracy. They needed Lao Zi's strength. When the Iwagakure ninja team was formed, because there were 2 Jinchuriki in charge, Inoki did not arrange other top masters from the Iwagakure village. If Lao Zi was directly killed by Muyu's combination of punches, the Iwagakure ninja team would be in trouble. Earth Escape Middle. Rock Cannon Technique. Earth Escape Middle. Rock Pillar Spear. All kinds of earth escapes were thrown at Muyu. Swoosh! Exclamation mark. Muyu calmly took out 3 Flying Thunder God kunai from his ninja tool bag and threw 2 of them. Earth Style, Earth Flowing Wall. An Iwagakure ninja quickly pulled up an earth wall to block the kunai, preventing it from getting close to the attack range of the Earth Style ninjutsu. Whoosh! Muyu activated the Flying Thunder God technique and disappeared from the spot, appearing next to several Iwagakure ninjas. He and Minato had made sufficient preparations, and many locations had Flying Thunder God techniques they had left in advance. The purpose of the 2 thrown kunai was actually to attract attention. Swish! Blood splashed, and Muyu's kunai accurately cut the necks of the Iwagakure ninjas, taking the lives of several Iwagakure ninjas. The other Iwagakure ninjas who saw this scene frowned, secretly cursing Flying Thunder God as a disgusting ninjutsu. Being able to teleport with the thrown kunai was already annoying enough, and now they had entered the enemy's carefully prepared trap, and they didn't even know where the other party would teleport. Ahem. Lao Zi coughed twice, condensed his chakra and stood on the small lake. Hoo-hoo. Lao Zi panted heavily, trying to adjust his body's condition with the help of the tailed beast chakra. He was in a bad condition now. Although only 4 dragons of Muyu's 10 Dragon Bite explosion hit him, it also caused Lao Zi considerable damage. His lava armor that was enough to resist Minato Namikaze's Rasengan was not effective against the water dragons with attribute restraint, except for the first water dragon, which was slightly blocked. The next 3 water dragons hit his body firmly. If it weren't for the timely activation of the tailed beast chakra to offset some of the power, I'm afraid his current condition would be even worse. Hanyu Muyu. Lao Zi stared at Muyu's flashing figure in the crowd with a serious face. After hard training to master the ability of complete tailed beast transformation, this was the first time he suffered so much from a person. If there were no other Iwagakure ninjas around to help him, I'm afraid he would have been defeated by Muyu. Use the full-tailed beast transformation. Let Hanyu Muyu think you are going to fight to the death, and then I will lead the team to take advantage of the opportunity to deal with him. Iwaku said quietly as he came to Lao Zi's side. Iwaku wanted to retreat, but he could not retreat in this situation. They had to kill some core characters among the Konoha ninjas, Jiraiya or Hanyu Muyu. Even Namikaze Minato was not allowed. because Namikaze Minato was in a lower position on the current battlefield. Full-tailed beast transformation here? Lao Zi frowned. They were in the center of the Iwagakure ninja force, and Lao Zi was worried about this, so he only used the lava release chakra mode. Most of the ninjas had time to retreat to a safe distance. As for the small number of ninjas who were accidentally injured, this was a necessary sacrifice for success. Iwaku replied quickly. This was the best way he could think of. Even if Lao Zi led Muayu to the Five Tails, it would be useless, because Jiraiya was also difficult to deal with. The injured Lao Zi and Han might not be able to beat Muayu and Jiraiya, but it was different here. With the four tails that had completely transformed into tailed beasts, plus the 5 Jonins of the Iwagakure blasting corps led by him, and a large number of Iwagakure ninjas around, it was not impossible to kill Muyu. Lao Zi showed a trace of hesitation, even though his status as a Jinchuriki had caused him to suffer a lot of criticism and discrimination. He subconsciously disagreed with Iwaku's words. If we don't kill Hanyu Muyu to create an opportunity to break out, more people will die in the end. Iwaku continued to strike while the iron was hot. If Lao Zi agreed, he wouldn't have to worry about no one to share the blame. After all, Inoki had always been at odds with Lao Zi because of Lao Zi's stubbornness. When he reported, he would say something like Lao Zi disregarding the lives of fellow ninjas in his village and performing a complete tailed beast transformation, and the blame for the defeat would be a little smaller. You'd better really kill Hanyu Muyu. Lao Zi sighed and closed his eyes slightly. Iwaka was delighted and said with a serious expression, "Of course, I will do my best." Dark red chakra continued to flow out of Lao Zi's body, covering Lao Zi's entire body. With a violent aura rising, another huge beast appeared on the battlefield, and it was in the center of the battlefield. In order to deal with Muyu, he actually used the full-tailed beast transformation in this position. Namikaze Minato looked at the red-haired giant ape with some surprise. From where Lao Zi is now, if he punches Muyu, it is unknown whether Muyu will die, but several Iwagakure will probably die. Are you targeting me? Muyu's 360-degree Byakugan noticed one thing. After Lao Zi transformed, several ninjas with strong chakra were approaching him. Although the Byakugan had seen through the opponent's chakra, Muyu still threw out a few identification techniques to be on the safe side. Name: Iwaku. Chakra: 71,000. Skills: Explosion. Mastery: 3,115,000. Earth Chakra Transformation. Mastery: 3,500. Explosion Meteorite Explosion. Mastery: Explosion Explosive Stone. Mastery. Name: Sandstone. Chakra: 41,000. Skills: Explosion. Mastery: Earth Chakra Transformation. Mastery: Explosion Detonating Stone. Mastery. Name: Earth Chakra. 35,000. Skills: Explosion. Mastery: Earth Chakra Transformation. Mastery: Earth Hardening. Mastery: It's the Iwagakure Demolition Team. Looking at the 6 panels that were all explosion, Muyu instantly knew that the 6 people who quietly approached were the strongest elite force in the Iwagakure village, the Iwagakure Demolition Team. But Muyu didn't panic. Since he had discovered the other party's plan, the danger was reduced. In addition, he could withdraw at any time with the Flying Thunder God technique and the armament haki that could perfectly protect the body, so there was no need to worry. Seeing Lao Zi transform into a huge ape, the Iwagakure ninjas who were worried about being accidentally injured retreated quickly. Muyu followed at a faster speed, slashing at the Iwagakure while moving towards the place where there were more Iwagakure ninjas, trying to let Lao Zi accidentally hurt more Iwagakure ninjas. Lao Zi, who was determined in his heart, did not give up the attack because of Muyu's actions. He suddenly jumped up and swung his huge fist at Muyu. In the state of complete tailed beast, he only used chakra to strengthen his body to attack with physical skills, which had great power. Boom! Lao Zi smashed a big pit on the ground directly, and there were 2 unlucky Iwagakure bodies in the pit. As for Muyu, who was targeted by Lao Zi, he used the instant body technique to distance himself at the last moment and rushed towards the small lake he created. Most of the explosive ninjas were in that direction. Sure enough, A genius like him is not afraid of a wounded Jinchuriki at all. Seeing this, Iwaku couldn't help but flash a smile on his face. Normally, with the current chaos on the battlefield, it is irrational to choose a ninja who can fly with the Thunder God as a target for siege. Because Muyu can fly with the Thunder God at any time, they can't stop him at all. But Iwaku predicted what Muyu was thinking. He didn't think Muyu would be afraid of Lao Zi's complete transformation into a tailed beast and would withdraw. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 = 9 plus book bar released this novel for the first time. On the contrary, he thought Muyu would use this opportunity to completely defeat Lao Zi. Muyu is not only a young super genius, but also killed a Jinchuriki on the battlefield. Iwaku believes that such a Muyu will have his own pride in his heart and will not retreat easily. Explosion style. Exploding flying stones. Iwaku seized the opportunity and quickly created several stones that were far more powerful than the detonating talisman and shot them at Muyu. Before the action, Iwaku had already issued orders to the other members of the blasting team. The moment Iwaku made his move, the other 5 blast ninjas also used their best blast ninjutsu. Blast ninjutsu, detonating stone, blast ninjutsu, explosion technique. Various ninjutsu that could cause explosions flew towards Muyu. Seeing that Muyu was about to be submerged by the explosion, Iwaku did not relax at all. Muyu only needed to perform the Flying Thunder God technique to easily avoid this crisis. Iwaku quickly condensed chakra and prepared to perform his strongest blast ninjutsu, meteorite explosion. He judged that Muyu would not use Flying Thunder God to leave too far, and would teleport to a nearby location to counterattack. As long as Muyu appeared, no matter who was next to her, no matter how many Iwagakure ninjas were next to her, Iwaku would immediately activate his ninjutsu. If he could kill Muyu with his own hands, it would not be an ordinary defeat, but a glorious defeat. However, to Iwaku's surprise, Muyu did not use Flying Thunder God to dodge, but activated the ninjutsu. Ice release, Ice Age. The large amount of chakra condensed in Muyu's body exploded at this moment, and the terrifying ice blue cold air spread with Muyu as the center. Crack! Exclamation mark boom! The original small lake turned into an ice field in the blink of an eye, and the rocks containing explosive power turned into ice blocks and fell to the ground, causing a series of explosions. The cold air spread very quickly, and Iwaku did not expect Muyu to use Ice Release instead of Flying Thunder God. In Iwaku's shocked expression, the cold air quickly eroded his body and froze him into a large ice block. The other few explosive release ninjas who were not far from Muyu were not as strong as Iwaku, and naturally did not escape the fate of being frozen. Lao Zi originally wanted to take the opportunity to punch Muyu, but before he could swing his fist, the cold air had already touched his body. The biting cold made Lao Zi's pupils shrink subconsciously, and before he could move again, he turned into a huge ice sculpture. Under Muyu's generous use of chakra, the S-level Ice Age exerted a terrifying power. In addition to the explosion ninjas and Lao Zi who were close to Muyu, there were also some Iwagakure ninjas nearby who could not escape the erosion of the cold air and turned into ice cubes one after another. The Iwagakure ninjas who were not hit looked at the huge ice sculpture that was dozens of meters high with horrified expressions and retreated quickly. Even the Konoha ninjas who came nearby did not care about anything else and quickly retreated. For a while, a piece of ice blue silence appeared on the battlefield. It's worthy of teacher Muyu. Seeing Muyu so easily resolve the crisis and make a strong counterattack, Obito exclaimed. Just now, their disciples worked together to kill many Iwagakure ninjas, and brought a team of Konoha ninjas to help Muyu relieve the pressure. As a result, Muyu solved the problem by himself before they could support him. It seems that it shouldn't be this time. Kakashi breathed a sigh of relief. At this point in the war, their plan to lure and kill the Iwagakure troops has been largely successful. Muyu and the Konoha ninja troops are in good condition. No matter what, they will not end up with the death of Muyu. Next, they just need to weaken the manpower of the Iwagakure ninja as much as possible. This will be the biggest victory since the Konoha War. Next, pay more attention to the surroundings. Shisui's Sharingan quickly scanned the surroundings. There is no problem with Muyu. so they have to protect themselves and not become a burden to Muyu. He has practiced ice escape so well without making any noise. Jiraiya, who was playing a game with the five tails, was a little surprised. Jiraiya, who was fighting with the Jinchuriki, should not care about other things, but the frozen four tails was too big and too eye-catching. At this time, the sun was slowly rising, and the light of dawn hit the ice and reflected various colors. In addition, the hair of the four tails was originally a conspicuous red, which was really dazzling. If it was him, he might be able to surpass Sarutobi's ninjutsu teaching. Jiraiya couldn't help but sigh now. Muyu had already demonstrated water escape and fire escape far beyond ordinary people, and now even the blood limit ice escape has been practiced so skillfully. You have to know that Muyu is only 21 years old now. He still has a lot of time to practice and study ninjutsu. His future is simply immeasurable. Han also noticed the situation on the main battlefield. He was calm and composed, and he couldn't help but feel a little anxious, and his attack became impatient. However, Jiraiya in Sage mode was not a soft persimmon. His impatience did not allow Han to gain victory. But Jiraiya caught his flaw. Not only was he injured, but all of the Iwagakure Jonins who were responsible for protecting him were killed by Jiraiya and the two great sages. After solving these annoying interferers, the next battle will be much easier. Jiraiya exhaled. A Jinchuriki who can fully transform into a tailed beast is an existence that no strong person will underestimate. If there's a special Jonin team to assist, the danger will increase greatly. However, for a strong person like Jiraiya who has mastered many means, it is not easy to deal with a single Jinchuriki, but the chances of winning are very high. The frozen four tails and the frozen Iwagakure ninja boosted the morale of the Konoha ninjas, but for the Iwagakure ninjas, it was uncomfortable. The powerful forces of the troops were defeated one by one and failed to gain an advantage. In this way, let alone defeating Konoha, it is difficult to break through. P.S. This is 4.2K, and there will be another chapter later, which may be around 12 o'clock, and no later than 1 o'clock. Because Xiaja successfully went to bed early yesterday, I want to keep it up. If I persist for a week, maybe my sleep and rest schedule will return to normal. Chapter 575 Death and Enlightenment. Crack! Exclamation mark. The chakra condensed in Iwaku's body took effect and helped him break the hard ice. Hoo-hoo! Iwaku gasped with a look of discomfort. Although he successfully broke the ice, the biggest damage brought to him by the Ice Age was the cold air that invaded his body. If you look closely, you can see that Iwaku's hands and feet are still shaking. Tick! The ice that froze Lao Zi soon made a dripping sound, followed by a large amount of white gas. Lao Zi's body burst out with a terrifying high temperature to melt the ice. Muyu was not too surprised by this. The chakra of the four-tailed beast has the power of melting escape, so it is not difficult to break the ice. After all, although the Ice Age is a powerful skill extracted from the S-level scroll, Muyu's proficiency in ice escape is far less than his proficiency in the nature change of ordinary chakra. Moreover, Muyu has not developed a breathing method that can enhance ice escape. Without the many blessings of other skills, it is really difficult for the Ice Age to directly kill masters like Lao Zi and Iwaku. Of course, it's just that the strong ones can't be killed. Ordinary Jonin and below are just sent directly, and they can't withstand the deadly cold air. For people like Yanku, although they can't be killed, they can also be severely injured. Yanku, you're a waste. Lao Zi stared at Yanku with big eyes. He was already injured and was attacked by the cold air, and his condition became worse. The key is that Yanku said he would lead the team to kill Muyu, but he failed like this. Lao Zi now has the urge to kill Yanku. He did accidentally hurt Yannian, but Yanku not only didn't kill Muyu, but was injured by Muyu. However, despite his impulse, Lao Zi still spit out a lava fireball at Muyu who rushed towards Yanku. Whoosh! Muyu stopped and used the instant body technique in another direction. Yanku is just a spent force, and it's not worth it for him to waste too much state to kill him. Anyway, Yanku will definitely not escape. Alas! Yanku sighed deeply, from the hope that shook the ninja world at the end of the meeting to the life and death crisis that he faced after the failure of the siege. In just a few hours, he almost fell from heaven to hell. At this moment, he hoped that it was not Lai Shi who was injured that day, but him, so that he could rest in peace in Iwagakure village. But it was impossible. The Iwagakure troops would definitely be defeated in this battle, and it was unknown whether he could survive. At least the whole army cannot be wiped out, Iwakura said silently in his heart, although he thought about sharing the blame and how to whitewash himself from the punishment of defeat. Iwakura thought about Iwagakure most of the time. After all, that was the village he swore to protect since childhood. Use the tailed beast ball. Don't worry about anything else. Use the tailed beast ball with all your strength. Then take the surviving Iwagakure away, Iwakura ordered sternly. This is really his last and most extreme way. The tailed beast ball has a huge range and extremely terrifying destructive power. As long as Konoha does not want to perish with Iwagakure, then after Lao Zi releases the tailed beast ball, they can only retreat. Lao Zi looked at Iwaku in disbelief. He didn't expect that this guy was even crazier than when he was affected by the tailed beast chakra. With one tailed beast ball, he might top the kill list of this war, because other people can only kill one camp, while his tailed beast ball will take away a large number of ninjas from both sides. Without waiting for Lao Zi to reply, Iwako took the initiative to condense chakra to attack Muyu. It takes time to cast the tailed beast ball. With the current distance between Muyu and Lao Zi, Muyu is fully capable of stopping Lao Zi from releasing the tailed beast ball. Swish! 5 stones containing the power of explosion release shot at Muyu. Muyu, who was blessed with the Byakugan and the transparent world, ignored these attacks directly, and dodged a flying stone perfectly every time he flashed. While dodging, Muyu took out several kunai from his ninja tool bag, 3 of which were shot at Iwaku and 1 at Lao Zi. Lao Zi felt his body getting cold, and silently opened his mouth. A large amount of chakra gathered in front of his mouth, quickly forming a dark purple chakra ball. Although Iwaku's method is crazy, it is indeed a method. Otherwise, if the stalemate continues, the final result will only be that he and Iwaku will both die at the hands of Muyu, and the Iwagakure troops will not be able to break out. Oh no, the tailed beast ball. Kakashi frowned when he found that Lao Zi was trying to condense the tailed beast ball. He wanted to stop it, but there were a large number of Iwagakure ninjas nearby that needed to be dealt with. After all, Iwagakure has 800 more people than the Konoha ninja troops. If Konoha had not fought an ambush and a head-on collision, I am afraid that Konoha ninjas would have suffered great damage now. Release the tailed beast ball? The Iwagakure ninjas who were farther away were stunned. If Lao Zi wanted to release the tailed beast ball here, then he would take them and the Konoha ninjas away. Both the Konoha ninjas and the Iwagakure ninjas subconsciously wanted to stay away from Lao Zi. If they really wanted to release the tailed beast ball, they could also run away in time. Boom! The 3 kunai were extremely fast, and in a hurry. Iwaku had to throw out an explosion stone to detonate it, but it only interfered with 2 kunai, and 1 kunai was still flying towards Iwaku. Whoosh! When the kunai passed by Iwaku's right side, Muyu instantly appeared beside Iwaku, grabbed the kunai, and stabbed Iwaku, but Iwaku was strangely happy instead of panicking. Iwaku never thought that he could kill Muyu head-on in a single-player battle. He couldn't do it in his prime, and it was even more impossible for him who was weakened by the Ice Age. But he is an explosion ninja, and he has an attack method that ordinary ninjas will never have: self-destruction. People who don't know explosion ninja very well can't expect this method. After all, not every explosion ninja has the ability to self-destruct, and not everyone has the courage to self-destruct. If I can die together with Hanyu Muyu, I will not be ashamed of the cultivation of Lord Aonoki, Iwaku thought to himself. At such a distance, Muyu did not expect that he had the ability to self-destruct, and he certainly did not have time to perform the Flying Thunder God technique. If Muyu did not have other special defensive skills, he should be able to achieve the ultimate one-for-one exchange. Explosion style, self-destruction. The powerful explosion chakra burst out, and a fierce white light emerged on Yenku. Just when Yenku thought he was about to succeed, Muyu's body disappeared. Read the error-free version at 69 book bar. 6 equals 9 plus book bar is the first to publish this novel. Bang! Muyu appeared beside Laozi and swung a bursting fist. The sudden heavy force almost knocked Laozi to the ground, and the tailed beast ball that was about to condense also dissipated in this last step. Yanku looked at Muyu in astonishment. He didn't understand why Muyu could see through his thoughts. Could there be a ninjutsu that could read his mind from a distance? The next moment, Yanku lost all doubts and worries, because he had exploded, literally exploded. Boom! Exclamation mark! A huge explosion sounded, a dazzling white light flashed, and the vice captain of the Iwagakure demolition team disappeared, leaving only a huge charred pit. He would never have thought that Muyu had a pair of Byakugan eyes that could see through chakra under his glasses, and he would never have thought that Muyu could know most of his information just by looking at him. Muyu saw through Iwagaku's idea from the beginning, so in addition to throwing 3 kunai at Iwagaku, Muyu also threw a flying thunder god kunai at Laozi. In this way, Iwagaku was forced to self-destruct while interrupting Laozi from releasing the tailed beast ball. Kakashi's hanging heart relaxed a little. If Laozi really released the tailed beast ball, they might not be in trouble with Muyu's protection, but the Konoha ninja troops would definitely suffer a lot of losses. Lord Iwagaku. Some Iwagakure ninjas looked at this scene in disbelief. They didn't expect Iwagaku to self-destruct. This waste. This guy, Laozi, who stood firm again, couldn't help but feel a little touched when looking at the charred pit. Although Iwaku really has no ability and has led the Iwagakure troops into a pit, he is not a useless waste. At least, Iwaku will fight hard for the Iwagakure troops to fight for the last chance. So, what about him? Laozi couldn't help but think of himself. Laozi, like many Jinchuriki who were sealed with tailed beasts in childhood, had a miserable childhood, being looked down upon, discriminated against, and feared. Because of these experiences, even if the Four Tails recognized him, Laozi was unwilling to communicate with the Four Tails. He felt that if it weren't for the Four Tails, he wouldn't have had this experience, and he hated his identity as a Jinchuriki. Even though he knew that if he could communicate with the tailed beasts, he would become stronger without any training, Laozi didn't want to communicate with the Four Tails, and he just couldn't get over that hurdle in his heart. But after seeing Iwaku self-destruct, Laozi's thoughts changed. In fact, until now, Laozi still thinks that Iwaku is a bad person, because Iwaku actually let him use the complete tailed beast transformation when there were a large number of Iwagakure ninjas around him, which was completely disregarding the lives of ninjas from the same village. But even such a bad person, he could blow himself up for the sake of the village and the Iwagakure troops. He thought he was not that bad. Couldn't he overcome the hurdle for the sake of saving everything? Old Purple's mind moved, and he came to a dark space. Standing in front of him was a tall four-tailed monkey with eye-catching red hair. The four-tailed monkey looked at Old Purple silently without saying anything. Old Purple looked at the four-tailed monkey and opened his mouth with all his strength. He was worried that if he had less strength, he would not be able to say that sentence. "Son, please help me. Give me more strength," Old Purple said with a complicated expression. This was the first time he called the four-tailed monkey's name. In the past, he was unwilling to communicate with the four-tailed monkey, and of course he could not call the four-tailed monkey's name like a friend. Old Purple was very nervous now. He was worried that the four-tailed monkey would reject him and humiliate him. After all, he usually ignored the four-tailed monkey. The four-tailed monkey looked at Old Purple with a smile on his face. The stubborn man broke his stubbornness, and he was pleased with Old Purple's progress. "As you wish, Old Purple." The four-tailed monkey generously poured a large amount of its chakra into Old Purple's body. Saiwai's behavior was beyond Laozi's expectation. He didn't expect that this guy who made him experience a miserable childhood would agree to his request so easily. He was ready to be despised and return empty-handed. "Thank you." Laozi's voice disappeared in the consciousness space after leaving a soft thank you. P.S. There was a little accident. I didn't expect that relatives came to visit my house and insisted that I drink a few glasses with them. This elder insisted on pouring for you. and there was no way to refuse. I only typed 3,000 words in a days. In order not to stay up late, I can only stay here in a days. I will try to finish it in the next 2 days. It has been a fight for several days. End of this chapter. Thank you very much for reaching the end. Don't forget to like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription, or donation encourages us to continue. Thanks to everyone. See you in the next video.